Meridian Baldacci with Family Policy Alliance, and I'm here today with the exciting news that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. I'm going to say that again. Roe v. Wade has been overturned. I can't believe I'm saying these words, but the pro-life movement has been waiting for and working toward this moment for 50 years now. We've been just fighting in the courts, in the legislatures. Many of you have stood on sidewalks, counseled women before abortions, counseled women who are grieving after abortions. You have walked side by side with people walking through abortions, people in the legislature. You have prayed. And we are now at the moment where Roe v. Wade has actually been overturned. And we are just rejoicing in this at Family Policy Alliance. And I know you are too. We are so excited today. We are kicking off an all-day live stream. So we are going to be on here throughout the day. You can hop in and out. We're going to have guests from around the country to talk with us about what's happening in the pro-life world, to talk about this decision and what this moment means, where the movement has come from, what's happening in the individual states, and so much more. So we're so excited to have you on here. If you could let us know what states you're joining from, we'll actually be looking up your states and sharing with you. Here's what's actually happening in your state right now. So we're really excited to have that conversation. But I want to kick off the conversation with our Senior Vice President of Strategy, Autumn Leva. Hi, Autumn.
Wow, Meridian, thank you for starting us off that way. What a huge moment. And for those of us, so many of you watching, as well as our team and just real leaders in the pro-life movement for years, here we are at this point to see Roe v. Wade overturned nearly 50 years later. It's stunning. And I'll just share that this morning, as the news was coming out, I was literally nursing my infant and seeing the news come in and getting her ready for the day. And I just thought, what a statement and what a moment that she and her older sister get to grow up in a nation without the shadow of Roe over it. And it was a pretty emotional moment for me, as I know it was for many on our team. We've got folks on the ground in Washington, D.C. who are actually in front of the court, and everyone just crying tears of joy and just thankfulness to the Lord that we get to see this day and be part of it and to share it with all of you who are watching. It's just a momentous day. Meridian, what were you doing when the news came out?
I was actually driving back from DC. I was headed away from the news, but I was in my car. My husband was driving, and we were watching because we thought it might be today. And then he just screamed, "It's Dobbs! We have Dobbs! Roe was overturned." I think I just went into shock for a minute. I mean, we've known that this could happen. We've known that this is possible, especially after the leak when the decision looked to be that way.
Right.
But it's actually real now, and realizing that, I've spent my whole life wanting Roe v. Wade to be overturned, and so many more have spent their whole careers fighting for this for the last 40, 50 years, just in so many different ways. Right. I'd love for you to tell us maybe a little bit about what the decision actually does. I mean, we know it overturns Roe v. Wade, but what else? What actually are the details of the decision? How did the court reach this conclusion? Yeah, if you could tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's a wonderful decision, and I think now we can finally start to have the conversation about life is a God-given human right because of what the court did today. Now, we have to be clear, when the court overturned Roe v. Wade just this morning, that doesn't mean that abortion is gone in this country. We still have a lot of work to do. The decision actually marks a new beginning in the pro-life movement. So what happened this morning was Justice Alito, with the conservative justices joining him, overturned Roe versus Wade. That was a precedent set back in 1973, saying that there is a, quote, constitutional right to abortion in the United States of America. Now, the court at that time had to do a lot of shenanigans, and they used the word penumbras. They said that the right to abortion is found in the penumbras of the Constitution. We don't really even know what that is, and it just goes to show that they made that up. But now today's decision says that no, that was wrong. There is not a right to abortion found in our Constitution, which we knew all along. And we're so grateful to see that the court, with Justice Alito, had the courage and the boldness to overturn itself, basically, to say we got it wrong back in 1973. And now we're going to go forward in this new era. So Meridian, what that means for all of us in the pro-life movement across the country, again, is not that there's no longer abortion. It means that the issue goes back to the people through their elected leaders at the state and federal level. And so that means that some states, about 20 of them, will work really hard to get rid of abortion almost entirely, to say that there is a right to life in the states. Unfortunately, the state that I'm in Colorado, that's not one of them. So there's another about 20 states like Colorado where abortion will still be legal, and the states will be pushing to have even more abortions and to draw women in across state lines to bring them to their states to have abortions because their own state has banned the practice of abortion. And so we have a lot of work to do as the issue goes to the states and to the elected representatives at the federal level, to declare that life is a God-given human right, and that needs to be reflected throughout the country in every state's laws and at the national level. And so, just to recap, what that means is, as of today, your pro-life vote, for all of you who are watching and ourselves, your pro-life vote matters more than it ever has before. It carries more weight. And the laws, the votes that your elected leaders cast at the state and the federal level matter even more. And they are even more directly responsible for the lives saved or lost in their states, because now the states have the power to save or lose lives. And of course, we want to be part of the movement that saves every single life in this country, because every single life is precious and made in the image of God.
Amen to that. We have folks, I'm seeing a bunch of comments coming in from around the country. We've got Delaware, Massachusetts, South Carolina, a lot of representation on the East Coast. So hello to our East Coast people. I'm also on the East Coast here in Virginia. And I guess we certainly got the benefit of being actually awake for when the decision was announced. Our folks in the Pacific time zone are have probably just been waking up in the last couple hours to discover this news. They've woken up to a world without Roe. And I think that's really, really remarkable. Autumn, I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about what are the most important questions that people should be asking themselves right now, in terms, as people are soaking in the moment that, yes, we're celebrating Roe v. Wade is over, and this is so exciting. But like you said, it's also just the beginning of the pro-life movement in a lot of ways. Even in very pro-life states, there's still going to be lots of work to do. In a lot of those pro-life states, abortion isn't fully banned yet. So that's step one. There's also going to be a lot of other pro-life work, like how can we support adoption and foster care, and how can we take care of moms better? And a lot of those kinds of questions that we'll really get to focus on for the first time in some states. So there's a lot of work to do across no matter what states you're in. So for an individual person, what kind of questions can they be asking themselves to figure out how they can help?
Yeah, I think right now there's really two big questions that everyone's asking. I know we've gotten a lot of emails and comments and questions about this coming into our office and our team. And I think the first big question is, what is my state doing on the issue of abortion now? What is the state of my state's law? Is abortion going to be illegal? Are we going to allow some abortions? Are we going to allow no abortions? What does that look like? And so Family Policy Alliance created a massive pro-life project called After Roe. You can visit afterroe.com. There's a state US map there. You can click on your own state and see what's going on in your state. What does the law look like now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, to get those answers? I think the second big question that we've heard about is, okay, so what happens next? I know what my state's law is. I kind of get the lay of the land there. But what happens next? We have worked in close collaboration with our Alliance of State Family Policy Councils to answer both questions on the After Roe site. So again, it's afterroe.com. You can click on your state and you'll see what is the status of your state's law when it comes to abortion, as well as what does happen next. What is the top priority or priorities for your state when it comes to protecting life? Beyond that, if you have more time and want to explore the After Roe site a little bit more, we now, just breaking today, so you all watching will be the first to hear this, we have a quiz, a pro-life quiz, where you'll get your personal pro-life profile. It's now live on the afterroe.com site, and you can take that quiz to find out, again, what your state looks like when it comes to abortion and what happens next. You can answer questions about what your top priorities might be for protecting life now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. And you'll even get a little pro-life profile and find out how you and your personality fit into the pro-life movement and what you can do to be a part of it. So we would encourage you, again, this is breaking news. You all are the first to hear. The only people who have taken this quiz are those of us on the team, like myself and Meridian, talking with you now. So please visit afterroe.com, find the quiz, take it now to see what's going on. And before we move on, Meridian, I just want to share, because there's a couple things breaking already. I mentioned that there were about 20 states who would do all that they could to save every life and ban abortion almost entirely. And we've received word from our policy director, Joseph Combe. He's based in Virginia Beach. He's letting us know right now that the states of Missouri and Texas have already enacted and proceeded forward with their trigger laws. Now, what a trigger law is, yeah, that's a huge praise.
Gotta celebrate. That's huge. I mean, that's so significant that they, within hours, they're already doing that. But yeah, explain what this is.
It's amazing. So kudos to those states. So if you're in Missouri or if you're in Texas, please give us a shout out, drop something in the chat, because your states are doing amazing things. Right now, they have already, as I mentioned, moved forward with enacting and making go into effect their trigger laws. Now, what a trigger law is something that was passed before in some cases, before this Dobbs case that overturned Roe even came before the Supreme Court. Some of them passed just this year, but they say that once Roe v. Wade is overturned, abortions are banned or nearly entirely banned in this state. But they need to do some things in those states to make them go into effect. And it sounds like the breaking news is Texas and Missouri are already working on that. So those states are going to be extremely pro-life in this new era of after Roe.
That's right. Well, and something I want to do here is I like I said, I'm seeing people join from a lot of states. If you're just now joining us, or if you didn't tell us earlier, let us know what state you're in, because I want to do something a little bit fun here. I'm actually going to pull up our After Roe site in a second here and actually show you where your state is at. So if you want to find out where your state is at on abortion, just drop it in the comments. We'll actually be able to see that here. And while I'm waiting for folks to start commenting that, we did actually drop in the link for the pro-life profile that Autumn was talking about. And so you can click there, be the first to take it. The pro-life profile will actually allow you, if you're just joining us, to see how you can be a part of the After Roe movement, be a part of the pro-life movement. So very exciting. And I'm seeing some folks starting to respond now. A couple folks from Maine. Okay, let's pull this up and go to Maine. Autumn, I'm going to have you tell me if we can we see that screen okay?
Yes, we're seeing the After Roe site. It says After Roe, there is life. So Meridian, if you can show us the state
Yes.
US map, that's great.
Okay, let's do it. After Roe, there is life. Okay, Maine folks, I'm seeing other states come in. We're going to get to you. So we'll start with Maine though. So After Roe in Maine, we got a message from Carol Conley on here, the Family Policy Council Director in Maine. He's a wonderful person. I think Carol's actually going to be joining us in just a little here for this conversation. So looking forward to that. After Roe in Maine, abortion will be legal until the unborn child is considered viable. So that's unfortunate. Maine will allow most abortions after Roe, but the upside is that there's so much that can be done now. Under Roe v. Wade's shadow, there was really a limit to what states were allowed to do to protect life. And now that has been lifted. So there's a lot of work to do in Maine. And I know our folks there in Maine are doing great work. What other states do we have? We have Illinois, Aaron Johnson in Illinois. Hello. Let's jump back over here. If you're just now joining this, we're on afterroe.com, and we're actually looking up what your state is doing to protect life or not after Roe. So in Illinois, and I see it has few protections on here. In Illinois, same thing as Maine, abortion will be legal until the unborn child is considered viable. So much work to be done in Illinois. So if you're there in Illinois, Aaron Johnson, you and your friends, there's a lot of work to be done. If you want to find out what you can do to protect life, you can go to the pro-life profile. And I'll show you where that is. You scroll up here and it's pro-life profile. And this will actually take you to this this beautiful spot where you can actually then go and get personalized information. You'll get a personalized report based on where you live, what you're working on, what you're doing, and what your gifts and interests are. And we'll tell you how you can be involved in the pro-life movement. So we'll do some more of these later. But I wanted to do a couple of those to get us started. Autumn, tell us about how you started getting involved in the pro-life movement, about your how you ended up here today where we're talking about the end of Roe.
That's such a great question, Meridian, because I'm seeing comments from folks like John Paulton and others saying we've been involved in the pro-life movement for decades, and to be here now in this moment and to see Roe v. Wade overturned is just incredible. I'm not going to tell you my exact age, but I was not alive in 1973. But having been pro-life my whole life, I could just never imagine the thought of abortion. It just was always wrong to me from a young child on. Really started getting involved in the pro-life movement later on in my life, and now obviously in a big way joining the pro-life movement and working for Family Policy Alliance. And before that, I had been a part of one of our state family councils that we are proud to work with and host at Minnesota Family Council. So I was in the state of Minnesota, a state that has a lot of work to do to protect life, much like my current state, Colorado. And now, even after having my 2 young kids, I've got 2 kids, 2 girls under 2, the pro-life issue just really hit home for me in a very powerful way. And so I can't even, I was telling my husband this morning, I can't even fully put it into words how much today's decision means, how moving it is, and just, again, what an honor and a blessing and a privilege it is for us to be part of it and to see Roe v. Wade overturned. But now, of course, we have a lot of work to do across the states, and we need to celebrate, and we need to roll up our sleeves and get ready to do that, because the issue of life just took to 50 state battlefields in a deeper way than it ever has before. Because as we noted, the shadow of Roe was over the nation. And so that meant that states and their lawmakers and at the federal level, you could only go so far to protect life. Well, that glass ceiling has been shattered. And so we can work to protect life from conception to natural death. And I'm ready for that. I'm ready to keep going in this movement. And I hope all of you are as well. We count this as a victory, but we keep up the fight together.
Well, and speaking of state leaders, our first state leader is here to join us. Carol Conley, can you hear us?
I sure can, and
hey,
very,
Carol.
very happy to do so.
It's great to see you. How are you doing?
Well, it's been an emotional morning. I was actually having breakfast with someone and explained that I didn't think it was going to be today. And then I got the text from our policy director for the Portland Diocese saying Dobbs has been dropped. And there's several times I've broken down and cried in joy today, even though in Maine, we've got a lot of work to do. We're one of those states that you talked about that is not Missouri and not Texas, but just thankful for the tremendous allies we have in the state. I feel like a newcomer. I've only been the director for 12 years. I know those folks have been doing a lot longer. I just heard Autumn say she wasn't born. I think I was in the 8th grade when Roe v. Wade, and my mother had to explain to me what an abortion was, when I was in the 8th grade.
And Carol, I just have to give you a shout out because you have been in this movement for over a decade. And I think you have the oldest state family policy council. Isn't that right?
1897.
That's
and
incredible.
Maine was the first state to actually come out against Roe v. Wade in 1973, the first legislature to condemn Wade. Unfortunately, in the 90s, some of the work we have to do, that we had the anti-trigger legislation in the early 90s in which a woman's right to abortion was protected despite what SCOTUS did. So, we have some different battles, a lot to do in regard to turning the hearts of Mainers towards life, but we celebrate this. We are just so excited. And I do want to say the coalition here, the Life Coalition in Maine is tremendous. We have Maine Right to Life, the Portland Diocese, and Concerned Women for America, all working side by side, hand in hand towards the sanctity of human life. So we're blessed in Maine in that regard. Just a great cooperation and great love for each other. And So we're just thankful, and we're looking forward. We're already on the phone with legislators and candidates, this morning, talking about going after the low-hanging fruit here in Maine. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, we passed a law that allowed tax-funded abortion in our state, and so we already have legislators say, "Let's go. Let's put the axe to that right away." And so those are the type of things we're looking at here as we celebrate, what other states are doing as well.
That's great, Carol. Well, ending taxpayer funding of abortion, the funding stream, the gravy train to the abortion lobby, that's so important. So thank you for leading the charge on that. And I just want to encourage folks, if you're just joining and you're from Maine, this is Carol Conley. He's the president and executive director of the Christian Civic League of Maine, the premier pro-life organization, part of the pro-life coalition there in Maine. I would encourage you to get involved with him, to connect. If you're not already connected, I think you can visit their website. It's again, Christian Civic League of Maine, or else you can visit afterroe.com/Maine, and that will take you directly to the Maine page where you can see all of these things we've been talking about, the state of Maine's law in this now after Roe nation, top priorities. And I think, Carol, there's a message from you directly on there, a little video from Carol. So please connect with him. Carol, is there anything else you'd like to share about top priorities for Maine as we have entered in this after Roe moment?
I believe we have tremendous opportunities in this state for positive change, and certainly one of our top priorities is the sanctity of human life. And I'm just thankful for our political allies that are not backing off from that in any way, shape, or form. So you Mainers that are out there are maniacs. This summer, how many Saturdays are you willing to give up? How many weeknights are you willing to give up for our pro-life candidates that are putting themselves out there? So yeah, please go to cclmaine.org and see the opportunities to get involved, because this is really the start here in Maine to be able to turn us back to what was a great heritage of life at one time, and we need to return to that. And I also just want to thank Autumn and our great Family Policy Alliance. By all means, go to their website, support them, because a healthy, well-resourced FPA benefits the state of Maine as well. So please, by all means, go to that website and get informed.
You were gracious, Carol. Thank you. And for those who didn't hear, Carol was saying that Maine was the first state to actually reject and object to Roe versus Wade back in the beginning. So unfortunately now, Carol was saying Maine has a lot of work to do. Maniacs, I've never heard that. So if you're a maniac, please check out Christian Civic League of Maine and visit afterroe.com/Maine. That's right.
Well, thanks so much, Carol, for joining us and for coming on to talk about Maine and what you all are working on. We are just so grateful to be in partnership with you guys, and looking forward to the world after Roe, to Maine after Roe.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
Well, praise the Lord, and thank you for all you do. I tried to get a shot with me out in front of the lake, but the lighting wasn't good, so I couldn't rub it in too bad. But it's a beautiful day here in Maine for a lot of reasons.
That's wonderful.
You have the best backgrounds in Maine, Carol. We're jealous. Thank you.
All right. I look forward to hearing from my brothers and sisters from around the country.
Thanks so much, Carol. Well, in Autumn, I just saw news from our team. Again, our policy director, Joseph Combe, letting us know that Biden is about to speak in response to the decision. So he's about to release his decision. So if you're watching this, be prepared. You're probably about to get push notifications letting you know that Biden is addressing this. Of course, we know that the Biden administration is radically anti-life, and that we'll need to not only think about the states and what we need to do, but we do also need to think about the Biden administration, what's happening in Congress. And I think a little bit later, we'll be joined by some guests there. I want to do some more state look for some more state information. So again, I'm going to do a shout out here. Let me know what state you're in, and I will actually find out for you live here on the stream where your state is at after Roe, what the pro-life situation looks like after Roe. So drop that in the chat, and while you're doing that, I'm gonna pull this up on the screen. Okay. All right, here we are. What states do we have? I see someone from Colorado. Lynn Kent Hayward from Colorado. All right. Well, Autumn, you were saying you're in Colorado, so you're familiar with this. But I know we have a lot of people tuning in from Colorado. And
yes,
after
Colorado
Roe,
has a lot of work to do.
That's right. That's right. Do you want to maybe speak a little bit more to that?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a coalition of groups on the ground who are trying to make Colorado much more pro-life. Unfortunately, Colorado just had a pretty radical abortion law passed even just this year, and we're expecting a ballot initiative that would force Coloradans to actually use taxpayer funding to pay for abortion. So we are a state that is not in very good shape, and we have a lot of work to do. But the pro-life movement is strong. There's lots of groups working together. Catholic Conference here in Colorado, obviously Family Policy Alliance, Focus on the Family is part of that. And so we are ready to roll up our sleeves and make that, make Colorado a much more pro-life state after Roe.
Amen to that. What other states do we have? Oh, we've got a bunch. Okay. Florida. We have time for one more. I know we have another guest joining us in just a minute here. If you're just now joining us, we're actually finding out where your state stands right now, because we are now in the phase after Roe. Family Policy Alliance, we've been talking about looking forward to a world after Roe. Well, now we are in the world after Roe. So we are looking forward to that. Let's see what's going on in Florida. I think there's been some good pro-life work there just recently. And there is. So this is John Stemberger with his policy director here. John Stemberger leads the Florida Family Policy Council. He's a really great leader. But after Roe, abortion will be illegal after the 15th week of pregnancy. So that's actually the same amount as the law that got Roe overturned. So Florida has similar provision, and we know that Florida Family Policy Council will keep fighting until all abortions are ended and life is really truly protected throughout Florida. But it's really some incredible work going on there in the state of Florida. And I think we're going to hear a little later from John Stemberger in Florida. But for right now, I see that we have another guest joining us. I'm going to bring him on here. Matt Sharp from Alliance Defending Freedom. Can you see and hear us, Matt?
I can.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us today. It's an exciting day.
Matt,
I just great day for life.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Matt, I have worked with you in this pro-life, pro-family movement for years and years now, and it is just such an honor to be standing with you and Alliance Defending Freedom in this moment, in this incredible moment. So, Matt, first of all, I would love to hear, when you found out what the decision was in Dobbs that Roe v. Wade was overturned, what was your reaction?
Well, besides doing a happy dance here in my office, I think the first thing we were saying is, did what we saw from the leaked opinion from Alito hold true? And it did. I was looking at a redlined version, and a lot of that stuff just breaking apart the bad legal foundation on which Roe and Casey were based, explaining why that there is no history of a right to abortion in our jurisprudence, and just dismantling a lot of the arguments that have been used to uphold the terrible law that is Roe versus Wade and Casey over the years. It was just encouraging to see that. Obviously, between the leak to now, there was a lot of concerns, both of the threats and attacks on the justices and what that could mean. But I think we were just encouraged to see the strong principled argument be the thing that led and won the day ultimately. The arguments that we in the pro-life community and our state allies have been making for years, that this is not a constitutional right. There's nowhere that it's based on that. And so it's just a great celebration of the rule of law and of our constitutional system, and to see that who is put in those sacred chairs at the Supreme Court really matters, and to see the 5 justices showing the courage and sticking to it to overturn Roe.
I think that's exactly right. We can't forget in this moment, as Matt said so well, that this probably wouldn't happen without the right Supreme Court justices sitting there who would adhere to the original text of the Constitution and not be, we were talking about this earlier, Matt, not be finding a right to abortion invented in the penumbras. We talked a little bit about the penumbras. So hugely, hugely gratifying. I assume, Matt, I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about at Alliance Defending Freedom. You all are doing wonderful work defending constitutional rights, defending religious freedom, defending life through the court system. What does this mean, this ruling mean for you all in terms of the ability to litigate based on the Constitution and your efforts going forward?
Yeah, well, rewinding a little bit, I think many of the groups on this call remember several years ago, colleague Denise Burke was talking about sort of this reversing Roe plan and looking at a 15-week law as providing a good vehicle to start moving the ball forward. This is a real vindication of a lot of really brilliant strategy and a lot of states. And I do want to give a lot of applause to Mississippi, to Jamison Taylor, who's an ally there, and the legislators there that made this possible, for really seeing how can we do a plan to bring the right laws, to introduce the right laws and the right lawsuits to preserve life. I think moving forward, since we take away, number one, the court was very long to be, and so that means we're working with state attorneys generals and others to defend the existing laws that many of you have passed, the trigger laws, the existing bans on abortion. We're going to have the right standard, and we are going to be able to defend it without having to figure out these weird, viability or even, God help us if Chief Justice Roberts had his way and that reasonable access standard had been used. And so I think we're going to have many more opportunities to creatively move the ball forward on life in the states, to find more ways that we can protect life, and not just of limiting abortion, but new ways to help promote and children, and just explore creative new ways to do that. So I'm excited that we've now got a very clear legal standard that's going to help guide us in these cases moving forward.
That's fantastic, Matt. Thank you for sharing that. I know that means a lot coming from you, coming from Alliance Defending Freedom, because we entrust you all to defend our rights, to defend life throughout the courts, and we are just so grateful for all the work that you're doing. You mentioned, just briefly, Matt, you mentioned the states and what the states are going to have to face. What can we expect based on what you all have analyzed at ADF? What can we expect from the abortion side of things? They're obviously not happy about the ruling today. They believe Roe was sort of their sacred cow. So we know they're going to be fighting extra hard throughout the country and probably challenging a lot of these good pro-life laws. Can you tell the audience watching live on Facebook and YouTube and probably on Twitter as well, just what to expect and what we're going to have to be prepared for in this after Roe moment?
Yeah. So I think, trigger laws that many states have passed, those are going to be immediately challenged. We're going to have the pro-abortion side say, no, there's a question of whether Roe versus Wade has been overturned, which is obviously ridiculous. You can't read Justice Alito's strong opinion and come away from that. But I think they're going to start saying, well, legislature have to do something. Does the attorney general have to do something? So I imagine in the dozen or so states that have trigger laws, that's going to be immediately lawsuits challenging those. And so I know we're going to be working with some of the states to help, but also I think provides opportunity for legislators that states that have those, for the legislators to perhaps do a resolution or something making clear of the requirements for their trigger law have been satisfied and abortion is now outlawed in their state. I think we will start to see other challenges to the heartbeat bills, to other restrictions earlier than 15 weeks as well. And the other side's going to come up with creative arguments to say that even under rational basis, these are not constitutional. I don't think those are around based on Justice Alito's opinion. And even seeing, I took particular attention of Justice Kavanaugh, because I think he is going to, in some ways, be that swing voice. And I think making sure that we're keeping him and Barrett on board and reading through his concurrence. I think there's going to be some things that there may be some close calls on when it comes to, for example, he talked about banning travel out of state for abortions or retroactive abortion laws. But I think when it comes to, limitations that a state puts, whether it's heartbeat or earlier than that, I think we've got a lot of solid ground and a lot of solid support from this opinion and from the court that those are going to be upheld.
Well, Matt, I have a question for you. What are some of the most common misconceptions you've heard leading up to now, or that you're expecting to hear when people say Roe v. Wade is being overturned, what they think that means that it doesn't actually mean?
Yeah, I think number one, the abortions are outlawed everywhere. We're already seeing that screamed. That's just not the case. What the court did repeatedly is say the Constitution is neutral on this. It says nothing about it. This is a matter that's left up to the states to decide. And so we are going to see both in many very strong pro-life states, but also many states that are going to have very aggressive, permissive laws that allow abortion up until the moment of birth. And those are the states that I think we're going to have to do a lot of work on in the Connecticut's and New York to really start creating a culture of life to see what can we do to protect life in those as well. I think the second misconception, we're already seeing them say, oh, this is now going to allow the overturning of Lawrence and Obergefell and Griswold of contraception and same-sex marriage and all that. And first off, let me say ADF is still committed to preserving marriage as the institution between one man and one woman for life. And we're going to continue to find ways to do that. But I also think we need to, take the court's opinion at face value and say, look, this is about abortion. And as Justice Alito emphasized, abortion brings into issue the termination of a potential life, is how Justice Alito framed it in his opinion. And I think we, want to emphasize that of like, look, nothing in this opinion itself is overturning or undermining those precedents. Again, we're going to continue to find other ways to restore marriage to its proper understanding. But I think we need to push back on the claims that this is going to blow up everything. And so I think those are the two big misconceptions we're already starting to hear floated around on Twitter and other places. And just to be able to say, look, this is returning the issue to the states, and this is an opinion focused on abortion and nothing else, about preserving a human life, preserving the interest of the mother. The questions of same-sex marriage and other issues are for another day. We'll continue to battle those, but today is a win for life, for the mother and her child, and I think just focusing on that.
Absolutely.
That's so great, Matt. And I want to follow up because for those who are just now joining, we've got Matt Sharp with us from Alliance Defending Freedom. They are the sharpest legal minds in the nation, defending our constitutional rights, the right to life, defending religious freedom, defending parental rights all throughout the court systems, and litigating for us. So we're so grateful. So Matt, since I've got your legal mind on the line here, I do see a question on the side, and this is a good one because this is another one that comes up a lot as far as misconceptions. So Matt, just briefly, if you can address the question of, does the decision today mean that a woman will be criminalized, will be thrown into jail for having an abortion? That has come up a lot. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, not at all. Nothing in this opinion is going to result in women being thrown in jail or criminalized. In fact, when you look at what states have been passing, states that have been looking to preserve life, they've made very clear that we are not going after the moms. The pro-life movement is solidly united in the idea that abortion has two victims, the mother and her child. And rather, our focus is and will continue to be on Planned Parenthood, these abortion providers, and others that are pushing women to these terrible decisions. And so we are going to be focusing on, taking away the license, shutting down these clinics, and making sure that states and attorneys general and local prosecutors have tools that they can go after the abortion providers, while still doing everything we can to wrap our arms around the mother and the child to support them. But again, to make very clear that these laws that states have been enacting to protect life are never focused against the mother, are never trying to criminalize her, but are focused against the real wrongdoers here, which is the abortion industry that's been pushing this culture of death for decades.
So well said, Matt. Thank you so much. And I know you have to run, but I will just say this. I'm so grateful that for the partnership working with you at Alliance Defending Freedom, you in particular, Matt, you are such a joy. And I just want to say one thing that Matt and I and FPA and ADF have talked about is exactly what you were just saying. We have alongside the moms and their babies and find new ways to support them. So in this after Roe moment, I'm excited to work with you and the folks at Alliance Defending Freedom on new ways to support moms and babies, that we can start having that conversation beyond just ending abortion, because we know a lot of states will do that. You mentioned trigger laws earlier. There was some breaking news that we had on live earlier, Matt, with Missouri and Texas already moving to enact their trigger laws to ban abortions in the state. So amazing things going on, but we can start to have that conversation now about how to protect moms and babies, and not just so focused on ending abortion, because we will get there. And there's so much more work that can be done to really come around moms and babies and support them in this after Roe moment. So Matt, anything else you'd like to say to the viewers before you head off to your next call and million things to do today in analyzing the decision?
No, just honestly, I thank everyone. I know so many people on this have been in the pro-life movement for decades. And I just really appreciate everyone that has ever prayed outside of a clinic, that has ever testified, that's ever, supported a legislator, voted for someone that's pro-life. All of today is the culmination of those decades and decades. So this is truly a great day for the pro-life movement and for everyone joining this call.
Well said, Matt. God bless you. God bless Alliance Defending Freedom. Thank you for your good work. I know that your attorneys are going to be briefing a bunch of us on what the decision means later, so we look forward to that, and we'll give you back to the rest of your busy day.
Thanks, all.
That's great. Always love having Matt on with us. Great ally and a great friend to this movement. Really appreciate what he and ADF are doing. Autumn, I think we have just a couple minutes until our next guest joins us, and y'all, this is going to be a very exciting guest. So if you are staying here, stay tuned. Share this with your friends. I don't want to spoil the surprise, so stay tuned. But in about 3 minutes, we have a very exciting guest coming on with us. In the meantime, I want to look at a couple more states and see where your state is at. So I'm going to do the call again. By now, you guys know the routine. Drop in the chat what your state is. And we will find out together how pro-life your state is right now, because we are now in the world after Roe. So go ahead.
And Meridian, I see somebody. There's a Caitlin Barch from Minnesota, and so if we could pull up Minnesota, they've got some interesting work to do to protect life in this after Roe nation.
Great, let's do it. Okay.
And I'll just say, while you're pulling it up, Meridian, I used to live and work in Minnesota for our state ally there, Minnesota Family Council, headed up by John Helmberger and his team, doing wonderful work, leading on the pro-life movement there in that state. Great message for them on the screen. So Meridian, if you can tell us what Minnesota has going on, they've got some complexities and things to deal with now that Roe is gone.
Yes, that's right. So after Roe, abortion will be almost always legal. And like Autumn said, a great message here. But a little bit more information here. The Minnesota Supreme Court interpreted a right to abortion in the Minnesota Constitution. So if Roe is overturned, changing the abortion laws in Minnesota means that we need both legal and legislative action. So legislative action is always going to be important, but we actually also need for Minnesota to not have a court case saying that there's a right to abortion. There's also an ongoing case called Doe v. Minnesota, which threatens many of the pro-life laws that Minnesota does have. And the Attorney General has filed numerous amicus briefs urging federal courts of appeal and the Supreme Court to strike down regulations on abortion. So a lot of work to do in Minnesota, Autumn.
That's exactly right, Meridian. I know that well. But the folks in there at Minnesota Family Council with John Helmberger and his team, they are doing wonderful work. So please get involved with them, because your state does have a lot of work to undo that bad Supreme Court ruling in your state, the Minnesota Supreme Court. Because again, just because Roe versus Wade was overturned today doesn't mean that abortion is illegal across the country. It means that every state and the federal lawmakers now have to work to decide that issue themselves. So connect with MFC, Minnesota Family Council, at mfc.org. And also you can visit afterroe.com/Minnesota to look up your state and find the state's law, hear the message from Minnesota Family Council, find out what the next top priorities are for your state. So please do that today.
Well, and while I think our guest is still working to join us, I think we have time for one more state. And I saw that Jennifer in California has reached out here. So we're going to pull this back up here, showing Minnesota. By the way, I've seen a lot of you have joined. We've got a lot more people with us now. So if you are, just to catch you up on what we're doing here, this is afterroe.com that we're looking at. It's a big project of Family Policy Alliance. And, we launched this in December thinking that the end of Roe might be near. And so we were looking forward to the end of Roe. Well, now it's here. We are in the world after Roe. And when you open that door, maybe you already did today, you're opening the door into the world after Roe. But there's still a lot of work to be done throughout the states. So that's why we are looking at what's going on state by state, how pro-life your state is currently. So this is the current law after Roe v. Wade. and how much work you have to do. So California, Jennifer, we see you. Few protections. California is not a stalwart pro-life state. After Roe in California, abortion is legal until the unborn child is considered viable. We encourage you to connect with the Family Policy Council in California. Jonathan Keller is doing some great work. I think he might be joining us a little bit later, so stay tuned for that. But unfortunately, California will allow nearly all abortions. By the way, if you are seeing this and thinking, boy, I kind of want to know more, maybe Jennifer, you want to know more about California, or others here, we've talked about your state and you want to know more detail. You can actually find that on afterroe.com/your-state. So you just enter that and you'll be able to see that information. And we actually have a lot more detailed information there on not only what the current law is, but what actually happens next in your state. I think that's an important conversation that we have to have. And we are really privileged to be able to speak into that because of our Family Policy Council network, that we are just so pleased to be able to host that alliance. I wonder if you could talk about that for a minute, Autumn.
I'd love to, but first, just a shout out to the person you just mentioned, Jonathan Keller, heading up California Family Council. Please do connect with them. You could visit afterroe.com/California or California Family Council's website. Jonathan has just been a wonderful asset to our movement, and he's doing a great job helping us prepare for what the abortion lobby is going to do in this new nation that we have without Roe versus Wade. So he's helped really explain, and is going to explain to all of our state leaders later on this summer in a conference where we prepare for what comes next. But he's been talking about how California is really on the cusp of everything bad, unfortunately, when it comes to abortion, because they're looking at actually drawing in women from other states, from pro-life states, enticing and encouraging them to come to California to get their abortions. It's just really, really a travesty, and using taxpayer money to do so. In fact, they're estimating that abortions from out-of-state women in California will go up 3,000. That's 3,000%. So Jonathan is working on that issue, working hard to try to prevent that from happening in California. And so he's an incredible, incredible leader, incredible asset to the movement, and encourage you to connect with him. And he has about 40 brother and sister state organizations across the country called State Family Policy Councils, all working to defend life in your states across the country. So you can visit familypolicyalliance.com and click on allies to find out if you have a state family policy council in your state. Or you could just click on afterroe.com and then click on your state on the map that you'll find there to find out your state's abortion laws, as well as see if you've got a state family policy council leader there who you can connect with. And we very much encourage you to connect with them. They are wonderful leaders, and we are blessed and privileged to work with them.
Well, in Autumn, I think we just had one of those leaders join us. Jason McGuire from New York is coming on. So Jason, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello. What a great day this is. Huh?
Oh, it's great to see you, Jason. How are you feeling? How did you take in this moment?
We're elated. You know, when I think about it, this is something I've been involved in for 35 years. And I may not look like it, but, you know, you think about it, at 10, 11 years old, my mom had me, you know, walking in front of Planned Parenthood clinics and holding signs that say things like choose life. And so ever since I was just a kid, I've been involved in working in this movement. And to think that this day has finally come, it's just an incredible day. And we give God the glory for it.
I can relate to that, Jason. Been at pro-life rallies and pro-life everything since birth, really, my whole life. And this is really a remarkable moment. Boy, I'd love to hear you speak a little bit to the situation in New York, and what life looks like right now in New York.
Yeah. Well, that's the other shoe that's dropping. You know, we're elated to see that this decision has come, but the concern now is that New York is going to be one of those outlier states where, you know, our government is doing everything it can to double down on abortion extremism. And so there are states that will look more like pro-life states, and then there'll be states like New York. And we're in that deep blue New York where Governor Kathy Hochul and the Democratic supermajorities and the abortion extremism they represent are doing things like offering to pay for out-of-state women to come here for their abortions. And they'll cover those hotel expenses and the food and the travel and the abortion procedure itself. And so you're going to see there's an effort to fund those abortions. our governor has already said that she wants New York to be a safe harbor for those who want an abortion and can come here for that. But I remind her that it's not a safe harbor for the unborn child. And frankly, it's not a safe harbor even for that woman who's coming here who doesn't yet understand the tragedy of what she's about to engage in.
What encouragement do you have for people who are in New York, but also in other states like New York, who are maybe in the Californias, New Yorks of the world? What's your encouragement to them right now?
Well, you only have to look to the decision today. You think back to 1973 when that, Roe v. Wade decision was first handed down, but New York had abortion prior to that in 1970. And so we've had abortion for over 50 years now. It's a very long time. But I am optimistic that one day New York will be a pro-life state. There are people that didn't think that Roe would be overturned, that we wouldn't have this happen in America, but we did. And when governmental jurisdictions legislate, well, it impacts what future generations believes is morally correct. I would argue that it was the court who was legislating in 1973, a judicial activist court that handed down that Roe v. Wade decision. And now that the present court has restored those constitutional principles and constitutional balance, well, I think when that decision swings, little by little, it's going to change hearts and minds as well. The pro-life movement isn't stopping. There is a lot of work for us to do here in New York as we're building up the infrastructure to really help women make that choice for life. That isn't ending. But the hope is one day New York will be a pro-life state, and we'll work to make sure that happens.
Amen to that. And you're right. I mean, we have just seen so many things that a few years ago seemed not impossibilities, but they seem so far off. If you had asked me 3 years ago, will Roe be overturned in the next 5 years? I don't know that I would have said yes. That wouldn't have been. It seemed in the realm of possibility, and yet here we are. So what an encouragement that is, Jason, to folks in New York and other states like that. Autumn, I know our next guest is about to join us, but any last questions for Jason?
Well, Jason, I just want to underscore what you said. I think you said it well, that the overturn of Roe versus Wade does not mean that abortion is gone. It means that states like yours, and before you joined, Jason, we were just talking about California and Jonathan Keller's work out there, becoming sort of these abortion tourism states. Such a travesty and a struggle. We know we have a lot of work to do in the pro-life movement. So Jason, I'll just ask you in closing here, and thank you, by the way, for joining on. It was such a pleasure to work with you, such a pleasure to have you on. I know your day's busy, like we all are, so that you would take time to join us is awesome. I just want to ask before you go, Jason, for everybody who's watching today and the significance of this moment, regardless of what state you're in, whether you are in a New York and California, or whether you're in a strongly pro-life state like we just were talking about with Texas and Missouri, what are some next steps that we can do immediately in this new era after Roe?
Well, let me challenge every church in America to establish an adoption fund through their general budget. There will be people who are looking to adopt, and they're going to need various helps. Sometimes it can be a car seat for the car, or it could be that baby formula, diapers, or whatever, or the cost involved with adoption. Every church can get involved in real helps for women that are in need. So they can be supporting pregnancy centers, they can set up adoption funds, they can be praying for life in America, and they can get behind organizations like the Family Policy Alliance and like ours that are fighting on the front lines of defending the sanctity of human life in all the states.
Well said, Jason. I think that's awesome. I know your colleague down in Florida, John Stemberger, says something similar, that every church needs to adopt a pregnancy resource center. And like you mentioned, funding adoptions. This is really a great time for the pro-life movement to come together, step up, and support moms and babies. I think there's nearly unanimous agreement on that across the pro-life movement. We've been hearing that before the decision, and certainly hearing it even more now. So well said, Jason. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on, and God bless your work. God bless your organization. You can hear a message from Jason at afterroe.com/New York. And Jason, if you want to give folks your website as well, I think that would be helpful before you sign off.
Yeah, you'll find us at albanyupdate.com. Thanks for the opportunity. It's good to be with you.
Thanks, Jason. Well, everyone, I am excited to introduce our next guest. We are so honored to have this wonderful gentleman here on such a busy and historic and monumental day, taking time out of his day to join all of you who are watching across our social media channels and across the country. So this is Minority Whip Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana, a strongly pro-life state. I think you all have one of those trigger laws that we've been talking about. So Mr. Scalise, thank you so much for being here. Please tell us, what is your reaction to today's amazing news from the Supreme Court?
There's no audio. I'm sorry, there's no audio picking up right now.
Oh, I think
I can't hear.
think we're having problems with the tech, Mr. Scalise. Hopefully we can get you back on here.
Yeah, hang tight one second here. Thanks all for bearing with us.
Yeah, please don't leave. We want you to have the chance to hear from the minority whip from the U.S. House of Representatives yourselves. So while we get Mr. Scalise squared away with his tech and with the audio that is having some difficulties, we can relate to that. My camera wasn't working when we went to do the live stream. So hopefully we can get him situated soon. But again, this is Minority Whip Scalise coming on, taking time to be with you all in the midst of what must be a very busy day for him. While we're waiting, I just want to share something that we were noting earlier, that the President Biden, actually spoke earlier in reaction to the case, and he was talking about how this is such a travesty, and saying really terrible things about the case, of course. But also, we know that the Biden administration is planning some really harmful things to the unborn and to their mothers in the wake of this. And so we will be needing to look to our allies in Congress, like Whip Scalise, to be able to respond, because what the Biden administration is doing, that we know as of right now, is looking to spread chemical abortion. That's the abortion pill across the country. That is very serious. The chemical abortion pill is already the fastest growing and most frequent method of abortion. It leaves women alone to take a pill and to pass their baby often into the toilet. It is a terrible, terrible thing. And it removes all of the liability and risk off of the abortion providers and puts it straight on to women. So this is a problem. And because the abortion pill is something small, it's so easy to ship, women don't have to come into a facility to get an abortion. It makes it easier to spread across the country, even in states that, listen, folks, even in states that are pro-life and that have passed strong pro-life laws. So the administration is looking to try to get chemical abortion into your state, even if you are a pro-life state. We have to watch for that. There's even some talk of looking to see whether or not nationally on federal lands, federal property, that federal institutions, federal lands could be a place where abortions are provided. Again, even in pro-life states. So we have to watch for this. We have to be prepared for this. Our friends in Congress, like Whip Scalise, hopefully you can join us soon, will be standing against those efforts. Family Policy Alliance will certainly be standing against those efforts, because as we know, the federal administration with this president is not pro-life. And so we know that they're going to be upset about today's decision and will be spreading abortion across the country in various forms. So we stand united in opposing that today, and we look forward to working with our friends in Congress to do the same.
And Autumn, I just got word that our friend Mr. Scalise had to run off to a vote, so he is hoping to join us again soon. But that happens.
And the Capitol's a busy place.
when you are the whip, that is what happens. You need to be in there for votes. So while we are waiting for that, I actually think we have another guest joining us here in just a minute. But I'm gonna do another shout out here in a second. Let us know what states you're from, and we will find out for you really together where your state is at on abortion, because we are in the world after Roe. But while you are typing in the chat box what states you're from, Autumn, do we want to show them our After Roe shirts? I think we should show them our After Roe shirts.
Absolutely, yes.
So Autumn and I are both wearing merchandise that you can buy. So we'll do this. After Roe, you can get your After Roe shirts at afterroe.com. You just click on the store. Great way to show your pro-life pride, and we're really excited about that. So it's not just t-shirts. You can see Autumn and I have totally different t-shirt designs. We should show again. Here we are. After Roe. Hers says After Roe, there is life. I like that. Mine has a map, which kind of shows that we need to have life protected across the country. But there's other designs too. So if you have a baby, I know Autumn has young children who have cute little After Roe gear, and we have hats and mugs and other gear. So afterroe.com, go to the store and you'll be able to see that. But it looks like we have a couple people responding. So I'm going to start with, we've got Karen in Michigan. Okay, Karen in Michigan. We are going to see where your state stands after Roe. And there is a family policy council there. All right. Here we go. Okay, Michigan. It says many protections. So this is encouraging if you live in Michigan. After Roe, abortion will never be legal except to save the life of the mother. Autumn, do you know if that's if Michigan's one of our trigger law states?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think they might actually have a pre-Roe's law, which actually I'm glad you mentioned that, Meridian. It's a good time to bring that up. So we talked about trigger laws. Those are laws that state legislatures have passed that said that abortion will be illegal or nearly illegal in the state if Roe v. Wade is overturned. So of course, as of today, we're hoping that all of those laws will move forward and go into effect. And we heard earlier that Texas and Missouri are already working on making sure that those go live and are put into law. But there are other states who, from maybe even decades ago, have laws that pre-exist the Roe decision, which came down in 1973. So these are laws that banned abortion in the state before Roe versus Wade invented that, quote, right to abortion in the penumbras of the Constitution. So what will happen in those states is we are hoping there might be some legal work that has to be done. You heard Matt Sharp with Alliance Defending Freedom mention that earlier. But with those states, we just simply need those laws to go back into effect. Roe v. versus Wade sort of nullified those laws, but they're still on the books and they're still good laws. Those state legislatures have not overturned them. Michigan happens to be one of them. So in your state, if you're from Michigan, like Karen Andrews on our watching live now, then hopefully your state will be very well prepared for Roe versus Wade, and that law can just simply go back into effect now that Roe versus Wade is gone.
Although, and Karen is just commenting this, and our team was just telling me this as well. This is a great example of why this is really the beginning of the pro-life movement and not the end, because Michigan is a state that technically has this pre-Roe ban. So it's a state that technically, before Roe v. Wade was even a thing, abortion was mostly banned in the state. But Governor Gretchen Whitmer has been really trying to not get that reinstated and trying to push back hard against that. And that's going to be true in some states where there may be a good law on the books, but the current people in office don't want to enforce that, or maybe they don't want to go further in protecting life, depending on what state you're in. And it's going to be up to each of us to make sure that we actually follow through on that. We say Roe v. Wade is now our opportunity. Roe v. Wade is or rather Dobbs is, and Roe v. Wade being gone is now our opportunity to really protect life all the way. You know, those governors and other officials who want to blame Roe and who in the past have said, I can't do anything. Roe v. Wade is stopping. You know, you can imagine someone in Michigan maybe saying, Roe v. Wade is still there, so this law doesn't even matter. Like, I don't have to worry about that. Well, now they do. Now this law is a problem for them, and it's a problem that we're excited to present. We're excited that is there and in place, and we hope that it stays in place, and that protections for life continue to stay strong and even get stronger in the time to come. So I think that's an important distinction, though, Autumn, is between those trigger laws and the pre-Roe bans. I think a lot of people, I didn't even understand that really until we started digging into this, that, you know, a trigger law and a pre-Roe ban is actually not the same thing. Those are two different kinds of laws. But we have some other folks here that are commenting their states. I saw Nevada. Let's go to Nevada. I have a sneaking suspicion Nevada's not a strongly pro-life state, but we'll see if my suspicion is correct here. Sadly, it is. So Nevada has few protections. After Roe in Nevada, abortion will still be legal in most circumstances. The right to an I should really say the right, the right to an abortion before 24 weeks was established by law in 1973. So the same year as Roe, and affirmed by ballot initiative. But if you've been watching for a few minutes, you were on here when our friend Jason McGuire in New York came on, and he talked with us about the state of the state in New York, which is actually not that dissimilar. New York does not have a pro-life status right now. In fact, it's a very anti-life status. And Jason is just doing some incredible work up there to combat that. But he reminded us that where we're at right now is not a place we could have imagined being a few years ago. Things can change. And the way that things change is when you get involved and when you're acting to make a difference. And so I feel encouraged, feel empowered by that, that just because you may be in a state like New York, Nevada, California right now, that isn't protecting life right now, that doesn't mean it will never change. And in fact, you might be the reason that it finally changes. And Autumn, do you want to share a little bit with people about the quiz that we just launched today?
Absolutely. Yes. For those who are watching, if you've been with us from the beginning, you heard this plug earlier and you all were the first to take the quiz. If you're just now joining, we want to tell you about a pro-life quiz that gives you your personal pro-life profile that we launched literally just this morning, right around the time that the decision came out to overturn Roe versus Wade. So be the first to take it on this big and exciting day. It's at afterroe.com. So on that website, you'll find a quiz. Please take the quiz. And what this quiz does is it connects you with what's going on in your state when it comes to abortion laws. So you'll learn what your state's law on abortion is and what the next priorities for your state will be, and connecting you with local leaders. So it's very personalized to where you're from. Then it will also help you connect with other ways to get involved in the pro-life movement, depending on what your likes and interests are, or what your role is, or maybe your profession is. And then it will also give you your own sort of personal pro-life personality test to help you understand where you can fit and plug into the pro-life movement. So it's really fun. Our team in setting it up has been taking the quiz over and over and over again. So we've kind of got our profiles, but we'd love for you all to join us. It's a great way to get involved, get connected, learn more. So it's just at afterroe.com, and then you'll be able to find the quiz and take it there and get your personalized pro-life profile directly with your name on it and sent to your own email so that you could see your own profile, as well as we've got some good social media images to share on there. So you can pick in the quiz which one you like the best, and then that will get sent to you so you can share it on your social media channels, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, whatever social media channel you want to put it on. You can put your favorite pro-life graphic so that we can all join together today in this big day where Roe versus Wade has been overturned, sharing the pro-life message across all of social media, just spreading the word, because Meridian, as you well know, there have been so many attacks on pro-life organizations, including our own ally, Wisconsin Family Council, Wisconsin Family Action, just really horrible things. The abortion side of this promising riots and rage in the streets and things like that. And so for us, because we celebrate life, we cherish life, we want to show that we are the side that values every single human life from conception to natural death. So please help us spread the news about the value of life and the overturn of Roe versus Wade being such a positive thing today. We need you to raise your voice and invite you to be a part of that.
Well, and a couple of things there. First, I'm glad you said that, Autumn. If you're watching this right now, if you've been watching this with us, please like, share, comment. The reality is right now that on social media, the social media giants don't like pro-life content, and I can only imagine that's going to be worse today. So when we post organically, they want to silence us. So please share this. That's the only way this message will get out there. Right now, there are a lot of people who are probably confused about what Roe v. Wade does, are fearful right now. I think someone earlier asked, well, does this mean that women are going to now be criminalized? No, overturning Roe doesn't mean that. There's a lot of misconception. A lot of people like you who are watching who just want to know what can I do? What does this mean? So please share this, because that's the way we're going to get this message out there. So if you can hit the share button on whatever platform you're watching this on. But now the other thing I want to do is I'm smiling because you all don't know this and Autumn doesn't know this, but I'm going to put her on the spot and I'm going to make her take this personal pro-life profile, and we're going to see what Autumn's pro-life profile is. on the screen. So I've got it up here. Okay, Autumn.
All right. So it won't be so very personal. Mine will be very public.
Yours will be very public. Yes, this is Autumn's public pro-life profile.
That's great.
All right, Autumn, where do you live? Tell the masses.
Yes. So I'm in Colorado, where Family Policy Alliance is headquartered.
Okay, she's in Colorado. Continue. Which of these is your favorite way to live out being pro-life? And I'll zoom in because I know it's maybe hard to see the way I've got it right now. And we've got the fine print here. We know you all want to choose all of these because you're saying, I want to offer practical help. I want to put pro-life messages in my home. I want to do all the things. But Autumn, you have to choose one for us today.
Okay, I'll pick the second one for today, sharing pro-life messages on social media. And I'm obviously wearing our After Roe shirt, so it seems to fit.
You are, yes. Wait. Show that again for everyone to see. After Roe, you can go to afterroe.com. There it is. You click on the store and you can actually see all of that merchandise. Okay, so we're gonna go back to this. This is the personal pro-life profile, and you can find out ways that you can be involved in the pro-life movement. Autumn, are you a student?
No.
Medical professional?
Definitely no.
Creative professional? You have some creativity, I think.
Maybe. That might not be the best fit, though.
Public policy professional. I feel like that's the one.
That's the winner. That's the winner.
Public policy professional. You're not pregnant unless you haven't told me something.
I have a 5-month-old, so if I am, then that will be news to me as well.
Okay. All right, I'm in the know, people. I know what's going on. Okay, I want to learn more about
voting for pro-life candidates.
Voting for pro-life candidates. Okay. What is most important to you after Roe? Which, by the way, people, we're in an after Roe world right now. Can we just take a moment and say Roe v. Wade was overturned today? If you are excited about that, please like this, share this, comment. Roe v. Wade was overturned today. What an exciting moment. But Autumn, what are your top priorities?
So momentous. Well, I'm trying to look in close here. I will say spread into the other states because, as our guests from New York and California said earlier, it's going to be a big push in states that are more blue, far left leaning, to try to draw women in from pro-life states to come have abortions in their blue states. And that's going to be a major problem. So that's the one I would pick.
That's right. If you all are interested in this quiz, we've got the link in the chat. So just click there and you'll be able to take the same quiz that Autumn is taking right now. I love this one. So we have some beautiful, beautiful social media images here. I've got 4 of them. Any of these speaking to you today, Autumn?
Ooh, I like that very first one. That's our main After Roe graphic. That's always been my favorite.
Me too. We had signs like that at the rally, and I'm going to take this off the screen so that I don't, put Autumn's email in there. Now, I suppose, Autumn, I could put in a fake email, and we can just sort of let someone know about the pro-life movement. But I think we'll do. We'll do the real thing.
Exactly.
We're not startling a stranger. Okay. So I've entered her email address. Let's see what her personal pro-life profile is. And by the way, this has all been emailed to Autumn now too, so that she has it. Colorado is a state with very few pro-life protections. There's information there about how she can get involved in her state in Colorado. You are a promoter. That is your pro-life personality. You are a promoter. You're someone who likes, and I think that's right. I think that really fits
that makes sense. Since we're on this video chatting with all of you viewers and who are watching and joining us, we'll be on all day. We are definitely promoting the pro-life message, so please stay with us.
If you like wearing pro-life merchandise, stay tuned. We're going to talk about that in a second, but let us know in the comments what your favorite kind of pro-life merchandise is. Is there a special message you like, or is there a favorite t-shirt you own? Or maybe you want to, if you're wearing it right now in celebration, you can put a selfie in and use #AfterRoe. So Autumn's a public policy professional. We have a bunch of recommendations for what she can do there. Of course, she's already engaged here in her role at Family Policy Alliance. Details about how she can be involved in voting, and this image that was emailed to her so that she can share it on social media. So a lot of really, really great, fun resources there, Autumn. But I do want to, oops, there you are. I do want to talk about our merchandise because I'm so excited about this, people. So I'll show you the After Roe store here in a second. But Autumn, do you want to share with people the origin of us deciding to have After Roe merchandise?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a lot of different requests coming in, and we knew that the March for Life was coming up. We are proud to work with our friends at March for Life, headed up by a wonderful woman named Jeannie Mancini. We have so enjoyed working with them. Obviously, they're doing great work. You know them most for the big March for Life that happens in Washington, D.C. every January. And so as we were coming up with this big After Roe project to help all of you, to help political leaders, pro-life policymakers get connected with the pro-life movement and understand what happens once Roe versus Wade is overturned. That project is now live. It's at afterroe.com. So the After Roe campaign. So what we did was we realized that we would need to have some After Roe merchandise available, and folks were asking for it. So the first thing we came up with was beanies. And so a lot of folks were wearing, they were very, very popular at the very cold March for Life in DC in January. They were wearing After Roe beanies. Everybody looked great. They had After Roe signs, Meridians. Oh, there's the beanie. Perfect.
Yes, there's the beanie. That's the red one. We've got a bunch of other colors though.
And now that we're in summer, maybe you don't want a beanie anymore. So we do have baseball caps. We've got the t-shirts. And then like Meridian said, I've got 2 little ones at home. So I have a toddler shirt and then a little baby onesie to share the pro-life message. Maybe Meridian, if you can show the little kid.
The little baby beanie. This is so cute. And how amazing to be able to show your baby wearing it. Like your baby is living After Roe. I think that's really neat. That's really neat.
That's exactly right. We said earlier, my girls, for all of you who have kids out there, they get to grow up in a nation without the shadow of Roe versus Wade hanging over them, telling them that there's a constitutional right for an abortion industry to take the lives of the youngest among us. They don't have to grow up with that. Now, the fight for life will continue in other ways, but they don't have to grow up in a nation where we've said that there's some sort of invented constitutional right to abortion. That's huge. So yes, baby onesie. There's also some water tumblers and things too. So please check it out. You can see that merchandise at afterroe.com. That's what Meridian's showing you right now.
Oops, got wrong screen up here. Yes. So this is our this is our After Roe merchandise. I've got one of the hats. I've got 2 of the hats. I've got the baseball hat and the beanie. I've got to put those on later here. But our next guest is going to be joining us in just a few minutes. But before they come on here, I want to ask everyone, what questions do you have for us? I mean, this is, I've been expecting this. Now the last few months, especially since the leak, I've been expecting that this is what's going to happen. And I was still shocked. What questions do you have? And what are you wondering? What are you wondering about the end of Roe v. Wade? And then the other thing I want to ask you is, what state are you in? And I know we have a couple states we actually still haven't gotten to that folks have commented. One is South Dakota. So I'm going to go there now. We can see what the state is in South Dakota. I think of South Dakota as being a pretty pro-life state. So let's find out together. Oh, it is. Okay. South Dakota has many protections, which, by the way, if you guys go to afterroe.com, /states, you can actually see this. You can see this whole map, and you can see whether you have many, some, few protections in your state. And then you click in your state. Great map here. And there's Norman Woods. He leads the Family Policy Council, Family Heritage Alliance in South Dakota. Great organization. Norman's a great person to get to know and doing some really amazing work. After Roe, abortion will be illegal in most circumstances. And it has a trigger law, which if you've been with us now for a few minutes, you heard Autumn saying that there's a difference between a trigger law and a pre-Roe abortion ban. So Maybe you can explain that again, Autumn. I know we've had some people have changed who's on here, so share that for those who are new to the stream.
Absolutely. I'd love to recap. So what we were talking about first was trigger laws. These are laws that state legislatures passed in anticipation of today, in anticipation of Roe versus Wade being overturned. Well, now we're here, and hopefully with the ending of Roe, those states can put those trigger laws into effect, and they ban abortions, or nearly all abortions, in the state. And again, it's called a trigger law because the trigger for them going into effect was Roe versus Wade being overturned. So now we certainly hope that they will do that. We've heard earlier, the breaking news was that the states of Texas and Missouri are already going through the steps to make that happen, to make those trigger laws actually take effect in their states. So major shout out to Texas and Missouri. I know we've got friends with Texas Values headed up by Jonathan Saenz out in Texas, who have been a major part of the pro-life work that's happened there, including the heartbeat law that was passed there, protecting babies from the moment that they have a beating heart. So great work in those states. Now, the difference between a trigger law and then what Meridian mentioned, a pre-Roe law, that means a law that was already on the books in states before the Roe versus Wade decision came down in 1973. So these are laws that have been on the books for decades, and they ban abortions, or nearly all abortions, in the state. But once Roe versus Wade happened, and the court invented a constitutional right from the penumbras of the Constitution, which we now know is wrong and have always known is wrong and has been overturned by the court. Those laws are still on the books of the state. Their state legislatures never overturned them. And so now with Roe versus Wade gone, the hope is that those states will actually be able to go back to those original laws that banned abortions, and they will be pro-life states. So obviously, we talked with Alliance Defending Freedom earlier. There's some legal things that have to happen to make sure that those laws, those trigger laws, or those pre-Roe laws can go into effect. And we know that there will be challenges to both of those kinds of laws from the abortion lobby. But those are great laws that are already on the books in a lot of states already. I think it's like 13 states have trigger laws.
Right. Yeah, that's great. Well, and we have our next guest in here who I'm really excited, is my colleague and friend, Nicole Hutchins. I was just on the phone with you, Nicole, I think minutes after the news broke. And yes. I know you called me and you just said, I'm crying. Can you just share like where you were when this happened and what your reaction was?
I'm honestly still in a state of shock just because of the fact that this has happened, that Roe versus Wade is actually overturned now, and just so thankful. I was standing right outside the Supreme Court and was looking at SCOTUS blog, refreshing constantly, like many people were. There were so many people in front of the court, pro-life and pro-abortion, but was refreshing. And when I saw the holding, I just was in shock, and so thankful. And the other thing too that was just so special is that my mom was here, and we have been praying for the ending of Roe versus Wade, as I'm sure many who are watching have for decades. And we've all been praying. You know, the pro-life movement has been praying for decades, and I've been praying for years. And just to know that it's here, it's finally here. But I think what's so important is that, you know, this is the starting gun. The other thing I will say is that I was shocked to see dancing in front of the Supreme Court. There were so many young people dancing. They were having literally a dance party in front of the Supreme Court. And for so many times where you've gone and, you know, and prayed in front of the Supreme Court for the ending of abortion, now we're truly dancing. It was just so beautiful.
That's amazing, Nicole. And I see that our illustrious CEO and president, Craig DeRoche, is with us. Craig, can you hear us? I think it got you muted. Let's see if we can. Welcome, Craig. Oh, you can't. Audio isn't on yet. We'll bring him back on. We'll bring him back on in just a second here. Nicole, actually, can you talk a little bit about the work you've been doing in the pro-life movement? I know it's been really varied, but I'd love for you to just share about that and what you've been in the last few years.
Thank you. That's really kind. So, oh goodness, I think the pro-life issue was the first issue that I was really aware of in the the political and policy arena. And so I remember being a young girl standing outside. I believe actually it was like a drive-by thing that our church did, holding up signs, calling for people to be pro-life and to stand for the unborn. And then as I got older, became a part of prayer movements that were praying for the ending of abortion, would pray in front of the United States Supreme Court, would go to meetings at my church. And then I had the privilege of working for a pro-life congressman, Congressman John Fleming, and then worked in Texas at Texas Values, our family policy council, with Jonathan Saenz and his team. And there were times where I would testify in front of the state legislature, especially when we were doing Born Alive bills, SB 22, which was a bill that stopped funding towards abortion, and a number of other pro-life bills that were passed through the state of Texas. Worked for the Trump administration, protecting life, and now love working with Family Policy Alliance and with our amazing CEO, Craig DeRoche, who I'm so glad is with us today. Now with and I
looks like Craig is having some audio issues right now. I'm gonna actually bring Autumn back in here. But Nicole, what is next? What are the very next, like, tomorrow things that the pro-life movement is already doing? I know you're in a lot of conversations with leaders in the movement. What's tomorrow we're going to start working on?
Well, I think tomorrow we're going to be helping with our family policy councils, who are going to be boots on the ground, who are going to be advancing pro-life issues. We also see at the federal level, the Department of Justice is now talking about chemical abortion and trying to stop states from banning chemical abortion. That was just released from the Department of Justice, I think maybe an hour ago. So unfortunately, the left is going to be pushing hard. So we're going to be fighting both at the federal and the state level. And then I think what's important too is that we remember these policy fights are absolutely critical, and we are going to be right in the middle of them. But there's also amazing opportunities for us to be involved, even with our churches, in helping loving people who have gone through abortions, who have considered abortions, and who are healing as this decision has gone out, and certainly working with our crisis pregnancy centers. Unfortunately, with the overturning of Roe, this is not the end of abortion. There's actually a lot of work to do. This is actually the starting point where we can fight at the state level and at the federal level. Lots of work to still be done.
Well, I'm hoping you can hear me now.
We can hear you now, Craig. It's great to have you.
It was a long way to Rhode Island. I flew from Detroit to Atlanta to get to Providence, Rhode Island, which, for those of you out there in our audience that know things about Rhode Island and a lot of our colonial states, the original 13, it's an area where a lot of the work has to begin in earnest now. There was just a lot of this activity built up on the idea that abortion was protected in the Constitution. And a lot of these Eastern states did codify that in their laws. And so it's very fortuitous that I got here today, but I'm sorry that it's taken me a minute. And in fact, I just wanted to say hi. I'm going to do a press interview at 2, and I see that my video seems to still be skipping a little bit. So I'm going to work on that before I come back in, but I wanted to say hi.
Well, it's great to have you. We're glad you're here.
We're all so excited, and I've seen a few people joining us just even in the last few minutes. So I don't need to catch you up that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. If you're here, you live in America, now that Roe v. Wade.
Everyone in the airplane's watching it. Everybody was actually both airplanes. They were all watching it. It's fun to see how America works right now. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and I was looking to see where people were. There weren't very many channel changers. I did so. I wanted to hear it through the lens of these different news shows that cater to different people's ideologies and hear what they have to say. And, to be honest with you, I was really taken when I was watching the MSNBC feed on the airplane that they were really focusing on the words coming out of the White House, but I believe it was actually in writing from the Department of Justice saying the people this hits the hardest are people of color, African-American families, people of color, and the poor. And read a different way, what they're saying is we're trying to prevent people of color and poor people from reproducing. We would like to exterminate them from our culture. I mean, there's no other way to say how they're approaching this, but to their audience, that's not what they hear. They hear, wow, we're really doing these people a favor. We're helping them save money on their grocery bills. You know, they'll save money on gas because they won't have to drive their kids back and forth to soccer games and things like that. It's a really dark time for America still, where you go through 49 years of this and people still can't immediately recognize that we're talking about a person. You know, we're right back for me where we were in the 1960s, where African Americans in Alabama and Mississippi and other places had to hold up signs saying, "I am a man," you know, just to help make it clear what we were talking about or what they were talking about.
Yeah.
It is, I'm a person, right? And a person who's yet to be born can't. But with the miracle of modern technology, we can see what they're doing. They're sucking their thumb, they're waving to mom, you know, they're scratching behind their ears, they're kicking their legs out, and they're a person, not a fetus or a baby. And you know, I think the ruling today leaves us a nation divided. I think we've got a long way to go until people start to recognize this is a person. So what size hopes and dreams would that person have? Whether you think a fetus or a baby, would they be bigger or smaller than yours or your children or your neighbors? And you know, what I found in my work in ministry, whether it was in prison or other places, is everyone has the same size hopes and dreams. And this ruling allows those hopes and dreams, those lives, to be extinguished in states legally. But we're praying that that's only a matter of time. And that's why this is the beginning, not the end. And for those of you that are listening right now, that's what the message that you need to share with folks. Family Policy Alliance has the infrastructure. It's not ours. It's we host it with these family policy council state organizations. Now is the time to be calling them up, looking them up on the internet, getting behind them and supporting them as they move in and mobilize the church, the body of Christ, in these elections. The president wasn't afraid to say that when he talked, that the voters need to talk about this. They need to factor this into their vote. I think that's the right way to say it. Factor it in your vote. And for those of us that are pro-life, we need to, it's not just a theory anymore. We have to mobilize and we have to be out there in numbers that nobody's ever seen in America and protect innocent life.
That's right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. And Craig, I just saw our next guest is joining us in here. Hello, Scalise.
Hi, how are you doing?
Wonderful. It's great to have you in here. Boy, where were you today? What was your reaction? And by the way, can you tell our audience a little bit about yourself while you're at it?
Well, my name is Scalise Dean. I'm one of the governmental affairs assistants, and I also coordinate projects for Arkansas Family Council. And we'd actually just finished our morning staff and devotional, and was watching and refreshing and got the news. Immediately, feelings of joy and mixed feelings, actually, because I cried a few tears for the tens of millions of women who have experienced such a harmful and traumatic procedure, and so many lives have been lost. But I'm also so joyful for the women who will never have to experience that trauma from this day forward. So I'm so excited. Arkansas is in such a wonderful place after this decision.
Yeah, and you all have been doing really incredible work. I think last year we recognized you for just the work that you had done to advance the pro-life movement. I'd love for you to maybe share a little bit about what some of that has been. We've talked with folks earlier. We were talking with Jason McGuire in New York, and that's a very different situation in his state. There they got a long way to go to protect life. And you're in Arkansas, where there's still more work to be done, but you all have done a lot. So I'd love for you to talk about that a little bit.
Yes, I'm so appreciative of our pro-life legislature, our pro-life governor, and I'm so thankful for Jerry Cox, our president and executive director, who has been working since 1989 through Family Council. But we are set up in a really good position right now. Arkansas already has had on the books for a while Amendment 68, which says in the Arkansas Constitution that Arkansas will protect the life of every unborn child as much as the federal Constitution allows. The Arkansas legislature also passed in 2019 a law that makes abortion illegal, except in the case to save the mother's life. And that was put in place if Roe versus Wade is reversed. So we are set because of that decision that Arkansas is set where abortion will be mostly illegal. We also have a law that was passed in 2021 that says that abortion would be prohibited except to save the life of the mother. But that law is tied up in federal court right now. But because of this ruling, it could be enforced very soon. So we are in a great place. Arkansas, actually, our legislature just voted this January to appropriate $1 million in funding to pregnancy help organizations in Arkansas. Wow. That funding is only for 1 year, but that's something that we definitely look forward to creating a streaming fund for pregnancy help organizations here in Arkansas.
And so many more states and organizations need to be doing that. That is going to be the lifeline, quite literally,
yes.
in many states, and not just to certainly to help women, and then also to literally save children,
yes.
To literally save lives. Can you talk a little bit about what is the Pregnancy Resource Center scene look like in Arkansas right now, and how are you all involved with that?
Well, we've been working with pregnancy resource centers for years, helping to bring awareness. And actually, there's the Our Future Foundation, AR Future Foundation, that I'm executive director of, and our sole purpose is to create funding streams, bring in resources and funding for pregnancy help organizations. And in Arkansas, we are set up so well. We've got over 60, I think there's 61 pregnancy help organizations, which includes over 40 pregnancy resource centers and different adoption agencies, maternity homes that are helping young women in their respective communities. Arkansas is a really diverse state. We have very rural areas. We have our metropolis areas. And then we have our Delta. They all have their own unique circumstances and situations. And these women who have these ministries, is what I call them, are uniquely called to help the women in their communities.
Yes. And so I think we have a lot of viewers from all over the country. We've been seeing people from Michigan. I think we had several from the East Coast. We have one from Nevada. They're all over the country. How can they be helpful to pregnancy resource centers in their area? What kinds of help do these resource centers need?
The biggest need that pregnancy help organizations need is funding. They have to have money to have the buildings, run those buildings, have staff come in, provide the resources they need, like diapers, wipes, formula. That's the biggest need that they have, is funding. Then there's the resources. You can always donate. They need volunteers to come in and help with speaking with the young ladies that and young men that come in. That's another thing that they need. Not only do they need women volunteers, but they need godly men to come in and come alongside those young men who are part of this pregnancy and this family as well. So definitely funds, volunteer resources that they can give to the young women, and your skills.
Yeah.
So those are some things that they can do to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I'm wondering, maybe even then taking a step further back, looking at Arkansas, I think it'd be easy. I can imagine it'd be easy to sit in Arkansas and say, great, we have lots of pro-life laws. There's a big pregnancy resource center system. We're good. I can check out now. There's no pro-life work I need to do. How would you respond to that and encourage people to stay involved?
I would say this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. In Arkansas, we just got our abortion numbers back, and there were over 3,000 women who had abortions in Arkansas that were recorded. Now that abortion will be mostly illegal in Arkansas, those women will need support. And if you're part of a church, a civic group, there are so many different ways that you can reach out, even in your own respective community. And I'll just say something from my own heart, that abortion has negatively affected the Black community in a unique way. We are well overrepresented when it comes to abortion. I believe here in Arkansas, Black women only make up 13% of the population, but over half of the abortions are done on Black women. And it's a scourge to our community. So I would say, if you are a civic leader, if you are a faith-based organization, a faith leader, a church, there's so many ways for you to step in to help these young women. And I think an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I think so much more emphasis needs to be brought to what do we do to prevent these unplanned pregnancies? How do we help these young women and young men make good choices and avoid risk? So I think there needs to be programs that go into the schools and teach risk avoidance, how to make good decisions, and how to just improve life all around.
And y'all have been involved in some of that kind of work in Arkansas too, I think. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Yes. I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Well, one thing I know, Planned Parenthood has been in the public schools for quite some years, and they've infiltrated into sex education classes, family sciences, and one thing that we've done here in Arkansas is we've made it illegal for the state to partner or to what's the word I'm looking for? Contract with anyone that's associated with Planned Parenthood or an abortion provider. Actually, not just Planned Parenthood, but an abortion provider. So that's one thing that we've done. And we've just tried to make it as easy as possible for there to be local control and opportunities for risk avoidance to be taught instead of the other types of sex education that are infiltrating our schools.
Absolutely. So, I know we have a guest coming on here in just a minute, but I want to wrap up and ask you. We're here at this historic moment where Roe v. Wade has been overturned. We have a national audience listening. What do you want to share with them? What's kind of your word of encouragement or exhortation, whatever word you would have for our audience?
I would say this is like you said, it's a historic time for such a time as this. And I would say, search your heart for what your part can be in helping to come alongside these young women and men who find themselves in a situation that is not ideal. It's about reaching hearts and minds to create a culture of life that starts in the heart. So I think it's so important for us to have that culture of life in ourselves and to do whatever we can to share that and spread that culture of life in our respective communities and our spheres of influence. So I would say, search your heart, ask God what part you can play, and be bold and go for it and do it.
Amen. Lots of prayer to be had. Which, by the way, to our audience, if you're watching this, I'd love to hear from you. And I see a couple of you are actually doing this already. But what is your prayer for our nation? And what in this really historic moment, what is your prayer for Thanksgiving? For praying for children, for moms? We'd love to hear that. But thank you so much, Charisse, for joining us. Again, this is Charisse from Arkansas Family Council. They are just doing amazing work. Be sure to connect with them. You can find them by going to familypolicyalliance.com, and you can click on allies. Or you can go to afterroe.com, click on Arkansas. Same thing if you're in any state. You just click on your state and you'll be able to find amazing Family Policy Council to connect with there. So thanks so much, Charisse. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Well, and I'm going to turn things over here to my colleague, Nicole, to introduce our next guest.
Thanks, everyone, so much for tuning in. I am honored to introduce actually my Congressman Mike Johnson from the great state of Louisiana. Congressman Johnson, we're so excited to have you on this very historic day. You've been a champion for the pro-life movement for years, and I mean, since I can remember when I was in high school. So you've done wonderful work. Tell us your first reaction when you heard the news and where you think we are moving forward.
Thanks, Nicole. It's so good to see you. We are overjoyed. It's hard to put into words what today means. In fact, I'm here on Capitol Hill, been on the floor today, been doing interviews from England all the way to home in the States. And it's just surreal. You know, we prayed for this day for a long time. As you mentioned, I've been working in this arena my entire adult life. I mean, for 20 years before I got elected to Congress back in 2016, I was in the federal courts litigating cases to defend the sanctity of human life and defending our pro-life statutes that were being passed in the states. And so it took almost a half century for us to have a court that would finally acknowledge the obvious truth that there is no constitutional right to abortion in the federal Constitution. It never was there. And today that's been declared decisively, and we could not be happier.
Yes, I was thankful to be outside the court today when the news was announced. But as you said, this has been years and years leading up to this moment. You know, in the state of Louisiana, we know that we've got some good news, what's happening on the abortion issue, but we'd love to hear more about the work you're doing at the federal level and what you've done on this issue, because we know there will be two fronts coming, but we'd love to hear more from you on that.
Yeah, you know, Nicole, this battle is not over. It just, the battleground shifts, of course, to the states. Now, there'll be more to do and more to debate and more to advance here in Congress, but the vast majority of this work is going to be done, at the state level. And so Louisiana is a good example of that. We have been working in this arena, my entire adult life. I mean, there were efforts that began before Roe was actually handed down in 1973 in Louisiana. The Louisiana Right to Life chapter was formed and began work, and they've been doing that work. The Right to Life Federation in Louisiana has been working hard all these years. Our crisis pregnancy centers around the state have been working hard all these years, and pro-life advocates have been in the trenches. And so that had the desired effect. In Louisiana, we have trigger law. We have a constitutional amendment that was passed just 2 years ago. We become a pro-life state. And as you know, a number of other states, I think there are 9 states with trigger laws. There's a number of others who now will revert to the law prior to Roe, which means they'll be pro-life states. But there's a number of states elsewhere in the country that are going completely to the other extreme, as you know, as frightening as that is. And so there is a lot of debate to be had. I think what we need to do right now is stand to have an answer. That's what Scripture calls us to do, to be prepared in every season and all times to have an answer for the hope that we have. And we are very hopeful people. But I think our challenge right now is to speak with clarity and consistency and conviction like we've never had before. We can celebrate today, but the work is not over. And so we have to encourage people. We have to stand for women and help support them, especially those who have crisis pregnancy situations and the rest. We have to amp up our efforts for adoption and foster families and all those other efforts. But at the same time, we have to advance the idea of the sanctity of life. And I'll just say this, and I'll pitch back to you. But I was doing an interview, many of the interviews we've done since this was handed down a few hours ago now. I was talking to the BBC. And Gloria Allred was on right before me. And, they're in England. They have a totally different worldview than we do on all these issues. And Gloria Allred went on and on. She's a radical liberal activist. They want abortion on demand like the Democrats in Congress do, all the way up to the moment of birth. They want taxpayers to pay for it. I mean, it's a gruesome thing. And then they pitched to me. And they said, help us understand, what is this ideology? Why is life, why do you support the unborn so much? And I told the interviewer, who is British, I said, listen, this is essential to who we are as Americans. You understand, in our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, we declared that it is a self-evident truth that all people are made by God and that he is the one that gives them their inalienable rights. And it begins, of course, most logically, with the right to life. I said, this is in the DNA of America. This is who we are as a people. And today we reaffirm that. And you cannot overstate the importance of it.
That's amazing. I think that's such a great answer to why we're standing for what we're standing for. And, just one more quick question. I know you've got votes, so many things happening today, but would love to hear a little bit more about why this issue is so important to you personally.
Yeah, well, you know my personal story. I was the result of a teen pregnancy, unplanned. My mom and dad were high school sweethearts, and I was conceived their junior year of high school. And so they decided, thankfully, to drop out. I was born in 1972, January of 72, exactly 1 year before Roe. But abortions were available, of course. And, some people try to convince them to take care of that problem. Well, that was the problem. Thankfully, they chose life. And it's a happy ending. I'm the oldest of 4 children, and we had a great family and all that. My parents were devoted to their faith and to their kids. And I'm really grateful that my mom chose life, And so this is personal to me. I mean, my mom was 17 when I was born. I'm in the United States Congress now, so every single human life, it has inestimable dignity and value, because as the Declaration affirms, we're all made in God's image, and Scripture is clear. He knows us before we are formed in our mother's womb. And it's an important thing for us as a people, as a nation, to defend the most defenseless, to extend and respect the rights of the unborn human beings, just as we do everyone else. And, in recent days in hearings on Capitol Hill, we've had advocates for abortion come in here and just testify to some of the most outrageous things. They refuse to acknowledge that the unborn child is a human. I mean, they brought in abortion doctors who just deny the medical reality of that, the biological reality of that. We had people in some of the clips that gone viral from our Judiciary Committee hearings. We're quizzing these providers, and they can make no distinction between, they will suggest that the murder of a 10-year-old child is wrong and should be unlawful, and a 2-year-old child. But when we say, what's the difference between the child that's 1 week old or 1 hour old and a child that's 8 inches up the birth canal, what's the principal distinction? And they have no answer to that, So the logic is on our side, the truth is on our side, and so is medical technology. And we ought to be bold about it right now, to share the truth, do it in love, to reach out a renewed hand of compassion, but to stand boldly for that truth, because now many, many more lives will be saved.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that story. We're so thankful that your mother chose life and raised someone who is truly fighting for the lives of others, so many others. And so thank you for all you've done, Congressman Johnson. You've been an amazing leader in the House Judiciary Committee, as you said, bringing out the truth of what life truly is. So thank you for all your hard work on the Hill and that you've done for the pro-life movement. It's been an honor to have you today.
Thank you. Good to talk with you.
You too.
Well, and I'm going to jump in here. I know that both Nicole and Congressman Johnson need to run. And thank you both so much for tuning in from DC. I know things are chaotic there right now. So definitely if you're watching this, say a prayer for folks who are in DC. But I'm excited to introduce our next guest, which is Ryan McCann from Indiana. I'm going to bring him on here. Hi, Ryan.
Hey there. How are we doing?
I'm doing well. How about you? How did you react to the news? Where were you? I've got to hear all of this.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Well, like so many, I was just working away and got the news and shed some tears, I think, like some others, to have worked on this issue so long and to see such a great result. So, yeah, absolutely. Was just shocked. And as much as the leaked decision sort of gave us some breadcrumbs to what might happen, it's just amazing to think after nearly 50 years that Roe versus Wade is overturned and this issue has been turned back to the states. It's just a phenomenal thing. It's historic.
Oh, it is. I was saying on this live stream earlier that, I've been looking forward to this moment, especially since the leak have been hoping and anticipating that it would happen. But when it actually happened, it was just a really profound feeling that this is actually where we're at, that Roe v. Wade has actually been overturned. But like you said, that means it goes back. The issue really has now gone back to the states. And of course, you're very actively involved there in Indiana. You're a leader. I'd love for you to share with people about your organization and about what you're doing to protect life there.
Sure. I'm the executive director of the Indiana Family Institute, and we're an affiliate connected with Family Policy Alliance here in the state of Indiana, and very, very proud of that and our partnership with our colleagues around the country. And we're just so thankful to have a network of pro-life, pro-family organizations around the country doing this work and standing up for faith, family, and freedom. And so here in Indiana, we are a pro-life state, and we've been able to pass many different laws over the course of my career at IFI. I think we're at nearly 20 laws on the pro-life side that we've been able to pass in Indiana. And so in Indiana, we protect mothers and unborn babies 20 weeks of gestation forward. And so we still have a lot of work to do. Obviously, the Dobbs decision was 15 weeks, and we would have loved to get it back there, but now we could get it all the way back to conception. And so that would be our goal here in Indiana, to do away with abortion here in the state of Indiana and no longer have any abortion clinics in the state, which would be just absolutely phenomenal. And so, yeah, our goal is to just protect women and the unborn here in Indiana. We've seen, and I've heard personally, speaking on this issue around the state for many years, stories of women who've really had difficult situations being in contact and participating in the services for abortion clinics, and just some horror stories, some just terrible things that these women have had to go through in Indiana, and should have never happened. If not for Roe, we would have been able to, deal with those issues. But Roe has just made it impossible in some ways to regulate and really take out the bad actors who are creating so many problems in so many states. And so it's really exciting to see Roe go by the wayside and be able to protect these vulnerable women and kids, and also husbands and men that are involved as well, and having to be a part of this.
Well, and speaking of that, I would love for you to share what this moment means to you as a dad, as a husband, and just share that perspective. We've had a lot of women sharing their perspective as moms, but I'd love to hear from you as a dad.
Sure, absolutely. Well, I'm a father of 5, and one of those is the apple of my eye, a girl. And, I'm obviously married to my wife, and I'm a son and a brother and an uncle of a niece. And so a lot of women in my family and females that I care about. And so, my thought is just that in the state of Indiana, and really throughout the country, women and men, but particularly women in this situation, should be able to go to any healthcare provider and expect to be protected and to be served, and to have that provider have their best interest at heart. And we've seen that with the abortion industry in Indiana, but that's just not been the case. There's been lots of situations where women have gone into abortion facilities that are unclean, that are not abiding by basic health code violations. When I started at IFI, there are very little regulations at all on the abortion industry. They did not have to have hallways that were wide enough to get a gurney down in case something would happen. They had no ability to deal with serious medical issues and complications that might arise. We had a doctor in the Fort Wayne area named Ulrich Klopfer, who's now passed away, but who had done thousands and thousands and thousands of abortions in Indiana and harmed many women, and actually kept thousands of babies as trophies. He was really a serial killer to the level of Kermit Gosnell. And so that, as a father and as a husband and a son and an uncle, and so many relationships I have with the women in my life, I'm just thankful that there is very possible in the future in Indiana that these supposed healthcare providers who are not really providing healthcare and are actually harming women and putting women in dangerous situations and creating situations for them, even if they're not dangerous, that they will regret and would bring emotional and mental turmoil in their life, really for the rest of their lives. I'm just glad to see that go by the wayside. Like I said, I speak on this issue frequently around the state, and I have so many women come up to me afterwards and say, I had an abortion. I went to a Planned Parenthood facility, and here's my story, and just horror stories of things that have happened to them during that process and then afterward that has just stuck with them their entire life. And that's sad, and that shouldn't happen in America.
No, it shouldn't. And I think of some of the videos that our friends at Live Action have put out over the years, just revealing just some of the terrible things that, like you said, happen in these abortion clinics. I mean, the obvious and the worst of all, taking a human life, but then the manner in which they do it too. Just so inhumane and concerning. But maybe on a more positive note, I'd love to know what encouragement do you have for people? We've got people all over the country. By the way, if you're in Indiana, give us a shout out here in the comments, or whatever state you're in. Let us know too, so we can know where everyone's joining from. But Ryan, I would love to know what encouragement do you have for pro-lifers going forward? What should they be thinking about? What should they be doing in the days, weeks, months, years to come?
Sure. Well, we have a great opportunity, but it's just that, an opportunity. It's not a guarantee. The terrible decision of Roe versus Wade is behind us. It's been thrown on the ash heap of history, which I think is a very good thing in a lot of ways, not only just for the abortion issue, but legally and for the rule of law and so many things in this country. But particularly on the issue of abortion and for pro-life folks in Indiana and around the country, it's a real opportunity for us to show compassion and love to women and men in crisis, and to be able to also protect the unborn in ways that we never could have before. 63 million aborted babies that we've had to endure as this country, in this country. And so we have a real opportunity to serve women. In the state of Indiana, we have over 100 crisis pregnancy centers. And really, when you look at a lot of other partners and things they have to provide diapers and all sorts of things to women, you're talking hundreds of facilities. And then beyond that, lots of other services in the state of Indiana to help women both through pregnancy and after, as they're trying to raise a child and have the services and help they need from the community, both at the government level and just privately through mostly Christian-run organizations that are funded by just individual supporters throughout the state that care about women, that care about women in crisis and want to help them to not only choose life, but to be able to help them throughout the process of parenthood or adoption or whatever choice they would take, and go alongside them and love them well and give them the resources and the love and the care that they need to be successful. And so I think that's really going to be important. In Indiana, we have between 7,000 and 8,000 abortions every year happen in this state. There will be some likely that would go to Illinois, as Illinois will very likely not only keep abortion, but probably expand it in that state. But there will be thousands of women here in Indiana who will need our help. And it'll really be the role of the church and all these organizations who are affiliated and doing good work already for women to expand and meet the needs of women in Indiana and around the country.
Oh, that's so right. And we were just talking to one of your colleagues in Arkansas right before you joined us here about that and how important that is, that we're providing care for women and really coming and surrounding them, that this really is a lifeline for both mother and child. So really an incredible opportunity there to rally around women. Ryan, how can people get involved with your organization in Indiana? Again, Ryan McCann, Indiana Family Institute, doing some incredible work. How can people get involved? How can they help you out?
Absolutely. So our website is HoosierFamily.org, like Indiana Hoosier. So HOOSIER family.org. And we have a short time to celebrate the Roe decision. And in Indiana, we do not have a current law on the books that would outlaw abortion. And so we're going to be very busy with that. The governor has already called a special session starting July 6th. There'll be some other issues as well there. So it probably won't be dealing with the abortion issue right off, but relatively quickly, we will be dealing with that issue in Indiana and trying to protect women and the unborn in Indiana like never before. Roe gives us that opportunity, and we'd love to take that 20-week and take it all the way back to conception and protect women and babies from really the horrors of the abortion industry in Indiana. And so we would love for people to come on our website, to donate, to get signed up for our email list, to connect with us so that we can get you engaged and involved. Very shortly, we will need you down at the State House and encouraging your legislators to protect life here in the state of Indiana. So we need you. Now is the time that we've all been waiting for some for nearly 50 years. And it's not the time to just celebrate and go home. It's now the time to set policy to actually do the work of protecting women and the unborn here in the state of Indiana. So join with us, and we'll be happy warriors. We'll do it with a smile on our face, and we'll do what's right here in the state of Indiana.
Well, that is so right. HoosierFamily.org. Is that right?
That's right.
HoosierFamily.org. We got that in the chat. If you're in Indiana, be sure to get involved with Ryan McCann and his organization. Thanks so much, Ryan, for joining us. And good luck and all that lies ahead. Really, really excited for you. And actually, speaking of Indiana, I'm going to bring my two guests on here at once. I'm going to break my form. We have Representative Jim Banks is our next guest. I know Ryan and Jim know each other. So welcome,
hey, Jim,
Indiana,
how are you
gentlemen.
doing?
Hey, good to be with you. What a great day. Today is a historic day, a great day for life. It's great to be with you.
There was a gal that invited me into this chat, and she was just wonderful. I just appreciate her so much. I think you know her a little bit.
I think you're talking about my wife, Amanda, of course. Proud of her and the work that all of you do at the family policy councils across the country at the state level. Ryan, we're such big fans of yours and the work that you guys are doing at the state level. That's never been more important. I mean, I called on Governor Holcomb a little bit ago to when they go back into session for the special session on July 6th at the Indiana State House to make this their very top priority. I understand that he has said that this will be on the docket for what they will take up when they go into that special session on July 6th. I know a big reason why is because of the work that you guys are doing, Ryan, at the state level.
Well, thank you, Jim. I just want to chime in and say we are very blessed in Indiana to have a congressman that's such a champion of faith, family, and freedom and life. And so I've been watching the things that your office has put out this morning, and you guys have been doing a great job standing up for life. We appreciate you. We can always count on Jim Banks in the state of Indiana to stand up for what's right. And so we're very blessed. And so thank you and all your staff for all the wonderful work you do. It's just such a blessing.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Ryan.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Well, Chairman Banks is chairman of the Republican Study Committee. Where were you when this news broke? What was that moment like for you?
Well, I'm here on Capitol Hill, so I don't know. I was on my way back to my office this morning after a breakfast meeting and saw the news. Of course, there were rumors that this was going to break today, so I woke up with anticipation that today would be the day that Roe v. Wade would be overturned, and of course we now know that that was the case. I've gone back and forth today a few times from my office across the street to the United States Capitol, and I like to walk outside anyways to see the Capitol Dome. But today, a special significance of looking across the street to the Supreme Court. Of course, there's a large rally there of protesters at the moment, and some who are there to show support for the decision as well. But just to recognize the significance of today. I mean, today would be a day that we look back for the rest of our lives as a historic and great day in America. Absolutely. And to be here on Capitol Hill for when that decision was announced was a pretty cool opportunity for me in my service as a United States Congressman.
Absolutely. Well, and in that role, I'd love to hear you talk about, we've been talking a lot with the state leaders like Ryan about what's happening in their states for life, and what they can do. That's going to open up a whole bunch of new opportunities for them. But there's still a lot of work to do at the federal level. And we don't want to miss that. So I'd love for you to talk about what your pro-life priorities are as a congressman.
Well, it's important to understand what the Dobbs decision means. I mean, it means that the states now have to pass strong pro-life laws at the state level, and the federal government needs to pass strong pro-life bills in the Congress as well. So Indiana Family Institute, you just heard from Ryan McCann, who's a great friend, and his work is so important. They've worked to set this up so that when the Indiana General Assembly goes back into session on July 6th, they'll pass one of the strongest, I believe, pro-life bills in the country, or at least I hope. And Ryan McCann will be on the front lines of that. But here in Washington, D.C., I'm chairman, you mentioned a moment ago, of the Republican Study Committee, which is the largest caucus in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. 160 Republicans are a part of Republican Study Committee. And we've been having now for months ongoing conversations about what do we do at this point. And there's a great deal of consensus. Of course, the Dobbs coalition that Family Policy Alliance is a part of, Heritage Foundation, Susan B. Anthony lists, a lot of other groups are a part of that coalition. We all believe there's unity and consensus around the heartbeat bill, at least. And my hope is that when Republicans, we have a chance of getting the majority back in this midterm election, when we come back to work in January of 2023, my hope is one of the first things that we do will be to pass a strong pro-life law, like a heartbeat law, to ban abortion after a heartbeat is detected. It's my hope that that's what we'll do. So right now, what can we do right now? It's get every Republican to co-sponsor the heartbeat bill. I went and met with the bill author, Mike Kelly from Pennsylvania, a little bit ago after the decision was made. His office is right down the hallway from mine. So I went to see him. And right now we have about 120 co-sponsors of that bill. So we're going to now we need to go out and find every Republican who's not a co-sponsor and press them to become a co-sponsor, because if we could get 200 or more co-sponsors of the heartbeat bill now, we know it's not going to pass on Nancy Pelosi's watch as Speaker of the House. But when Kevin McCarthy becomes the Speaker in the next Congress, if the more co-sponsors we have now, the more support we can show him that we have for the bill to pass it when Republicans get the majority. So that's what I'm focused on at the moment, is to go out and rally support for important bills like that. And that's something that all of us around the country, all of you who are tuning in today, all of you who are part of the Family Policy Alliance coalition around the country, call your member of Congress today and ask them to co-sponsor the heartbeat bill.
Well, and thank you for leading that effort, and for all the work you've really done. I know you've been a part of this movement for a long time, in various capacities and standing for life. I can only imagine how significant this moment was for you. But I think that what you're just talking about speaks to the importance that the next phase of the pro-life movement is going to have, and the emphasis we're going to have to place on people really reaching out to their members of Congress, reaching out to state lawmakers, making their voice heard. There's going to be a lot of outcry from the other side. Like you mentioned, we're already seeing that in Washington, D.C. today. We've been seeing that with all the violence against these pro-life groups. And I think that it's going to matter more than ever that Americans are raising their voices. So like you said, we have this large pro-life audience across the nation. As someone who's worked in the pro-life space for a long time, what is your encouragement to them, and what's your perspective, kind of taking a step back and just looking at that?
Well, I mean, think about where we've come from. When I was a college student in the late 90s, my wife Amanda and I at Indiana University, we were involved. I went to Students for Life meetings, and then I got involved in politics myself and worked on campaigns for pro-life candidates along the way. Then I ran for office myself, the local, state, and federal level, so I have a chance to work on these issues. So today is a good day to look back, because it turns out if we wouldn't have had the most pro-life president that we've ever had in American history, and Donald Trump for 4 years, who nominated 3 pro-life Supreme Court justices, you and I wouldn't be celebrating the Dobbs decision that strikes down Roe v. Wade today. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. And there were a lot of people around the country who were involved in getting the most pro-life president, Donald Trump, elected in 2016. So if it weren't because of your efforts there, we wouldn't be where we are today. And that should be encouraging as we look forward. After we look to the past, we look forward. Be encouraged, because your voice matters, your work matters. And making a simple, I guarantee you, making a simple phone call to your state representative, your state senator, and your United States congressman, your United States senator, and asking them to sign on to the heartbeat bill authored by Representative Mike Kelly from Pennsylvania. That will make a difference every single day. Some members of Congress or elected officials might like to say otherwise, but every single day I get a readout of everyone who called my office, my constituents, and what they called in about. And if I look at that list and see 10 phone calls all about the heartbeat bill, I guarantee you I'm going to pay attention to that. So that's what you can do. It's simple. It makes a big difference. On top of that, we need to continue to pray for our country, pray for our state and federal leaders, and pray for these Supreme Court justices. They were brave. They did the right thing. They struck down a really bad and flawed law that had incredibly horrible consequences on our nation over the last 50 years. And these Supreme Court justices bravely put out a decision they knew would be very controversial. Many of them have had violent protests at their home, trying to pressure them to do the opposite of what they did today. Even in Justice Kavanaugh's case, someone coming to his home with the intent to kill him. Yet they did the right thing today and put out this decision. And I'm sure they will be under attack for it for a long time to come. So we should be praying for our Supreme Court justices as well.
Yes, and praying for you all too. If y'all are in the audience and just joining us, this is Representative Jim Banks. He's the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, and just doing some incredible work, has been doing pro-life work for a long time, but really leading at the congressional level on this. And really, we are thankful for his leadership on this. Representative, I know you have a busy schedule, so I don't want to hold you hostage here. But thank you so much for joining us and just for the work you are doing. I know there are people across the nation cheering for you and your colleagues and praying for you too, as you said. I know that there's already rioting happening in DC, so praying for your safety and praying for the courage of your colleagues to do the right thing. But thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Well, Representative Jim Banks, everyone, what an incredible leader who's been involved in this movement for a long time. I know that our next guest is going to be joining us in just a minute here. But before we do that, I wanted to take the opportunity. We're going to do another quick state shout out. So let me know what states you're in. I see we've got a bunch of people watching. I think a lot of them are new. So if you're new here, tell me what state you're in, and I will pull up our afterroe.com and show you how pro-life your state is. So let's see what states people say. While I'm doing that, our next guest is also a part of the Family Policy Council movement, which we've had a few guests from that movement joining us today. And that's been really encouraging. I actually see one of our guests from New Jersey. I'm going to do that quickly here, and then we're going to bring in our next guest. So New Jersey. New Jersey does not have a lot of protections, unfortunately. In fact, abortion will be legal in most circumstances. So if you can see this, after Roe in New Jersey, abortion will still be legal in most circumstances. New Jersey, unfortunately, has the Reproductive Choice Act. So there's a lot of work to be done in New Jersey. But if you were on here earlier, you heard one of our friends in New York talking about how he's in a similar situation and how in a state like that, it's so important to be fighting more than ever. We didn't think we were going to be here a few years ago. We didn't think we were going to be here at the point where Roe was being overturned, and now we are. There's always hope. And I think now more than ever, the pro-life movement has momentum. But we were just talking about challenges against pro-life organizations. And I'm bringing in someone now who's very recently been dealing with that, Jelaine Appling. Can you hear and see us?
I can. I'm Meridian.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Excited.
Oh, I bet. Can you, just for our audience's sake, Jelaine has been involved in the pro-life movement for a long time, and she has just been a stalwart leader for life, despite some vicious attacks even recently, which we can talk about in a minute here. But Jelaine, I'd love to hear your reaction, where you were in light of all the history you have.
Well, thank you for that opportunity. You know what? This is one of the few times when a momentous decision has come down from any court where I have been somewhere where I was kind of reasonable and I could take steps to respond to it, Meridian. I was actually at home on Fridays. We work from home. It's the one day of the week that we don't all come to Madison and work out of the office. And I was home working on things that were looking ahead for our teen leadership camp. We have 110 kids coming in just a couple of weeks to join us for a worldview, legislative overview, and all kinds of things. So I was busy doing that, and I was watching SCOTUS blog on the side. You know, everybody does, right? I was one of 35,000 people who are apparently on there today. And I saw that come down and said, Dobbs is dropped. And, you know, just instantaneously, I want to say this, just instantaneously thanked God for it. You know, we didn't know for sure what was going to happen between the leaked draft opinion and now. We just really weren't sure. We knew what we wanted, but we weren't sure. How key was President Trump in this? Oh, my word. You don't get a Gorsuch and a Kavanaugh and a Barrett, which you had to have in this situation to get to that fun vote, right? I mean, President Trump appointed people who are upholding the law. And I'm just thankful to God for the opportunity. I'm alive to see this in my lifetime. It's happened. Yeah. We've all worked for it. We prayed for it. We've hoped for it. And it's here. It was just almost breathtaking. And I'll admit, I teared up. I really keenly sense, of course, I'm geared for history, right? And geared for historical moments, and I don't like to miss them. And I just knew immediately what we were looking at. And then we went into high gear for all the things we planned on doing, right? And look, Wisconsin and America turned a page, but Wisconsin turned a unique page for us because we're one of the few states who has still a pre-Roe law on the books that criminalizes most abortions in our state. We have an unfortunate, in my opinion, life of the mother exception there. And I think we have to deal with that sooner rather than later. But it's on the books, it's effective. And Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin announced last week, in a purely political move going into the election cycle, right? We're going to stop all abortions. And there are only 3 places in Wisconsin where Planned Parenthood does those now. And one of them actually is a chemical only. So they said, though, they moved that up. They were going to stop it tomorrow. And because of the decision coming down, they stopped today. Well, You know what? They meant that for evil. They meant that to get their base energized, right? And angry and ready to go for the elections. But God used it for good because every day they're not doing abortions in our state is a baby saved and a woman spared the agony of abortion. So, you know, Meridian, the reality is that our law will probably be challenged within 24 hours. I fully anticipate.
Probably will be.
Well, yeah. And so it's not foolproof. There's nothing foolproof about it, but we are in a good place and we do have it. I just, you know, I'm in the midst of interviews here and I'm telling them all, it's a duly enacted law by a duly elected legislature, signed into law by a duly elected governor. Yes, it was 1849, but the age of something doesn't mean it's automatically dismiss it as far as enforceability. So, you know, I'm excited. We have so much work to do. I started promoting the Thinking Clearly After Roe booklet at our event last night. I wasn't sure it was going to happen today, but I thought I think they arrived in our office earlier this week and we took them and handed them out to everybody. I'm promoting it everywhere because I think it gives a very clear explanation for what we can do. So thank you to Family Policy Alliance and John Stemberger and the Florida group for allowing us to partner with you on this really helpful little booklet that it says, how do we think and how do we act in a post-Roe world?
Yes. Well, and John Stemberger, for our audience benefit, he's actually going to be joining us a little bit later this afternoon. He's the Jelane's equivalent in Florida and leads an incredible organization down there. And he put together this booklet called Thinking Clearly After Roe, just laying out what are the different types of things that I can do to be involved in the pro-life movement. So I think it's easy for people, Jelaine, to exclude themselves and think, well, I'm not a public policy professional. I'm not an elected official. I'm not a fill in the blank. I don't know if there's anything I can do. Can you just counter that and share what are some of the things people can be doing right now to advance the pro-life movement?
That's a good question. I just want to explain why my background looks so plain. I am not in my office. My office was the point of the attack, that the firebombing on Mother's Day. So I'm borrowing an office for a gal who, ironically, is out for maternity leave. She just had her very first baby. And so I'm co-opting her office here trying to do this. And I hope that's a reminder to people. There are a lot of people who today are not nearly as excited and happy as we are.
Yes.
And they're calling for a night of rage and all of that. So
Yes.
Just to explain how drab it looks, I usually prefer a little more decor. But to your question, Meridian, look, number one, everyone who is a believer should be praying for opportunities to talk to people about what it means to be and living in a post-Roe world, explaining to them that there are so many options other than abortion. And, I just finished talking to a reporter. I'm adopted. Okay, I was adopted when I was 5 months old. I know nothing about the situation involving my conception. Could have been rape, could have been incest. I don't know. But what I do know is at the time that I was born, abortion was not legal in the state where I was born in Georgia. And the woman probably would have had to do one of those back alley abortions. We need to talk to people. We need to have those visits over coffee, over the backyard fence, when we sit in church. I think that's one of the things. Second thing is engage with your local pregnancy care center. Look, they have always been important, but they are even more important now. And help them financially. Volunteer to learn how to counsel with the women or to do whatever it is and sort clothes that are donated or whatever. And engage with them in a very meaningful way. And then thirdly, I would say work with your church to figure out what the role is that your church can play in helping women, number one, connect with pregnancy care centers, but also what can your church do to offer tangible help? Drive people to a doctor's appointments, help them, in any practical way that we can, so that they are less inclined to say, I need to abort this baby. I have to cross the state line, or I have to take, some other drastic measure. There are many things we can do that I think are just as effective as what we're doing at the policy level. Look, we're at like the 10,000 foot level, right? Even here in Wisconsin, we're in policy and the culture, we're in the media, but the backyard fence, that's ground zero.
For that.
The pew on Sunday morning, that's ground zero. And we need everyone to become a culture of life warrior. And my sleeves are still rolled up. We're ready for work. And we need to understand to build a culture of life. It's going to take all of us continuing to do what we're doing. We need legislative work here. We know there's things we have to do with that 1849 law to make it even better. And come on, I'm surprised there's not a court case already. Meridian, these people well enough. They've already gotten it written, right?
Oh, it's being filed probably as we're speaking right now. They're in court. You're going to get a notification on your phone as soon as we're out here.
So we have to fight those things with prayer, with smart tactics, and really it is the individual who lives in a distinct community who will own their own backyard. That's the word we're talking about right now. That's all our events are talking about, owning your backyard. If we will begin owning our own backyard, person to person, yard to yard, family to family, we can really restore a respect for life and a culture of life right here in Wisconsin.
Yes, absolutely. And if you're watching this and you're someone who you're saying, okay, I'm inspired, I want to get involved, but I'm still not sure exactly what my place is. Family Policy Alliance, actually just today, we released a new quiz, and we've been putting this in the chat. But it's called the Personalized Pro-Life Profile. I'll probably talk about it again a little bit later here, but that's based on some of these recommendations that Jelane's been talking about that John Stemberger made. And that actually helps you figure out, okay, based on where I live, what my job is, / my role in life is, what are my interests, and help you figure out what are the things that I can uniquely do. Maybe I'm an artist and I can create pro-life art. There's so many creative things that people can be doing to promote the pro-life movement. So I really appreciate you just drawing attention to some of those different areas, Jelane. Kind of on a different note, though, you alluded to the fact that you were recently attacked. Can we talk about that? I would love for you to just share a little bit with our audience. Some of them may not be aware; they may not have heard the story about how your office was attacked for your pro-life views.
Right. Well, we chose to stay in Madison. We think it's important that we have a presence down here near the Capitol. So our office is not right down by the Capitol, but we're about 6 miles out over towards the airport. And when we moved out here about 7 years ago, we thought it was really strategic, that it was probably a safer place for us. So then we were especially surprised to find out about 7:45 in the morning on Mother's Day, May the 8th, that a call from the police let us know that someone had vandalized our office pretty significantly. 2 Molotov cocktails were thrown at our office. One was thrown at a window. The window didn't break. So the perpetrators broke a window, threw the second Molotov cocktail into my office. And actually, it's my personal office that was attacked. We have about 1,600, 1,800 square feet here. So we have a number of office spaces. So this was my personal office space that they chose. But then that didn't explode like they wanted either. And that's still a startling picture to me, Meridian. It really is. I'm sitting on the other side of the wall by the couch that you see on the right-hand side of that picture. Wow. I'm just on the other side of that wall right now. But it didn't. The Molotov cocktail didn't do enough damage to appease them. So they started a fire. And so the fire burned there. And I had a lot of books on the bookcase or the windowsill there. And that's what was reported when a passerby went by about 6 in the morning and reporting flames and smoke coming out of the window. So the police said that if they'd been better at what they did, they could have done even way, way more damage and probably just obliterated our entire part of this building. So unnecessary. Violence isn't the answer to this. But as a result of it, if you saw a picture of my office now, there's absolutely nothing in it because the cleanup crew had to come in and take everything out, take it to a secure spot. Every item in it is being cataloged and assessed for, can it be restored, cleaned, salvaged, and what kind of price tag do we put on it? So, it's, they didn't make us go away. They didn't make us shut up, so to speak.
It took a lot to do that.
Well, as you can tell, but it's distracting in the sense that I can't just keep doing what I know I have to do. Yeah. I have to talk to the insurance people. I have to talk to to our agents, and I have to talk with the law enforcement. And by the way, we're 7 weeks into it. This Sunday, no person of interest has been apprehended. No one has been brought in for questioning. Nothing. Wow. The Madison police is my main point of contact. And, I'm not trying to diss them. Generally, I back the badge. But, the FBI hasn't said much. The ATF people, they have the physical evidence. They haven't said a lot. And what we said on May the 8th was if you can find the perpetrators and bring them to justice immediately, we'll stop the things going on elsewhere. But they didn't. So now we've had Portland, Oregon, and Buffalo, New York, and Baltimore, and churches all across the country and other places vandalized and threatening messages because they left graffiti outside our wall here that just said, if abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. And that was a direct threat on us as that's the outside of our office. That's a direct threat. And we took that seriously. So we've had to spend time, money, energy, upgrading our security. And look, I'm one of these, Meridian, and you've probably heard other ones say too, I'm about principle. I'm about getting the job done. I don't stop to think much about security. But boy, we have had to, because the security of our staff is number one. It has to be number one. I don't want anybody coming here not feeling safe. So we've had to do a number of things that to get us in a place where everybody felt safe being here. But can I just quickly say, it was intended for evil, but I cannot tell you how quickly God turned it for good. Okay, Meridian, I was on Tucker Carlson. I can't pay to get on Tucker Carlson. We were on Fox and Friends. We were on America's Newsroom, Tucker, and the early show for Fox and Friends.
And she's doing an amazing job at this, by the way, everyone. You should go watch those interviews. She did a really phenomenal job.
It's just an incredible, and I can't tell you all the behind the scenes stuff, how God has used that, how people all across this country, I think it was from over 40 states, immediately were responding to us, helping us in every way that you can imagine.
Yes.
And it's just been an incredible situation that, I've said it before, if they thought we were going to go away and be quiet, they chose the wrong group. But they could have chosen any one of us in the Family Policy Council movement, right? we would have all said the same thing. We would have all done the same thing. I'm nothing special. I'm just like all the other leaders of these groups. We're just humble servants who know that what we're doing is important. It needs to be done. We're honored and humbled every single day to get to do this work and to be alive today on June 24th when this decision came down. My word. It's just mind-boggling to me. Now, the next thing is we got to get Obergefell overturned.
One thing and then the next.
Right.
Well,
we've got to keep moving forward on this.
That's right. Right. I love the onward attitude. It's so characteristic.
Forward is our motto,
That's right. Very characteristic of, if you know Jelaine. Well, Jelaine, I know our next guest is ready, but before we bring her on, I want to ask you, what can people do to help you? Help Wisconsin Family Action right now, and just be a resource to you all as you continue to recover from the attack and move forward, advancing life.
Well, look, and I don't mean this as a platitude at all, but the most important thing anyone can do for any of us right now is to pray for us. We need wisdom. Look, these kinds of things, Meridian, are filled with opportunities for missteps. There are landmines everywhere. And that God would protect us from stepping on those and creating situations that, which shouldn't have been created. So we need to pray. We ask prayer for wisdom and, protection in the midst of this, certainly protection for everybody in the pro-life movement. God has been so gracious to lay our work on people's hearts, and they've responded by, financial help. They've just been so generous. And I think just as God leads and guides, first of all, I would say, engage with your own state's family policy council. Look, there's like 37 or 38 of us out there. We're approaching 40. Engage with them. Engage with Family Policy Alliance. Help these groups be able to take the message out in their states and at the national level. We're engaging together. We're not out here just doing our own thing in the sense that, we're not connected. We're connected in not a legal way, but an informal way and an affiliation with similar groups. So please find out who it is in your state you should connect with and help them in every way you can. We're a band of brothers and sisters sticking together in this, right? So,
amen. Well, and if you want to do that, it's familypolicyalliance.com/allies. Or you can go to afterroe.com. Have that URL in the chat on the screen. Just click on your state and you'll find information about where your state's at on pro-life policy and who you can plug in with to be a part of the next steps. Jelaine, thanks so much for joining us today. And thank you. I really mean this. Thank you for all your work over the last decades to get us.
Well, that is returned to you folks too at Family Policy Alliance. So thank you. It's an honor to be on with you today. Have fun the rest of the day.
Thank you. We are celebrating all day long. Jelaine, absolutely. And I'm excited. I'm actually going to turn things over to my colleague and friend, Amanda Banks, to introduce our next guest.
Hello, Meridian.
Hello. I'm excited about our next guest. I know you are too.
I sure am. Yes, I get to welcome Felicia Price-Knorr, who is the Vice President of Government Affairs at March for Life and March for Life Action. Felicia, thanks so much for joining us today on this live stream.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm happy to be celebrating here with y'all today and on this historic day.
Absolutely. So tell me, I know you probably were anticipating that today could be the day, like the rest of us were. Where were you when you found out that the decision had indeed come down and Roe was indeed overturned?
Well, I was sitting here in my makeshift little studio in my home with my cat sleeping at my feet, and I think I scared her to death when I screamed with joy. But maybe a few tears, but incredibly grateful for this moment, and especially for all the people before us. Nellie starting the march and just this movement, and particularly to our millions of marchers that have showed up every January in the bitter cold, praying and marching for this day. It's truly humbling to be sitting here and even that this is even the reality that we're in this moment. So it's very exciting.
Absolutely. Well, I know you have been in the movement for quite some time. Why don't you tell us when you started getting involved in the pro-life movement and when you came to March for Life?
Absolutely. So I have a little bit of a unique background. So I practiced law for quite some time, and I always felt being called to the pro-life movement. I went to law school with the intent to get in public policy work, particularly the pro-life movement. I went to my first march as a small child in the baby carriage with my mom, like bundled up in the cold, and just knew and prayed for this day. And I'm so excited to happen in our lifetime. But I previously worked at the Virginia Catholic Conference on the life issues, religious liberty, a number of other issues. And it really, it just, the passion that comes out when you're working on something where you're really working towards justice for these vulnerable, the most vulnerable among us, is just something that really drives me and always has.
Yeah, that's awesome. So looking forward now, your role there in Washington, D.C., I know is mostly pertaining to Congress and the executive branch as well. So where do you think we go as a movement now that Roe is overturned? And what would you say to members of Congress who might see this live stream? Like, what's our message today to legislators?
Absolutely. Well, I think first and foremost, we just need to recognize that this decision, it returns the power back to our elected officials, back to the American people through their elections. And it's critical that we, as us in the pro-life movement, as well as legislators, really work to uphold the dignity of these unborn children through every action that we make. And on the federal level, particularly, we're going to see immediate actions that will try to expand abortion access. We heard President Biden earlier today speak to the fact that they're going to try to expand access to chemical abortions by mail. There's talk about using federal lands for abortions in pro-life states. The Biden administration has flat out said that they're going to work with the AG's office to make sure that women in pro-life states can freely travel to states like California and New York. So it's going to be a multifaceted approach and battle, whether it be state or federal. And in states like California, obviously they're working to make it an abortion destination with legislation right now that's being pushed through that would pay for out-of-state women to get doula services, childcare, travel costs, pretty much you name it, to come to California to get an abortion from a pro-life state. So in places like that, we're going to really need the pro-life movement to step up and say, this is unacceptable. We don't want our taxpayer dollars going towards this. In the pro-life states, I think it's just further working towards caring for women and children. I mean, this is nationwide. We need to just really empower women and make them feel safe and supported when they're making this decision to choose life. And federally, I think we really need to focus on fighting these efforts of the administration, of pro-abortion legislators. Ideally, would love to see protections for the unborn who have heartbeats, and for these children at 15 weeks who can feel pain, for they're sucking their thumbs, they already have fully formed lips and eyebrows. I mean, the humanity is unmistaken about these children, and we really need to focus on that and empowering women, both here federally and in the states.
Well said, Felicia. I know your work is certainly cut out for you as you lobby Congress and pay very close attention to the administration and what they will do, as you said, to try to expand abortion rather than limit it or eliminate it as we wish for them to do. So if I could ask you now about your work specifically at the March for Life, the actual March for Life, which is traditionally in January, of course. So one question on our Facebook stream here has been, will June 24th become the new March for Life date? So what are the plans for the March for Life going forward?
Well, I can't officially say, but I think I do think that the January date is very historic, because we came together on that day to celebrate this dark day for our society when the humanity of these unborn children was stripped away and all these state pro-life laws were eliminated. And I think it's a very momentous day to continue to recognize, and it marks it. It still remains important. So, and truly a lot of people, I feel like, see it as a rite of passage when you come to Washington, D.C. in January, and might be a little cold and but it's truly a badge of honor. So
Yeah.
I can affirmatively say this, we will continue marching at the March for Life every single year.
Yep.
It's critical now more than ever. I think that's what we need to really emphasize, is that even though Roe and Casey are overturned, our work is only just beginning. So I think that is one of the most important messages that we can have. And it's not just beginning in the States, it's beginning federally. And one thing I failed to mention before was we have seen efforts with the Women's Health Protection Act by pro-abortion advocates that claims to codify Roe, when in reality goes far beyond that. It would eliminate almost every state pro-life law. It would eliminate the ability of Congress to pass pro-life laws. I mean, it's extreme by the, I can't even say how extreme it is, because it is one of the worst abortion bills we've ever seen. Yet they are saying that that codifies Roe, but it goes well beyond that.
Absolutely. Well, the last thing I think I'd like to ask you about, Felicia, is you said we will be marching 100% annually. That is the plan going forward. And I'm glad you made that clear. The date for 2023, do we have that date that we can share yet?
I do not have the date in front of
Okay.
me yet, so I don't want to say the wrong one.
That's okay.
But we will definitely be sharing that soon, very soon.
Yes, and it will be in January and March. And where can we go to find information from March for Life? You want to give your website and?
Absolutely. So, well, first I actually want to say really quickly, because some people on this call may not be aware of our State March Initiative. And we've actually partnered with many of your amazing organizations, from the Family Foundation in Virginia to the California Family Council, Pennsylvania Family Institute. We got great help from Family Institute of Connecticut on these state marches. So it's another way that we in a post-Roe America are working towards advocating and building this culture of life in the States. So I just wanted to also highlight that, because I think that's critical, and your family council groups have been amazing in helping us in those efforts, and we truly appreciate it. But let me tell you our website, because you can learn more about our State March program on it as well. It's marchforlife.org. Very simple, very easy. And you can find all the information there about our State March program. If you have any questions about partnering with us, we would love to work with y'all. So feel free to reach out to myself or anyone on my team. And I will keep you all in my prayers, as well, as we really, really venture out in this movement. And there's so much work to be done, but it's extremely exciting that we get to be here and do it.
Absolutely. Felicia Price-North from March for Life, thank you so much for joining us today. And at this time, I think we're going to transition to our next guest, who is one of those State Family Policy Council leaders that Felicia was referring to. And I believe Mr. David Walls is going to join us. Hey, David.
Hey, Amanda. How are you? What a exciting Friday.
It sure is. I think most of us are working from home today, and we've been hoping for this day for a long time. And then it's here, and I can hardly believe it. I think I'm sort of pinching myself. I don't know. Tell us how you're feeling, David. What was it like when you got the news that Roe was overturned and the court had ruled?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm David Walls, Executive Director of the Family Foundation in Kentucky. We're the Allied Family Policy Council group in Kentucky. And I was actually out of the office today and with my family and kiddos and with my wife when I got the decision, when I first read the decision. I'll just be honest with you. I just broke down in tears. My wife and I did. And it took a moment to kind of compose myself. This has been a moment that obviously the pro-life movement has been working towards for close to 50 years. And Amanda, I remember being with you back on December 1st outside of the Supreme Court when this case was being heard, and being with some of our pro-life allies and talking with some of the folks that have been a part of this battle since Roe was decided. And so it is just an unbelievable moment that we're in right now. All thanks and glory to God, and just so thankful for the pro-life leaders that have gone before us, that are still fighting, and we have a exciting time ahead of us as we continue to ensure that every unborn child is protected.
We sure do. Well, on that note, David, would you tell us about the lay of the land in Kentucky? What is the state of your pro-life laws, and what are the next steps for your state to protect life?
Absolutely. You know, we're blessed to be a very strong pro-life state, and Kentucky is one of the states that we had passed a conditional trigger ban that very simply says that once Roe is overturned, which is now the case, effectively all abortions are banned in the Commonwealth of Kentucky now. And so that is obviously very exciting. We have a number of other pro-life bills, but that's the main one that is obviously going to be directly impacted by the overturning of Roe today. The other thing that I want to continue to remind Kentuckians, and I know this is going to be happening in other states as well, is we have a pro-life constitutional amendment on the ballot November 8th, what is called here in Kentucky the Yes for Life constitutional amendment that the Family Foundation and other pro-life organizations in Kentucky have been a part of getting passed and on the ballot. And that amendment's obviously going to be even more important now, because what it would do is ensure that a state judge, our state Supreme Court, could never invent a right to an abortion in our state constitution or any taxpayer funding of abortion. And so we, as Amanda, you know, I'm sure we're about to see the floodgates of state-based litigation unleashed by the pro-abortion movement as they somewhat, I'm sure even more desperately now, are going to try to see state courts strike down or pro-life laws in the states or invent Roe v. Wade style decisions in state constitutions. So thankfully here in Kentucky, our voters will have the opportunity on November 8th, and folks can learn more at yesforlifeky.com about that amendment, but have the opportunity to vote and ensure that we never have a state ruling that would invent a right to abortion in our Commonwealth. So we're very well positioned, but as we continue to remind folks, and I know y'all are, this is really just the next phase. This is a historic, monumental moment, but we will just be entering into a next phase. It's going to be a little rocky here for a while, but I ultimately believe this is going to be obviously a much better place, not just because, you know, we're all going to be able to take more steps to protect unborn lives, not just because what the Supreme Court did was the right thing to do in terms of the Constitution, but also we're going to be in a more healthy place for democracy. As people, once again, through their state legislators, will once again be able to make their voice heard all over this country. And so there's just a lot of reasons to be excited about what's happening, what happened today, and specifically what's going to be happening in Kentucky as we move towards the end of this year.
Absolutely. You are in a great pro-life state, David. If you're just joining us, I'm Amanda Banks, and I'm talking to David Walls, who is the president of the Family Foundation in Kentucky. That's the Family Policy Council in Kentucky. And you referenced at the top of your remarks, David, that that you are one of the FPCs that are allied with Family Policy Alliance. Why don't you speak to that a bit? The strength of the alliance of family policy councils across the United States, and how you see your alliance being influential in this post-Roe America.
Absolutely. No, we're so thankful to be in the alliance with FPA and our other state allies. You know, we're stronger when we have the opportunity to work together, and to have the alliance of groups that we have has just been such a blessing. And I think it's even more important now. It's been so important this past year with some of the legislation we worked on, even outside of the life issue. Like Save Women's Sports and other issues, just to be able to coordinate together and see what's going on in different states. Because ultimately, you know, our nation works best. It never works well on a top-down approach. It works best from the bottom up when we have states take action, pass laws, do good work, and then it starts spreading from there. And certainly so thankful for the After Roe campaign and effort that FPA has been leading on as we continue to move forward. It's been a tremendous resource that we have continued to share with our supporters in Kentucky, so they can kind of see the lay of the land as far as some of the pro-life laws that we passed and how those will fit in with Roe now being overturned, and look forward to continuing to work together, because ultimately Now it's in the hands of all of us in all the states to continue faithfully doing the work so that we end up in a place where legalized abortion is ended, and not just ended legally. We're obviously looking to transform the culture to a culture of life where abortion is just frankly unimaginable in the hearts and minds of Americans.
Amen. So well said, David. David Walls from Kentucky, thank you so much for joining us today. You've been an inspiration. We praise God for the Supreme Court decision and specifically for what's happened in Kentucky. We'll be praying for your ballot initiative in November. And David mentioned After Roe, afterroe.com. It's up on your screen right now. That's our national campaign to inform citizens, legislators, and anyone else who's interested in what is happening now in a post-Roe America. And you can click on your state and see exactly what your pro-life laws are and what is next in your state. That information has been compiled in partnership with David and his colleagues around the country who run family policy councils. They are the experts. They're the men and women on the ground. And so we so appreciate their partnership in creating that resource for all of you. So if you haven't checked it out yet, it's afterroe.com. David, thanks again. At this time, I'm going to bring in my colleague, Meridian Baldacci, who's going to take over and tell us what's next on the live stream. Thanks, Meridian.
Thanks so much, Amanda, for jumping in and leading there. I've been so excited by everything that's happening today, and I've seen a lot of new folks joining us just even in the last few minutes. So if you're new here today, welcome. We are so glad to have you, and I don't need to tell you the news. Roe is overturned. Roe v. Wade is overturned. We've been asking all our live stream guests this, but I actually want to hear from you. Where were you when the news broke? I think this is going to be one of those moments. A lot of times when we say, I know where I was, I know where I was when JFK was shot. I know where I was when the Twin Towers fell. It's bad news. Today we get to say, I know where I was when Roe v. Wade was overturned. I mean, that's just an incredible privilege to be able to say that we are here at this place, and we just praise God for that. I think I shared at the beginning of the live stream, but a lot of you are new on here. I was in the car. I was actually driving away from DC with my husband, and he was on his phone looking, and he suddenly said, "Meridian, it's Dobbs. Roe is overturned." As just a shocking and incredible and wonderful moment all at once. So let us know in the comments where you were when this happened. We're going to actually share an interview that happened at the Supreme Court earlier today in just a minute here. But while we're getting that loaded up, I had to share with you all my After Roe merchandise. We are really excited about this. I'm excited to live in a world after Roe. I don't know about you, but I assume if you're watching this, you are too. So After Roe, great hats. I've got my After Roe shirt. You can find all of that at afterroe.com. Really easy. So afterroe.com. We've got our store on there, and I wanted to just share a couple other quick resources that are on there for you. So if you're here and you're wondering, okay, what can I do in the pro-life movement? What's happening in my state? You have all these questions that are natural today. All of that's answered at afterroe.com. So you can go and click on your state and find out what's happening there. We actually just today launched a personal pro-life profile. And when you click on that, we'll actually ask you just 6 questions about where you live, what kinds of job and skills you have, and what you're passionate about. And we'll give you a very truly personalized report. We're not going to tell you, you're a dancing unicorn. We're actually going to say, here's some very specific things that you can do to make a difference in the pro-life movement. So we're really, really excited about that. I see that our CEO, Craig DeRoche, has joined me. Craig, hello.
I'm sorry I went away for a minute, but I listen, Roe versus Wade was overturned today, and apparently some news organizations want to talk about that. And as I'm sure you told everybody too, I was flying earlier, so I can answer the question for those of you that are at home right now. So what were you doing? And I don't know if the audio or video was good enough when I talked earlier, and we probably got some new guests on, but I said earlier with Meridian that it was amazing, that to watch everybody turn on their TVs, on the plane, and as people saw it that were watching a movie, they turn off the movie and they turn it to the, they have CNN, MSNBC, and Fox. And I wanted to hear them, so I was going through all three of them. But most people stuck with their brand, with their ones that cater to their ideology. And it was fascinating to be able to watch a couple hundred people. I will confess, I took an unnecessary walk up and down the aisle to take a look at that. But that's maybe one of the things that the evil one, and I'm not saying the left, the American left, are evil or anything like that, but the evil one in his plan, or in that if you have something that is rooted in a lie, that is being covered up, that somebody's a human being, you cover it up by saying, well, that's a fetus or it's a baby. No, it's a human being, just the same as you or I, that requires equal treatment and equal justice that you or I would seek. Their civil rights under the Constitution should be the same as yours or mine. And they try to cover that up for 49 years, and you hope that people have rationalized it away, like we rationalized away slavery, or rationalized away that women couldn't vote, or these other just graphically stupid things that our Supreme Court and our country has done since we were founded. In watching people's reaction, just a genuine interest of them wanting to be there in that moment and process it. My prayer is that a lot of people rethink this, now, and they get to the root cause of why they had the opinion in the first place, and as they form their opinion as to what they think America should do now.
That's so right, Craig. I think there's, people talk about how people get in their news silos, and I think that social media just makes that all the worse. And so, if you are watching this today, and welcome, I see we just got a whole bunch of new people. Go to afterroe.com. You can learn all about what's going to happen now. We are now in After Roe. But I think people talk about these news silos, and it's so important for us to help break out of that. And to help communicate the truth. I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions, honestly, going around as you read some of these articles that are, you would think the sky is falling because Roe v. Wade has been overturned. And a lot of that's based on misconception. It's based on the idea that, okay, now suddenly, tomorrow, women are going to be criminalized who had an abortion 20 years ago. Or that, now X, Y, and Z is going to happen. There's so much fear. And I think it's important for us to have the facts, and also for people to understand what's going on in their state. Because I think a lot of people don't understand that. And we actually have an amazing alliance. We've had a lot of them on here today. We're going to have more of them on. Maybe you want to talk about that, Craig?
Yeah, I'd love to. Listen, Family Policy Alliance was built for a moment such as this. Our founder, Dr. James Dobson, had a vision in the late 80s. Mid 80s. It started really to take effect in the late 80s, early 90s, of having state organizations, because as Tip O'Neill said, the Democratic former famous Speaker of the House in Texas, said all politics is local, right? And it's relational. And if you look at our federal Constitution and everything, that's the way it's supposed to stay. That our power is the reverse of what you hear from the politicians in Washington. The power is supposed to start with the parents, the family, the person that you are, and work concentrically out. Your mayor and your school principal are supposed to have power when it comes to these other things. The state, not so much. The federal government, very little, unless we're at war. And we kind of have it backward right now. And so it is interesting to see how people are processing this, of them being able to both have the freedom to write policies to their values, but also the accountability to be able to write policies to their values is something that they have not had to do. They've just been able to take a position or make a statement here or there for 49 years. And this is a moment where America has to rethink this. And we have 40 state organizations. I saw David Walls with Kentucky here. I know Bob Vanderplatz is out there in Iowa. I was just with David Fowler in Tennessee on a number of calls over the last week, and the good work that they're doing. John Stemberger, I believe, is going to come on in Florida.
Yes,
I think those of you that are listening at home know John Stemberger is amazing. They're the organization that was, really working hand in glove with the DeSantis administration down there in Florida on Disney and other issues, and of course Victoria Cobb in Virginia with the Family Foundation there, with the amazing election, kind of showing us the way that you don't have to be as red as Nebraska or Idaho or Alabama or something to actually make a difference. That Virginia flipped in a way that people are going to be talking about that for 20 or 30 years. But the truth is we've moved past it, and we're trying to do the exact same thing everywhere else. And that's what the infrastructure, when you support Family Policy Alliance, when you help us, other people are going to say, wouldn't it be nice today where this power is returned to the states? Wouldn't it be great if we had an organization that had state organizations that had people organized? Listen, our state organizations, all told, have over 320 full-time employees. They invest more than $40 million a year. So that's about $80 million a year in infrastructure to actually work to protect life, advance religious liberty, honor God, and so that families can thrive. And they're out there working all day, every day. And there are tens of thousands of churches that are organized that we don't talk to, the 2 weeks before an election and say, you need to vote for these candidates, most important election in your lifetime. It's a relationship, 52 weeks a year with tens of thousands of churches and millions and millions and millions of advocates. And so we might not be the biggest showpiece 501c3 and 501c4 organization, but those of you that have supported us over the years know that this is the day that we get to work. This is the day that our organizations were created for, and we are hopeful. We read those words and those rulings, and when other people, as you said, it brings on fear and everything else. What do you have to be afraid of a human being being entitled to their constitutional civil rights? That speaks to a major problem in our country if you can't answer that. I do not fear that. I think we should be treated equally, and I think we should have access to the same civil rights. That's what this court stopped short of granting people that have yet to be born, which is a big letdown. But they've given us the ability to finally actually achieve that at the state and local level at a minimum. And even in the federal Congress, should they ever be able to do anything resembling a good, moral, and decent, comprehensive bill, but that's just me teasing our friends.
Well, we just had a couple of our great.
I appreciate them. I'm just teasing them.
Yeah, well, and I think a big way to move toward all of that, as you were alluding to earlier, is actually elections. That really does matter. And I think we actually have one of our colleagues on here to talk about that. I'll let you tee that up.
Yeah. So Mr. John Paulton, who is, I was emailing somebody earlier, and I said that those of us that are in this movement stand on the shoulders of giants. We got one here on our team. He's been in this business for a long time. He's run one of the state organizations in South Dakota, legislative experience, you name it. Tell us what's going on. Give us your readout, and I'll ask you a couple of questions about the election as well.
Yeah, well, it's just very exciting. After 30 plus years of working on this, it was just hard to believe and definitely emotional this morning to get the word that the Roe was actually overturned. And yet so much work lies ahead. So it really is a starting point. It's an opportunity now to actually accomplish life-saving work without having a bad court decision standing in the way.
And I really, listen, I served in the legislature. I really think our founders were wise, to have checks and balances. I understand the role that everybody plays, and every one of the institutions, in my experience, we used to literally fight and sue each other and argue and scream behind. I was Speaker of the House in Michigan, raise our voices behind closed doors. But at least we had that separation. At least we could keep each other in check. And I just want to say what you said, it was so powerful. And one of the institutions nullifies the other, it's a huge threat to democracy. And that's what Roe versus Wade did. It said, listen, the executive branch and legislative branch take a powder for the next 1,000 years or however long. We are the emperor of America. And they've done that a couple of other times since. But it gives me hope for our country that the wisdom of these jurists, the people that are on the Supreme Court right now, said, no, that's not actually how things are supposed to run. Franklin D. Roosevelt, I think, did the opposite, where he told the Supreme Court, send your army over to enforce that decision, and I'll show you my army, and we'll see who wins. And he nullified the Supreme Court. It helped for our country, and I think that we got back to a proper balance.
That's
today.
right. It's common sense morally, even though it wasn't really a moral statement. They weren't deciding the issue itself in a sense, but yet it was common sense that way. It's also common sense legally because Roe was so flawed from a legal standpoint, and just wonderful. It took a lot of work to get here, obviously, with election work, with great appointments and pushing the right nominees through. But we're so thankful that they did have common sense in their decision today.
So we're off from here. We're the people are talking about this. I'll share some of my thoughts. I worked for the last decade in justice reform, very diverse coalitions, politically, ideologically, regionally, culturally, you name it. But the body of Christ, finding our way to work together and making a difference, because we use the same words, John. Every life counts. Everybody has to matter, or it's not going to be long before nobody's life matters. At the federal government, we're just spreadsheet items to them. And we found a way to move forward in the body of Christ. Tell me, what's your hope? Do you think this brings the body of Christ, that has been divided in America? I think they've even written books to say the most segregated areas still in America are the churches on Sunday morning. Do you think this is an area where we can hope for some common ground across denominations and traditions?
I sure hope so. One of the things that was encouraging to me in recent years, 2020 election, again here recently, was the tremendous pro-life response from the Hispanic community right on the Texas border. We saw those people. 85% Hispanic districts. We're talking about elect conservatives, elect pro-lifers, and that was a big part of the issue, or a big part of those campaigns. I sure hope that we will see exactly that coming together.
Yeah, that's my hope and prayer too, because like I said, I've got to see it before. That power of the body coming together and moving. And I listen, I can't speak. I haven't had the time. It's been a whirlwind this spring with these rulings. We'll talk about a couple of them more beyond this, but just seeing the members of the body of Christ that culturally come from Asian, region traditions in San Francisco, that this resonated. They mobilized in their school board recall and things of that nature. And they said, this is white Republican. They don't vote Republican. The particular people that live in San Francisco. I'm not saying they as in Asians are they. The people that live in San Francisco don't vote Republican. It's like 6% Republican. And they're not European white people, if that's what they mean by being white. But they do find their truth in the word, and they do value their children's education, and they're just as ready to go to war as any of the ones they slam, the evangelical, whatever you call it, whatever nasty names they want to call us. But my hope and prayer is that this is a sign of things to come. And as we see, I heard as I was on a plane earlier, talk about the different states. I heard Michigan got brought up, where I was Speaker of the House. We've got a great law in the books in Michigan, And the first thing that the left here is doing too is to say, well, that law was written in 1931, so it can't be.
It's too old.
And I love the ruling today, John. You read it some. That was my favorite part of the ruling today, was that it said in really clear words that you could read, basically, to paraphrase here. I'm not going to read it to you guys at home. No more making stuff up.
Right.
And I think that attitude is going to carry through. And I love that, because, that's.
And we'll have it.
What do we do if we're making stuff up? I mean, we've made up Obergefell, we made up this one. If you keep going down that, where do you end? And I think they said you end in oblivion. We're going to go all the way back to not making things up anymore. We're actually going to follow the Constitution. Is that how you read it?
Yeah, for sure. And the exciting thing is now we're going to have the opportunity to put this into action. I mean, the battle is going to heat up right away. Looking ahead, I mean, right around the corner now, we've got elections, and we've got first of all ballot measures. There's one in Kansas coming up August 2nd, I believe, that is not to outlaw abortion, but it's to overturn a bad Supreme Court decision that keeps them from protecting life. And so that's really the first test. We just had David Walls on from Kentucky, and he talked about his ballot measure in November 8th, Yes for Life. That'll be very important. On the other side, in Arizona, they've got a ballot measure circulating, the other side does, to protect abortion. So it's possible that they get that on the ballot, and that becomes a life or death vote throughout Arizona this fall. And then, of course, we get into legislative battles. That's going to be maybe the most intense battle for legislative control this fall that we have ever seen, as Planned Parenthood and their allies try to take control in pro-life states. Or in our side, we need a few more votes in some states to be able to fully block abortion. So it's going to be wild, and we're going to need people engaged like never before, really.
Well, I'm gonna let you introduce our next guest here, John, because we have a warrior, a happy warrior, coming on next. I'll let John introduce. But what I tell people is, listen, we're standing against Goliath. They have billions of dollars to advance this woke agenda, to devalue human life, starting at conception all the way through death. They seek to devalue life everywhere they are. They have billions and billions and billions of dollars, and all the corporations in the world against them. And we may be, but that's okay. We just need a sling, and a rock. But and we need, the Lord's support, which our cups overflow with His support right now. But we are asking for yours, and I'm not asking. I'm going to go into a detailed rant on that right now. But with our next guest, I want you to know what's possible, because what he's doing, everybody all over the world gets to hear about it. With that, Mr. John Paulton, I'll let you introduce our next guest.
Yeah, that's great. Well, it's my privilege to introduce John Stemberger from Florida. John is president of the Florida Family Policy Council, and John and I go way back. It was, I think, 2002 that we were looking to do work in Florida, help get a new family policy council started, and John was referred to me. I heard the name John Stemberger for the first time. We met in Tallahassee and toured around the state for a couple of years. And John ended up putting together an incredible organization, as a great leader, both in Florida and really nationally as well. And John, it's just great to have you on with us today.
This momentous day, it's just such an emotional, surreal thing. And I'm glad we get to share the day with such great warriors and friends as yourself and others. So we want to talk about what's going on in Florida, basically. And I want to bring on my colleague, Kevin Baird. Dr. Kevin Baird is our Director of Pastoral Ministries. And we just want to chat about Florida. We want to chat about the church and Christians and what our perspective should be on all this. Kevin, thanks for being with us on this call.
Appreciate it, John. Thanks for the invitation.
So, Kevin, let's talk about, what should our attitude be in this moment? Should we be high-fiving? Should we be, owning the libs? Should we be on our faces crying? I mean, how would God want our posture of our hearts to be, in your opinion, now, given this victory and the work that we have to do ahead of us.
Yeah, it was an exciting day. And if you've been working at this for any sense of longevity, who wouldn't be excited about this? I was 12 years old when Roe was initially decided, and it's been 50 years. And there have been people that have worked decades trying to reverse this. And so I think there's an appropriate place to give each other an attaboy and to be excited and to have hope and see the possibilities. I do think you're right by mentioning just sort of the high-fiving. I wrote just a little article to sensitize everybody to this. You know, using the sports analogy, the NFL has a rule that's called excessive celebration. And they seem to think it inappropriate if you score a touchdown on your opponent and you excessively celebrate that for whatever reasons, whether it be taunting or unsportsmanlike conduct, you can actually give your opponent the benefit of a penalty yardage, and you end up being pushed backward despite scoring a touchdown. And I just think it might be an appropriate analogy to consider that as we're excited and as we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, that we remember just Christian decorum. You know, you can have a victory and not necessarily rub your opponent's nose in it. And, you know, lest we be viewed by those who are darkened and don't understand us as being, you know, just sort of arrogant in this moment.
Victory, of course, but it's really just an enormous blockade that's been removed. You know, so now that we can do some serious work, for most of our lives, we've had this albatross called Roe versus Wade over our head. And at least in terms of legal advocacy, we're not really able to do a whole lot because of the legal restrictions and this artificial right that was created by the Supreme Court in 1973. So, Kevin, I know you have a unique role as being both a pastor for 35 years, and then also you've been a pro-life advocate for many years as well. So what is your message to the church and specifically to pastors in this moment and moving forward?
Yes, this is an historic moment, no doubt. And I've been able to listen to the legal analysis and been pulled into some of those conversations and listening to all of the answers to the question, where will we go from here? And I think it's not only historic, but it's an opportunity for the church, pastors, to get involved, and even those that might not have been naturally connected to cultural engagement in these issues, that it's an opportunity, since the culture's talking about it, to provide compassionate services. They can support pregnancy centers, maybe even cast a vision. We're going to need more pregnancy centers to help women that are in these challenging situations of unplanned pregnancy, parenting classes, mentoring. There's all sorts of ways we can mobilize to prepare ourselves for the babies that are going to be born into our culture that have been saved through the reversal of Roe and other works that are going on state by state. So the church has a unique opportunity as well to step up in both compassion as well as influence by way of policy in order to really engage at this particular moment. It's just a great opportunity, I think, for the gospel as well as for the compassionate aspects.
100%. And, you know, I think that there's been a concerted effort to demonize Christians, and specifically evangelicals and Orthodox Catholics as well, faithful Catholics, just to put us in a horrible light. I mean, 20 years ago, Christians were the good guys that created the hospitals and that cared for the poor and that cared for widows and orphans and all of that. Now you say Christian and people, you know, think something horrible. And that's because of the left just ganging up and demonizing us. And I think that, you know, there are some reasons why the church has gone wrong in many ways. I mean, there's a lot of things we can say that are legitimately bad and mistakes that the church has made. But I will say this, one thing that we can with great joy say that we can take credit for, and that I believe God is greatly pleased at, is that we, and that means the evangelical and the Catholic Church, have solely created the Crisis Pregnancy Center movement all over this country. Amazing women and nonprofit organizations that are just caring for women. They go under the radar. Nobody even sees them, but they are caring for hundreds and thousands of women all across this country. And so this is a thing that as the church, evangelicals and faithful Catholics, we can be celebratory together and say, this is something we did and we can be pleased with that. because really it wasn't anyone else but the church that did that.
Yes, 100%. In fact, you just mentioned the groups. I mean, there's so many groups that have been involved in just this moment of the reversal of Roe. We give credit to the great lawyers and strategic minds that were in those legal trenches. But now as it goes back to the states, of course, they'll keep doing their work state by state. But now the church, it's neighborhood by neighborhood, we can absolutely present an opportunity for life to look at single mothers, those mothers in challenging situations, in poor or tough economic situations, to be able to say, hey, we're willing to step up and help. And again, this is a gospel issue. It's not just a social issue, but for me, being an evangelical pastor, it strikes directly to our call to the widow, to the orphan, to children, to a lot of Jesus remarks. And I'm as conservative as they come in every area, but this is a part of biblical worldview, that we step into this arena and we provide these solutions. And it's just an incredible opportunity. So there's a lot to rejoice over.
Other than with regard to pregnancy centers, what would you say to pastors about this moment and how they can lead both from the pulpit and just in terms of practical service?
Well, by way of relevancy, I think it would deserve some form of statement by way of preaching, teaching moment, to be able to have their congregations connect the dots of this relevant, historic, cultural moment and what God has to say about it. And to answer the question for their congregations, where can we go from here? And, it's often been said that the pulpit controls the direction of the church. So it has to start there by at least acknowledging this relevant moment and not treating it as if it's just some compartmentalized off to the side political deal. And by doing that, I think their congregants will just step up to the plate. I think there's a lot of people waiting to roll up their sleeves and get involved in this because they didn't feel adequate to influence or to advocate. They didn't feel necessarily the call to be out on the sidewalks, to be a counselor or in those forms. But there are ways through adoption and fostering and need meeting ministries that the local church can quickly generate to partner together with other churches, creating pregnancy centers, or creating these sort of shops where moms can come in and be helped. I mean, there's an array of things that can instantly be done.
Yeah. One of my favorite scriptures is James 1:27, where the scripture speaks of pure and undefiled religion. One of the only places in all scripture that refers to that kind of pure religion. And it refers to the caring of widows and orphans. We don't normally think of the unborn child as an orphan, but really the unborn child in the womb of a pregnant, an abortion-minded mother, that's the ultimate orphan. I mean, this is a child that's about to be destroyed. And so I think that we all have a duty there. That's the heart of God. And I think that scripture reflects the heart of God. The pure religion is involved when we do this work in the pro-life movement. And I wish people could see the analogies between Auschwitz and Birkenau and the horrible crimes of humanity that have taken place, even regarding slavery and down. It's all a devaluing of the beauty of the human person. And really, abortion is nothing more than discrimination based upon age and location, because if the child was older or located out of the womb instead of in the womb, the child would have somehow protection under the Constitution. But because the child is in the womb, at least under the current law, there's no protection. That's changing, though, and hopefully with Roe versus Wade, we have a big step in that direction.
And it also provides us as pastors to be able to provide the framework of God's idea as to how the family should look, about the critical need of fathers to be involved with children. I mean, everything that can spring forth from this relevant moment in order to underscore our consistent biblical worldview, which we understand works. God actually designed family and life to work through his precepts and his word. And so for pastors, I would just encourage them, if any happen to be listening, use this relevant moment to make it relevant to your congregation. Let them hear what God has to say about it. And it can be a great moment. This is a super opportune moment for the church to be able to present the gospel in a way that can meet the needs and bring understanding to all the challenges that the darkened mind might not understand at this particular moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have really some unique laws here in Florida that I want to talk about for a minute. I know we have a nationwide audience, but we also have many people in Florida listening. So here's the current status of the law. As we sit here today, unfortunately, we have a superpowered abortion right in our state constitution. The history behind this is that in the 70s, there was Watergate, wiretapping, TCP/IP. You had fax machines, bank transfers, all happening for the first time in the 70s. There was the Privacy Act in 1974 that was enacted. You had Congress commissioned a privacy commission to study informational privacy, and they issued their report in 1978. Here in Florida, the Constitutional Revision Commission was meeting for the second time ever in its history. And they took note of that. And they said, hey, this makes sense. We should have an independent, freestanding privacy right in our state constitution to protect informational privacy because there's no express privacy provision in the federal constitution. So that the Constitutional Provision Commission put that together. And the media actually opposed it because they thought that it would prevent them from getting information from governmental entities. And it failed in 78, but the legislature picked it up again in 1980. And they passed it out as a joint resolution, which means it's a ballot, something that goes on the ballot. And they passed it out by 60% this time. This time it had a second sentence that the legislature put in, again, about informational privacy, ensuring various people that the privacy right would not be infringed upon as it related to the media in terms of public records and that kind of thing. It passed by 60%. Everybody thought it was about informational privacy. Even the pro-lifers at the time didn't object. It was my first vote ever in 1980, and I voted for it, thinking it was about informational privacy. And so 9 years later, the Florida Supreme Court, sua sponte, with no authority and no precedent, found a fundamental right to abortion that's been sitting there since then. Now, currently, we have 24 weeks is the issue in Florida, so we have late-term abortions. However, in July 1st, a 15-week bill will go into effect. However, there's been a lawsuit challenging that 15-week bill that was passed by the legislature and signed by Governor DeSantis. And it was challenged in the sense that they think it's unconstitutional under this fake privacy right that we have in Florida. So really that has to be challenged and go to the Supreme Court, the Florida Supreme Court, to determine whether we actually have this abortion right or not. And when that happens, we'll really know what we have here in Florida once again. So I think we're out of time here. So John, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and thank you for allowing us this forum to talk about what's going on in Florida.
Oh, well, it's really great to have you host, John, and have Kevin on and hear that whole perspective. Very helpful. And see, I'm looking to see now. I think we've got another guest coming up. But John, well, you know what? I was going to ask you where you were when you heard the news, but I already got too much information today. You were stumbling out of the shower, I believe.
Yeah. And actually, when I saw it on my phone, I actually was running and tripped, and so it wasn't a pretty situation at all. At the risk of having a gross TMI violation here on live stream. So.
Well, I won't dig into that anymore. But it's great. It's great to have you both on, and I believe Meridian is going to come on next. So thank you all for joining.
Sure.
And,
I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody about our Twitter Spaces that Meridian's going to be helping us with tonight from 10 to 11 p.m.
That's
just
right.
Just follow Family Policy Alliance, and you'll see a little bubble pop up in the top of the Twitter feed. And it's actually going to be a live conversation with not only myself, but several of our colleagues from states all over the country, and a good summary of what's going on all over the country.
That's
so thank
right.
You all.
Yeah.
Thanks
sure
all for Thank you all for hosting.
Well, thanks so much, everyone, for being a part of that great conversation here. Yes, I'm so glad that John mentioned that. We are having a Twitter Spaces tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So if you were on the Pacific time side of things and you woke up to learn that Roe v. Wade was overturned, now you'll have the benefit of being up at a more reasonable hour for this one. Or if you're a night owl on the East Coast, we welcome that too. But we'll be talking with state leaders from all over the country. You've been hearing from some of them today, but a bunch of them are going to be in one space just talking together about what this means, because Roe v. Wade being overturned means that the issue of abortion does return to the states largely. And so there's a lot to talk about there. What's going to happen in different kinds of states. We have some, thinking of states, we actually have some amazing state guests coming up here in just a few minutes. But before we do that, we wanted to share with you some footage that we got earlier today at the Supreme Court. Many of you know and love Penny Nance of Concerned Women for America. She was outside the Supreme Court today when the decision dropped with Nicole Hudgens, who you heard from earlier. And we're gonna share that video in just a minute.
Hey everyone, we are outside the United States Supreme Court where Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey have been overturned. I still am in shock those words are coming out of my mouth, but I'm so thankful to say them. And I'm here with our good friend Penny Nance, the president of Concerned Women of America. Penny, what do you think of what just happened today?
There's such a range of emotions that we're all feeling right now. We've all been crying, sweating. Our ears are ringing from all the shouting. But, certainly we feel deep gratitude and great joy, first to God, that we got to experience this moment. This is justice. And so I just feel such deep gratitude and thankfulness, but also for the women who came before us, for our founder, Beverly LaHaye, and all the ones that are already in heaven, women like Phyllis Schlafly and women like Nellie Gray, who is the founder of the March for Life, and just all those saints who are now looking down on what's happening. It's just an incredible moment. I'm standing here wearing my father's wedding band, who I lost 2 years ago. He was the person who showed me the silent scream, which was basically a grainy sonogram when I was a teenager. And it's that moment I recognized just the human rights atrocity of abortion. And so from that moment on, I'm standing here remembering him and the work that went before. Sorry. All the women that are Concerned Women for America members who have worked so tirelessly, the volunteers who have marched to the March for Life, who've come and walked the halls of Congress, who rallied at their state capitals, who have done all the hard grassroots work in government, and also all the work for the women that were hurting, that have been the volunteers at the pregnancy care centers around the country, have taken women into their homes, have given baby clothes and formula and job training and jobs and love. All of them, I'm getting to stand here as their proxy, and I'm deeply grateful for that. And so I'm thankful to Donald Trump, who appointed 3 justices today who made this possible. So we would not be standing here at this moment if he had not won. So thank you to the voters, to the millions of women who came out and voted for him in 2016. So here we are. We're grateful. There's going to be a lot of time sorting through, but we are also determined on a state-by-state basis to work for life, work for alternatives to abortion, work for the least of these. So this is just the beginning. This is certainly not the end.
No, it is the beginning, and just such beautiful words, especially honoring those who have gone before us, who have fought for this moment. It's just so important to remember as we are celebrating, but as you said, it's just the beginning. I know, having worked with the State Family Policy Council, Texas Values, Concerned Women for America was right there fighting at the state capitol. And so I know that they're across the country working with our family policy councils. We're working together because we know that the work's not done. There's still states that will have abortion, and so we need folks who are going to be at their state capitals, like Penny just talked about, who are going to be working with their family policy councils, who are going to be working with the crisis pregnancy centers, working with their churches to help these women who are going to be experiencing crisis pregnancies. But we believe that there will be victory, that abortion will one day be unthinkable. It'll be even more than an overturning of a case. So we encourage folks, check out what our great friends at Concerned Women for America are doing. They are champions on the front lines. We're so thankful for them. And we encourage you also to go to afterroe.com, find out what's going to happen in your state now that Roe versus Wade is overturned. Roe versus Wade is overturned, but we still have work to do.
That's right. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amen to that. If you have been following the pro-life movement, or really just even the conservative movement for a long time, you know Concerned Women for America, Penny Nance, and we're so glad to have caught her at the Supreme Court today. Wanted to share one other conversation before we get back to some live guests. from one of the Family Policy Council directors who can't join us today. It's a crazy day for everyone as we react to this news. But I wanted to share this from Bob Vanderplatz in Iowa. So we'll load that up here in a second.
I'm Bob Vanderplatz, President and CEO of the Family Leader in Iowa, with an important but joyous message. Today is a day to be remembered and celebrated. Back in 1973, the U.S. Supreme Court issued Roe v. Wade, a wrongly decided precedent that effectively granted permission to kill more than 62 million unborn children in America over the last 50 years. But today, the U.S. Supreme Court issued the Dobbs v. Jackson decision, which corrects Roe. Today, the Supreme Court ruled Roe was egregiously unconstitutional. And today, the court removed Roe's horrific precedent and returned to the people and to the states the ability to protect women and children from abortion. Praise God. As I reflect on the last 50 years, I am grateful to generations of attorneys and activists, the thousands of dedicated individuals who have stepped in to care for women and children in need, for the Iowa Coalition of Pro-Life Leaders, and the millions of praying Americans who long to see this day. Thank you. And thanks to many of you, some states have laws in place already that will protect all life beginning today. For Iowa, we're not there yet. Iowa's legislature needs to pass legislation to protect life at conception, as well as the Protect Life Amendment to our state constitution, to ensure our state courts do not repeat the deadly mistake made in Roe v. Wade. For we recognize that even though we're celebrating today, today is only the beginning. The right to life is not a matter that should be left to individual states, but an inalienable right that should be ingrained in our nation's constitution, character, and culture. America must reach the point where every innocent life is cherished and protected, from the moment of conception to natural death. And it will take every one of us to make that vision reality. So today, we praise God for His gracious mercy on our nation. We praise Him that we get to witness this day. And we continue to pray for His help and guidance, as together we work to protect all life from the moment of conception to natural death. May God bless these efforts, and may He be praised for the victory today.
Great message from Bob in Iowa. So grateful for his partnership. Hey, if you have an interest in being involved in your state, which after Roe, everyone should be involved in their state policy or at least know what's going on, make sure to go on afterroe.com, click on your state, and then check out what your family policy council is. There's great folks like Bob. We've had a number of others on. We have a few more coming on later today who are really doing amazing work there in most of the states. So the odds are there's one in your state. And they need your help. So go to familypolicyalliance.com/allies or click on your state at afterroe.com to find out how you can get involved with them. Our next guest is coming on in just a few minutes. But before they do, I actually want to share with you something that we recorded before Dobbs came out. This is a message with the Attorney General of Mississippi. So by now, the news is ubiquitous, but I'll go ahead and say it. And that is that the Dobbs case came out of Mississippi. So there was a law there banning abortion at 15 weeks of development. And after that, abortion was illegal. So in Mississippi, the Attorney General, who's been leading the charge defending this, the Attorney General who actually decided, we're going to challenge Roe v. Wade. We're going to ask the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. That's who you're going to get to hear from here in just a minute. So if it sounds like the decision hadn't come yet, it hadn't. This is a pre-decision conversation, but we're excited to share with you just the incredible person that the Attorney General is. So we'll load that up here in a minute.
Greetings. My name is Craig DeRoche. I'm the president and CEO of the Family Policy Alliance based in Colorado Springs, Colorado. It's a huge privilege to be with you here today. And guess what, folks? We have with us here today the Attorney General of the great state of Mississippi, a young and talented lawyer who's just on everybody's radar right now, even being noted by Time Magazine as one of their 100 most influential people this year. And it's because of the work that she's done leading the arguments for a case called Dobbs versus Jackson that is before our Supreme Court. We're expecting a ruling on here, and really potentially the overturn of Roe versus Wade and the subsequent Casey decision. And that was all done with the team coming from Mississippi, from the legislators, the Attorney General, Solicitor General, and everyone else, but leading the effort legally in defending this and bringing about the biggest change in America, maybe since we've, done things like end slavery, that what you're doing here before the Supreme Court, it's a gargantuan task, and God has created you, Attorney General Lynn Fitch, for a moment such as this. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much, Craig. I really appreciate it. And it's an honor for myself, my team, to have led the charge on the Dobbs case. We are truly blessed that we were given the opportunity to do this on so many levels. But certainly this was a time to ask for a true overturning of Roe v. Wade, an opportunity to talk about empowering women and promoting life at the same time, that there didn't have to be a choice, that you could actually do both. And this was the first time we could have a true dialogue, and we were able to do that through our brief and our oral argument.
Well, it's been amazing just watching you work, and we've been so supportive of it, the Family Policy Alliance and the 40 family policy councils spread out all across the United States of America that have trying to support how we can. But we're not in the courtroom. We're not a party to this case. We don't have standing. So tell us, our audience out there, the millions of Christians that follow our movement in our organizations, what's the status of this Dobbs case today?
Well, we're certainly on pins and needles. The prayers, please continue to pray for this. We certainly, my team and I, we appreciate the prayers, the uplifting that we've received. And as we're down to the last days, we must continue to pray, be very thoughtful about this. We would certainly like it as soon as possible, but probably looks to be toward the end of the month.
And you started this too. You say the phrase, and I'm gonna quote it: "Empower women, promote life." I love that. I'm a man. I was raised with two brothers, but God had a different plan for me in my adult life. I'm married now for 24 years to a beautiful woman, Stacy DeRoche, and have 3 daughters, right? And so I have a different perspective. My oldest is 22, my youngest is 14, and tell us about your heart with that. It's what life and empowering women, how they're connected.
Well, it's very compassionate, and we should have that conversation. And we saw this as an opportunity that we've been given to champion empowering women and promoting life at the same time. For 50 years, the abortion policymaking has been determined by the bench. And we felt very strongly that it should be returned to the people, that this is truly a rule of law question. And that was our approach. But our approach was also a holistic discussion. 50 years, a lot has changed. Right now we see so many different things than we did 50 years ago. There's maternity leave, paternity leave. There's different childcare options. There are different options for women to work, to be flexible. There are different schedules. So we had seen this as a platform that we could have the conversation for the first time, that women didn't have to choose one or the other. 50 years ago, we were put in that position. You needed to choose your career or your child, and here you don't have to. And we wanted to make that known to the court. We wanted to be very heartfelt about that's where we saw this going. That it, again, wasn't an either or, and that this was the time for the states to make their own rulings. And certainly we felt compassion and love and thought and process going into our brief and our oral argument to really talk about empowering women, because that conversation hadn't been held basically in 50 years. Although we'd seen a lot of things happen that were very great and very impactful for women, but we hadn't had the abortion conversation about you didn't have to pick either or anymore, and that you could move forward, empowering women, and then having the conversation, how do we take care of those children with these women, and how do we uplift them as they move into their next steps?
So dare I say, and you say this so diplomatically and politely, but I just want to say, so what the left has been doing with the Roe ruling has been kind of condescending toward women. Is almost what we're kind of saying here is, hey, you're reducing what a woman is capable of. here, and you take 50 years from revisiting. I love that. I just wanted to observe. Well said. Well said. Children are a blessing, not a burden, and a joyful blessing at that. You wrote an op-ed in the USA Today as well. It was beautiful, detailing ways that Mississippi and America can empower women. It's kind of a two-part question. First off, some of the listeners watching this might get the mistaken notion if they watch some of the left, the secular left, and these liberal TV shows, they'd say this ruling is going to end abortion in America. It will be illegal, the moment that the pen is signed and this is announced. That's not true, is it?
No, not at all. In fact, as you return this back to the states, as I said, it's a rule of law question that those very important decisions should be made in each state. Will it look differently in each state? Of course it will, as it should. So certainly we make that argument, and we see that happening when this case comes down. But again, it's so important that when you elect people, as we all do in our each respective states, they're to carry out our policy. They're to be the voices. And if you're not completely happy with their direction, then you are able to move them out of office by voting them out of office. But they're there to carry out the policies of the people and act as their voices. So we know things will be different in every state, but we are excited about the opportunities that each state will have moving forward. And on that op-ed, certainly it was a Mother's Day op-ed. It was very compassionate, because I truly believe, as is my team and all of us that are engaged, we really do need to have the conversation about women. We need to have the conversation about how we empower them moving forward. And we need to talk about those children. And so it was a tremendous time to put that out, to talk about it. Again, the more dialogue we have, the better off we're going to be, and the more positive impact we're going to have across our state and across our country.
Amen to that. And my oldest just took the LSAT, by the way. So you would be a role model and an inspiration for the trailblazing work that you're doing in America, but in Mississippi. So tell us a little bit about where Mississippi is. You've been working to empower women. You're demonstrating. People don't know your backstory as much. That how you got here. You're the first woman elected attorney general in Mississippi, and you're the person that's led this, not just for Mississippi, but for our whole country. So share with our audience just a little bit about your background and how you got here, and where you get that hope from, by the way. That hope, the other side seems desperately and depressed and the rest of it, but you have hope, it seems, for every single life that's created.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Craig. Well, I appreciate it. I've been very fortunate in my life, and certainly God has been instrumental in where I've moved and how I've been able to grow in my different career path. And I'm very grateful for that. I am a single mother, raised 3 children, and have been fortunate enough to be serving in government to give back to the people across the state of Mississippi. They're grown children now, and I have grandchildren, which is really hard for me to say out loud, but it's an exciting time. And, we have to stop and look and think about that. And for me, that was always something important to me. How could we pay it forward? How could we be engaged in helping others? Everybody should always give of themselves. I mean, God gives us responsibilities. He gives us capabilities. And for me, this was an inspiration to be able to represent and champion our state on behalf of everyone involved, these precious babies, these mothers, how we help them thrive as families. We've been very active in the state of Mississippi. Again, it's important that we not just talk about it, that we take action. And sometimes that's the hardest dialogue to have, because sometimes it's easy to have the conversation, but then really move into action items. In the state of Mississippi, we've been working very diligently. We have a new tax credit for giving donations to pregnancy centers. Well, that's amazing. That's a great first start, because we've got to help and protect those resource centers. Again, they're helping these mothers, they're helping these children, they're helping them with their work balance, helping them upskill, their education. There's just so many things that they're so important that they are doing that, again, help these mothers and then help these children, because, again, this is a whole process. So in the state of Mississippi, that's been important for us. Now, are we having some other conversations? Absolutely. We're looking at some more legislation that might be important for tax credits for parents as they go forward with their children in childcare, things like that. And so we're beginning to have that conversation when the legislature comes back. But we're also doing a lot of other things that are going to involve the legislature. We're having conversations now about child support enforcement. Because again, both parents should be ready and available to support these children. And
Right.
for far too long, mothers have borne the financial and economic hardship of these children. And if you look, you can see the numbers when you have two parents in lives, the children are much healthier. The environment is much better for these children. And non-custodial parents, they rely 50% on their child support. And so when you're not having that, you're not taking care of the child. So that's going to be key for us as we move forward to put in some of those safeguards that help these mothers, these children, and create some accountability as we go forward. There are a few other things we're going to talk about that are important for all of us to look at. We need to look at our adoption processes, our foster care system. You know, you think about it, there are so many loving Christian parents out there that are ready and willing and able to take these babies in, to take these children in. So we need to really work on the system. We need to work on the foster care because it's important that we have great foster care. I mean, the love, the thriving of these children, these babies, it's there. We just need to make the connection happen, and that's for sure. So there are a lot of things that will be moving along in the future. We just passed equal pay in our state, again, signifying to women that you are a valued part of the workforce. You are a valued part of our state, and you're a valued part as you act as a mother. Because right now we have about 78,000 heads of households that live below the poverty line that are mothers. And we've got to empower them. So passing equal pay was important to signify to them that you are truly valued in the state of Mississippi.
Well, God bless you with all this work. It's a privilege to have you on. I know that you're crushed schedule-wise as we get close to, as you say, the ruling is coming near, and know that our audience reaches out hundreds of thousands just within Family Policy Alliance, but to the millions when we get out to the Family Policy Councils. And we're going to be praying for you, and we're going to be supporting you. And I just want to leave everybody with encouragement. This is going forward. God is moving out there, and it's time for us to be on the field, working together, protecting life. And it's just been an absolute privilege to have you with us, Attorney General. And we hope we'll be talking to you real soon on the other side of a very positive ruling.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Craig. And I do want to say to everyone that's involved, thank you for praying for me, for my team, for lifting us up. We couldn't have been doing what we've been doing for the last several months, a year now, had it not been for the love and the support. And I'm so grateful for that. That means so very much. And as we look toward this opinion to come down, you know, my ask would be that everybody continue to pray, everybody to be gracious. If it doesn't come down exactly like we'd like to see it come down, we still need to be very thoughtful in our actions and how we receive the message, how we move forward, and know that we still have challenges that we need to rise to, and that is all, you know, God driven. And it's important that we all take that challenge on and we be ready for the next step.
Oh, thank you. And thank you all for joining us. And we'll talk to you all real soon. Please share this with your friends and family, and comment on this post. And thank you for being with us tonight.
Well, hey, everybody, you just heard a video that we did earlier with Mississippi's Attorney General Lynn Fitch. Now, obviously, that was recorded before the decision came down today, and the decision did go the way we wanted. We got to see the overturn of Roe versus Wade. And it was Attorney General Fitch and her team from the state of Mississippi that led forward the Dobbs case that ultimately led us to today with the overturn of Roe versus Wade. So it's just so wonderful to get that special time with her. We hope you enjoyed hearing from her as much as we enjoyed it when we got to hear it earlier. But now I'd like to introduce you to someone else, someone very special from the state of Nebraska. This is Karen Bowling. She is the Executive Director of Nebraska Family Alliance, a dear friend. Wonderful, wonderful work in pro-life leadership in the state of Nebraska. So I would encourage you to check out Nebraska Family Alliance. Visit afterroe.com/Nebraska. I think you'll see a message from Karen herself. But Karen welcome to the live stream today. What a day. I think we first and foremost want to hear from you, and what is your reaction to today's news?
Well, just hearing again from Attorney General Lynn Fitch just reminds me of this historic moment in history. And here is a woman who was at the center, a single mom, and it just demonstrates to us that we can love them both mom and baby. And so on this historic victory for preborn children and their mothers, overturning Roe finally gets the courts out of the abortion business and allows Americans to decide this issue through our elected representatives. And that's exactly where it needs to be. And for decades, the pro-life movement has worked not just to overturn Roe, but to save lives, empower women, educate, and bring lasting culture change. So today, with humble gratitude, we are thrilled at the decision, because preborn babies, Autumn, they can smile, they can suck their thumbs. At 6 weeks, you can register a heartbeat. This is a day to be grateful and thankful to God for all in the pro-life movement, whether you've been involved for 5 months or, like myself, almost 50 years.
So well said, Karen. You're exactly right. Exactly right. I think now we've been clear from the beginning of the show that we started earlier today. The ruling today doesn't mean that abortion is illegal nationwide, but it does mean that we can now start to move towards recognizing that humanity of the unborn child that you so well stated, Karen. So let's get down to brass tacks here for your state, for Nebraska. What does the overturn of Roe mean for Nebraska? What's the state of your state's law? Tell us a little bit more about what to expect from Nebraska.
Well, currently, our ban on abortion is at the 20-week pain capable. We were actually the first state in the nation to successfully advance that, and now multiple states have. We tried unsuccessfully to get a trigger ban, but just came 2 votes short. So I can promise you we will be back. And so we have already begun to look, is that best at a special session or in January after the elections? But we are going to work 100% to fully protect every preborn child here in Nebraska, because we believe, when you can suck your thumb and wiggle your fingers in the womb, you deserve to be protected. Human rights includes human life.
Amen. So well said, Karen. So well said. And we want you to know that we support you. We stand with you as you work to protect children at the very earliest stage, the very youngest Nebraskans in the womb. We stand with you. We thank you for your pro-life work and what you're doing. And Karen, last question before you go. What are you going to be doing with your evening now that you have this big decision?
Well, I think I'm just starting to understand what happened today. My heart is so tender and grateful for everyone through the decades. And I fast forwarded all day today back to 1973 in January when the Roe decision came down. Autumn, I was a junior in high school, and in our American history class, we began discussing it. And as we left, the instructor said something, and my heart was hooked forever. He said, what if 40 years from now, science undeniably affirms this is just not a blob of tissue? And my heart got hooked. My heart got hooked that day. And I'm going to humbly tonight have dinner with a friend who's been in this movement with me since then. And we're going to take time to thank God. We're going to pray, and I encourage everyone joining in today. Our work is just beginning. We have an opportunity to come alongside moms. And also, let's be mindful of the post-abortive woman. We want to pray that she can experience love from the Father and acceptance too. So it's going to be just a quiet night of gratitude.
That's beautiful, Karen. Thank you for sharing that story. How powerful. And here we are. You're right. We're in this place where we know, not just in our hearts, not even just from the Bible, but we know for sure through the development of science, through the development of the ultrasound, that the baby in the womb is, of course, a baby. Science proved what we knew all along. Well, blessings to you, Karen, as you continue your night, and we join you in tears of joy that started the day, tears of joy that will end the day, and gratitude. God bless you. God bless Nebraska Family Alliance.
Thank you, Autumn. And it's always an honor to work alongside Family Policy Alliance and all of the 40 state family policy councils. To be in the trenches in this moment is a tremendous honor. God bless you, Autumn.
Thank you, Karen. It is. It's a huge honor. So with that, I think we're actually going to move to Karen's neighbor. We're going to move to the state of Kansas. Now, the state of Kansas is actually a very, very important state right now in this nation that we're now in after Roe. Kansas will be the very, very first state where the people will actually get to vote on the issue of life for the first time since Roe versus Wade is overturned. They have a major vote coming up in August. And we have Brittany Jones, the policy director for the Kansas Family Voice, joining us. She's going to be talking about what Kansas faces, how Kansans can get involved and help, and what the state of the law is in Kansas right now. So Brittany, welcome to the live stream. Tell viewers what's going on in your state. It is crazy busy, I know.
Thank you so much for having me on today, Autumn. It is so good to see you. It is so good to be here on this monumental day where the U.S. Supreme Court recognized what we've known for a long time. They recognized the rule of law, and they recognized the right of the people to be able to answer this important question and to be able to protect moms and babies. And like you said, in Kansas, we're in a very unique position because we are the first ballot test. So in just 39 days from right now, August 2nd, we will be voting on the Value Them Both Amendment, which is a pro-life constitutional amendment that restores the ability of the people of Kansas to place basic regulations on the abortion industry. What a lot of people don't realize is that Kansas is actually one of the most radical abortion states currently because of something our Supreme Court did in 2019. So even though a lot of states across the nation are able to begin looking at the best way to protect moms and babies, the state of Kansas can't even have that conversation because of what our court did. And so we are full steam ahead looking towards August 2nd, and we are working to get Kansans involved, and we're actually working to get people all across the nation involved in protecting moms and babies in Kansas.
Wow, thank you so much for explaining that, Brittany, because I think you're right. Most people, when they hear Kansas, for those who are watching, we've got a lot of other states, obviously, besides Kansas on. But they expect Kansas to be a pro-life state. So that's very, very important to hear. Very, very important bellwether for where the nation will go and what's going to happen on the life issue after Roe. So with that being said, Brittany, we need you to tell us how Kansans can get involved, or even those from other states around the country. How can they support your Value Them Both effort? How can they make sure that that amendment passes and corrects your bad court decision in August?
Yeah, so we have seen Kansans who have never been involved in any sort of political campaign before get involved and Value Them Both. They're understanding this is a biblical issue. This is an issue that matters to the heart of God. This is an issue that matters not only to Kansas, but the entire nation, because Kansas has been a leader on the pro-life issue, and they were a leader until 2019. We haven't passed a pro-life law in Kansas since 2019 because of what our court did. And this is what the abortion industry wants. They want pro-life states to be forced to become pro-abortion states. They want to keep the people of these pro-life states from being able to enact laws. And so they're taking over their Supreme Courts. And so first of all, I think that we are a cautionary tale for other states. Other states need to recognize how important constitutional amendments are in protecting their state constitution and in protecting their state laws. So we're seeing Kansans really catch onto that vision. And so any Kansans that are watching this, I would encourage you to visit valuethemboth.com. You can contact me. You can contact anyone from our team. And we would love to get you involved in going door to door, making phone calls, talking to your church, and lots of other opportunities that we have. We are seeing record numbers of grassroots Kansans get involved in this amendment, which is just so exciting. This is the largest grassroots movement that Kansas has ever seen. But we're also seeing people from across the nation get involved. There are people making phone calls from other states. There are people giving money from other states because they recognize how important what happens in Kansas is to the rest of the nation. And so I'd strongly encourage you, no matter where you are, to visit valuethemboth.com, see what we're doing, see how you could get involved. We would love to get you plugged in because we have just 39 days to ensure that we can protect moms and babies in Kansas.
That's so great, Brittany. Thank you for explaining that. And I'm actually going to reinforce what Brittany said. For those watching, obviously you were very, very pro-life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be tuning into our live stream today. You're celebrating with us at the overturn of Roe versus Wade. But we have a lot of work to do. As we said when we started this live stream hours ago, right after the court decision came down, the overturn of Roe versus Wade does not mean that abortion is illegal across the country. What it means is that now your pro-life vote matters even more than it ever has. Now, lawmakers are more directly responsible for the lives saved or lost in their states than they ever have been before. And so what Brittany is saying is so important, that her state in Kansas is the first state where the people will vote on the issue of life following the overturn of Roe versus Wade today. It's in August. It's coming up very, very quickly, and they need your help. They need your help quite a bit because as you all have seen, we've seen attacks against pro-life pregnancy resource centers, attacks against organizations like Brittany's in Wisconsin, violence across the nation. The abortion lobby, as Brittany well said, is going strong. They don't want the pro-life movement to succeed, and now their sort of crown jewel of Roe versus Wade has fallen, and so they are going to stop at nothing to try to stop pro-life laws and the pro-life movement from going forward from this moment. And so I would encourage you all, please check out valuethemboth.com if you're in Kansas so that you can get plugged in and make sure that you help the folks on the ground there like Brittany. Even if you're not in Kansas, but you care about the life issue and you care about the politics around it, because we don't see pro-life laws passed without the pro-life leaders in place to enact them. Please consider supporting Value Them Both, even if you don't live in Kansas. So with that, Brittany, I have one last question for you. What were you doing today when you heard about the decision, and what's your sort of one-word reaction?
Disbelief. So I had convinced our entire team that it wasn't going to happen today because that's, you know how I have very strong opinions. So I was convinced it wasn't happening today. I got a couple of new insights last night that it potentially might be happening, but I was like, no, there's no way. They have too many opinions. And so I was of course watching the Supreme Court website, because that's what I do, is refreshing like half of America. And I saw the first opinion come out, and I was like, oh, that's a nothing burger. And then I was refreshing, and then it just said they were done. But then I was like, wait a second, Dobbs is in there. So I was a little bit shocked, let's put it that way. And so I texted our team and I was like, we have it. And they were like, we have what? I'm like, I think we have the opinion. So it was, exciting, but a little overwhelming. And for Kansas, we are so excited to be in the middle of this, but there is a lot of weight because we know how important what happens to Kansas is to other states. And so we are ready to engage in the fight, but we know that it is going to be a long one. So we're excited, we're ready to go, but we encourage you to please keep praying for us, keep the state of Kansas in your prayers, keep our safety in your prayers, because we know that is, we're being threatened all across the country, but we're being really threatened here in Kansas. So we would just covet those prayers and covet your just talking about what's going on here, because I think it's so important. So thank you, Autumn.
Well said, Brittany. Everyone, this is Brittany Jones from Kansas Family Voice, leading the pro-life efforts on the ground there, called Value Them Both. They've got a ballot measure coming up in August. So please, again, support them. Brittany, thank you for sharing what you were doing when this happened. I think I share the shock with you, and may God bless you. God bless Kansas Family Voice and all your work. We'll be praying for Kansas and supporting you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Autumn.
Hello, Autumn. What a wonderful guest lineup we've had. Oh my goodness. And for those of you who, I've seen a few of you just joining even in the last few minutes, we have some amazing guests upcoming. So we have leaders from, I think, Arizona, Virginia, Texas, Tennessee, all joining us, as well as some other special national guests. So stay tuned. Keep with us today. But Autumn, I know our next guest is going to be in here in just a minute, but right before she does, I have to talk one more time about the merchandise, because I'm obsessed with it. I've been wearing this around. I wore this the other day to my church small group, and they all immediately said, "Do you think Roe's going to be overturned?" So I think I'm going to have to wear it again to the next meeting and say, "Well, here it is. Roe was overturned. We are in the world after Roe."
That actually looks really good on you, Meridian. It's a great hat on you.
Keep it on here. Keep it on here. If
Yeah,
you want,
absolutely.
Get one of these hats, or I think Autumn and I will show our shirts again.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
AfterRoe.com. And Autumn was saying earlier, she's got a little infant size for her baby, and there's all kinds of other merchandise too. If you're not into wearing things, we have mugs and stickers and other things on there too. So AfterRoe.com, visit the store. But Autumn, it's been actually a few hours now, so we've been going for a while here, since we asked people what states they're joining in from. So I know a lot of you are new on here to the stream. So comment, tell me what state you're joining in from. And what I'll do is I'll actually tell you how pro-life your state is here in the world after Roe, because, you know, in some states, and Autumn, you and I were talking about this earlier, in some states, the laws are very pro-life. And
right.
In some states, they're not necessarily that pro-life, right? But then as soon as Roe was overturned, some other law went into effect. So there were, you were talking earlier about the difference between trigger laws and like a pre-Roe abortion ban, which maybe you can explain that again, since I know we have some new folks on here.
Yeah, I'd love to. And also I think that's been the best part about being on live and engaging with our viewers all day, has been exploring the different states and where they're at on the issue of life and what's going to happen next. Because of course, that's what every single person is asking. What happens next? What does my state look like now? What's going to be the next priority for my state? And all of those answers are on AfterRoe.com. Family Policy Alliance worked closely with the state family policy councils who are advocating for life in 40 states, hopefully one of yours, to advance pro-life policies and take the next steps now that Roe is overturned. And so for some of those states, as Meridian was saying, there's about 20 states that have strong pro-life protections and will most likely ban all or nearly all abortions now in this after Roe nation that we're in. Some of those states, about 13 of those, have trigger laws. Those are laws that their state legislatures put into place, saying that if Roe versus Wade is overturned, then we're going to ban all or nearly all abortions in the state. Well, of course, now here we are, Roe versus Wade is overturned. So those states are working feverishly to make sure that those trigger laws will go into effect as they should. We heard word that Missouri is working on theirs and putting that into place, Texas as well. And then there's states that have laws on the books that pre-existed Roe versus Wade. So Roe versus Wade was handed down wrongly by the Supreme Court in 1973. And in the wake of that, or before that, I'm sorry, several states already had good laws on the books banning abortions or nearly all abortions. So now that Roe is gone, the hope and the prayer is that those states that had existing laws banning abortions before can actually have those laws go back into effect, because they were never overturned. Their state legislatures never got rid of them. So that's the hope. Again, it's about 20 states that will have strong pro-life protections. So Meridian, which state are you going to be pulling up first? Who's the lucky winner?
Well, it looks like we've got two people who commented from Florida. So I'm gonna go with the masses here, and just so you all can see, this is the map that Autumn's talking about, and just kind of the range. The range of pro-life status that's across different states. But let's go into Florida, which is a state with some protections. And Florida's we had the Florida Family Policy Council leader on earlier talking about some of the amazing work they've been doing. In Florida, our website says after Roe. That's now. Today is after Roe. Abortion will be illegal after the 15th week of pregnancy. So that's the status there in Florida. That's huge. That's really, really significant. That's actually the same level as the Mississippi law that that caused Roe to be overturned in the first place. So that's really significant, but lots more work to be done as well. Autumn, I see that our next guest has joined us here, so we'll have to do some more of these later. But our next guest is in here with us, and that is Victoria Cobb from my state of Virginia. Victoria, can you hear us?
I can. How are you all doing today?
Good. How are you?
It's a good day.
Good.
Amazing
Doing
day.
well.
Amazing day.
Where were you, Victoria, when the news broke?
Driving back early from a family vacation, concerned that the news would break.
I was doing something similar.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, that these things are not on our timing. I think the Supreme Court should meet in the dead of winter, and then we wouldn't all be running back from, great places like the beach. But
we should propose that. Suggestion.
Hey, if we could get Roe overturned after 50 years, I think we could change the timing of the court. I mean, it's a reasonable goal.
I love that.
Never say never. Oh, man.
Actually, I think, Victoria, that's so profound what you were doing, because it really emphasizes, for so long we've heard that women can't be successful and have children, raise their babies. Women can't do this, that, and the other. Women can't thrive economically if they're, quote unquote, forced to have their babies. And here you are driving back from a family vacation. You've got several beautiful kids, and you are a wonderful, wonderful mom and a leader of the Virginia FPC. Please tell us your response to those arguments, because I think you've got a good one.
Yeah, I really can't stand. I feel like it's the bigotry of low expectations. I cannot stand when the abortion industry tells women that they can't go on to flourish, because women who do that every day know that is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I have 4 kids, and I love what I do, and I certainly find that you can balance these things very well. And in fact, having children makes you so much more real in the work that you do. It puts, I think, such a sincerity around, just your efforts in the workplace. And so it's disappointing that that's what so many women have believed for so long, because the abortion industry makes money profiting off of that lie, off of telling women that they, have to make a choice between, sometimes it's school, so some women are, in the middle of college or about to go off to college, and they're told they can't, get through school. And I watched, there are these moms later in life that have like 5 children, and they're finally going back to law school. Or you see these stories of pregnant women who literally are like in the throes of, I've seen some of medical school, which I think of, I'm not very science minded. So I think math and science and med school sounds like the hardest thing you could ever do. And I hear about these women that are absolutely rocking it. And so it is disappointing. And I think, today, I think having this out of the way, we tell people our goal wasn't to overturn Roe, it's to change hearts and minds and save unborn children. But overturning Roe was the necessary step. And so I feel like today we can begin that authentic conversation, instead of people just saying, well, it's unconstitutional, based on some bad precedent. We can now have a real conversation around what is right and wrong, and what is justice for the unborn, and also what is flourishing for women. And we won't be stopped in our tracks around a bunch of unelected judges that made a decision 50 years ago.
That is so true. And what backward thinking that is, to say that moms have to kill off their own children in order to be successful. This is 2022. And I think, thankfully, the court is recognizing that logic does not prevail.
The progressive movement, that they call themselves progressive, but on this issue in particular, they are just shown to be completely backwards. And I find it amazing. Science has proven them backwards every day. The ultrasounds, everything gets more and more beautiful and more clear about what human life looks like in the womb. And what women can accomplish every day becomes more amazing. And so I think it's funny that anybody would ever call that movement progressive, because it is regressive, it is backwards, it is out of date. And I think eventually, history will show this to be the case. They will show that, we will look back on abortion the same way we look back on, you can tell my wild household, but the same way we look back on, slavery. It just isn't going to fly in the face of, humanity.
That's exactly right. Yes, one day this will be a very, very dark chapter in America's history. And I am so grateful to be standing on the side of life with you. We know it's the right side. We know it's the winning side. So Victoria, let's get down to brass tacks. Tell us what this big day and this decision means for your state in Virginia.
Yeah, we are excited. We think that it opens doors. Now, that said, it's only a door open. We have to walk through it. And so in Virginia, we have had several years up until recently where we had very liberal pro-abortion leadership from the governor all the way down through the House and the Senate. And so we got terrible laws around abortion. We had all of our pro-life laws pretty much wiped off the books. And so the safety that we had around abortion clinics, the really good informed consent we had for women, making sure that women had everything possible that they needed to make a good decision, all those things got stripped off the books. And so we're kind of starting from way behind the curve, this moment in history where we actually could move forward. So our governor came out today and said he wants to move forward with a 15-week ban. I think that would be incredibly helpful as a good start, because Virginians do support these things. We just had legislators that are out of step with the majority of Virginians. And so what we think we ought to see is that proposal will go through. It'll have a really vigorous effort next year. Our Senate is not pro-life. And so the challenge is going to be, how do we get around Senate committees where they're blocking life legislation? But no matter what happens this coming session, which would happen at the early part of 2023, we have elections in the November of 2023, and we get to pick a new Senate. And since Virginia just elected a pro-life governor, pro-life lieutenant governor, pro-life AG, and pro-life House of Delegates, we think they could elect a pro-life Senate, and then we'd be really on our way to protecting the unborn pretty quickly.
That is wonderful to hear. At 15 weeks, Victoria, I mean, that's the same gestational ban that went before the Supreme Court with Dobbs and prevailed today. So I have no doubt you all will be successful and work hard in that. And it seems like there's a lot of momentum in Virginia after that election.
Yeah, we just simply have to kind of like continue on the direction that we've been on for just this short little last, 6-8 months since November's election, and just kind of keep going that way, because we were headed in the right track. I mean, really, we just kind of had a setback with a liberal governance for like a couple of years. So it's just a matter of putting it back on track and moving the ball forward. And I think we can do that.
So true. And for those who are tuning in, joining, if you're from Virginia, you definitely need to connect with Virginia's Family Foundation, headed up by the wonderful Victoria Cobb, a dear friend. Please check them out. Victoria, do you want to give your website?
Yeah, familyfoundation.org. So real simple, familyfoundation.org. And we did just put up resources for folks around this. So how to talk about Roe, a 2-minute video on Dobbs, the decision, and where we go from here. So there's lots of good things folks can grab about this decision right there today.
So great. Now, I think, Victoria, the last sort of important question here is, do you get to go back on your vacation now that you've had to respond to this big day? Do you get to go back to the beach?
We had a great week. We were almost done anyway. This works out just fine. So we have other vacations in the rest of the year, no problem. So no, I won't be going back to the beach, but it is the weekend. So that's a nice thing that you don't start right into the work week.
Absolutely. And actually, I'm gonna hit you up one more time for one thing. I think it'd be important to hear, for our viewers to hear, what's one word of encouragement or recommendations, Victoria, that you might give to those who are pro-life, they care about what happened today. What are steps they can take going forward in this after Roe nation that we're now in?
Yeah, we just have to have folks realize that we're only at the beginning here, that we have lots of work to do, because ultimately it's hearts and minds. Hearts and minds control how people, what they actually do with an unplanned pregnancy. It controls how they vote. It controls how our legislators move forward. We have to really convince our friends and neighbors that life is worth protecting, that women can flourish. And so there's just so much work we all can do to contribute to a positive conversation that creates the culture of life, that will put in the right laws, that will then legally protect that culture of life. So it's just a continued work. And we just don't want people to sit back and go, okay, goal accomplished, because goal is not accomplished. This was just step one, and it's a new day. And now we have maybe the hardest lifting to do yet.
That's so well said. We've been saying for a while that the decision today is really just marks a new beginning. And it does mean that the shadow of Roe versus Wade is lifted off of our country. We don't have to hit that glass ceiling of our ability to protect life, but there is so much work to be done. I want to just thank you, Victoria, for what you and your team at the Family Foundation are doing on the ground in Virginia. Wonderful work. Again, please plug in with them. If you live in Virginia, it's familyfoundation.org. And you can also visit afterroe.com/Virginia, and you'll see a little video message from Victoria herself on there So please check that out. Victoria, thank you for taking time out of the busy day, the busy rush from the beach day to be with us. We so appreciate your perspective and your work fighting for lives in Virginia. Thank you.
Glad to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Autumn, I think before Victoria joined us, we were in the middle of finding more states that people are from and sharing with them their after Roe status in their state. So if you're just joining us on afterroe.com, Family Policy Alliance has a map where you can actually go and click on your state and learn where your state is at in terms of life. And, one thing we haven't talked about a lot, Autumn, but I think I'm going to talk about here is what comes next. We actually have that information on there too. So if you haven't told us already, let us know what state you're joining us from. And we might pick your state to call on that. But I know we already have a couple of teed up here. So go ahead and enter those in. And
while you're doing that, while people are sharing what states they're from, Meridian, I'll just add, that question of what comes next, that is an important one. It's a big one. We've got on there the status of your state's law now that Roe has been overturned, which is important. But of course, people want to know, what is the next step? What should my state be doing to protect life? And so that action item, or at least the first top priorities, are there on the afterroe.com site. So check out what your state's law is, but then scroll down just a little further. There's a section called What's Next, where you can literally see what the State Family Policy Council leaders on the ground will be doing in terms of protecting life in your state, and also, ways that you can get involved as well. So I think, Meridian, I'll turn it over to you again for the map. And I think somebody just posted from Pennsylvania, Kevin.
I saw that. I'm going to call him Pennsylvania. I don't think we've had anyone from Pennsylvania yet today. So you have some protections, which is the most mixed bag. Many protections is often pretty strong. Few protections is not very strong, but some protections, we've got a mixed bag. So I'm eager to see what's actually going on in Pennsylvania. So let's see. After Roe, abortion will still be allowed in most circumstances. So more on the pro-abortion side, unfortunately. Pennsylvania is facing a court case. So this is common in some of these states where it might otherwise be a pro-life state. You might expect it to be a pro-life state. But one thing that can block is a court case. So in this case, it has to do with taxpayer funding of abortion, which is a pretty significant issue. So you can read more about that in Pennsylvania. I see you, Kevin. If you want to do that, you go to afterroe.com/Pennsylvania, or if you're in another state, afterroe.com/ whatever your state is. But I do want to scroll down and show you just everything that's available on here. So we've got information about the safety and health of women, whether your state has requirements to protect women, with a requirement that only a doctor performs an abortion. That's one way that you can reduce abortions in states that don't have it fully banned yet. Similarly with informed consent. And then actual information about limitations on abortion, which is, of course, the big ticket item, as it were, and where your state stops that. And then this big box up here, you have this on every state, so you can see it for yours. And that describes kind of what's next for your state. So here, there's three outcomes that need to happen, 3 steps that need to happen to protect life in Pennsylvania. So I encourage you to check that out, Kevin. I think we had one or 2 other states here, but keep sending in your states, keep letting us know. I actually want to go to our After Roe promo video. I think this is going to be helpful information. This is going to take me just a second to tee up here, so bear with me. While I'm doing that, Autumn, I would love for you to actually talk about the impact that court cases can have and kind of the relationship of the legal side and the legislative side going forward, because I think that's something that is not totally clear to everyone.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think one of our guests who was on earlier, Brittany Jones with Kansas Family Voice, they're leading the Value Them Both effort. They will be the first state where the people will actually vote on the issue of life following the overturn of Roe versus Wade. And so what's interesting there is most people think that Kansas is a pro-life state, but unfortunately with the makeup of their state's Supreme Court, They are not. They had a bad court decision basically saying that there is a constitutional right to abortion in their state's constitution. That puts all of their state's pro-life laws in jeopardy. And so what they have to do is pass a constitutional amendment saying that there is no right to abortion in the Kansas Constitution. And there's been several other states that have had to do this as well. Louisiana was one of those. There's been a handful. And so no matter what the states do, no matter how many good pro-life laws they pass, they still have to address those court decisions. And that's what the state of Kansas is doing by taking the issue of life to the people and trying to fix that bad court decision. So if your state is one of those, that Minnesota is one, Montana is one, Alaska is one, there's a lot of work to be done. So please go visit afterroe.com. Make sure you click on your state, especially if you're in one of those states I just mentioned that might have a bad court ruling that has to be addressed before you could even talk about passing any more good pro-life laws. That will be a critical next step for your state.
That's right. And Autumn, I was going to share some more about afterroe.com, but it looks like our next guest has already joined us. So I want to bring her onto the show. I will let you introduce our friend from Hawaii.
I would love to. Folks joining us now from the beautiful, beautiful state of Hawaii. It was very, very early in the morning in her time zone when the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe versus Wade came down. Eva is a dear friend. She heads up the Hawaii Family Policy Council, Hawaii Family Forum, and her state. So Eva, I would love for you to come and share with us. Since it was so early, were you still in bed when the Dobbs decision came down from the court this morning? What were you doing?
I was actually up already because I'm feeling like something would happen. And to be honest, like the rest of the world, I think I've been praying about this for the last couple of weeks as we've been waiting. So, yeah.
Wow. Well, Eva, let's get down to it. Tell us what this means for your state. I know that your state on our map is marked as one with very, very few protections for life, unfortunately. So what does this mean, the overturn of Roe? What does that mean for Hawaii? What next steps will you be taking?
Well, for us here in Hawaii, there's not going to be, as you mentioned, much change legislatively, but I think that this is going to give us a real opportunity to shine, because one of the things the faith-based community has done well in Hawaii, because we were one of the first states abortion back in 1970. We've been doing this a long time, walking with women who have been facing an unplanned pregnancy. So we're kind of seeing this as a huge blessing. And of course, we're rejoicing, but it's also going to be a challenge, because now we have to ensure that all of the churches and the ministries and everybody else are doing everything they can do to ensure that a woman who faces an unplanned pregnancy gets all the resources that she needs.
That is so important, Eva. And we've had a few guests on today who have mentioned that. I think that is nearly unanimous across the entire pro-life movement surrounding moms and their babies with support, protection, in some cases funding. I mean, one thing I like to say is imagine if we took all the resources that have been wasted on ending lives through abortion and rerouted that towards actually protecting and providing for moms and their babies. What a different culture that would be. And hopefully now, with Roe not a shadow over us anymore, hopefully now we can actually start doing those things. And I love that you're doing that in your state, Eva.
Yeah, and I think that people forget that a lot of people who have been walking with moms that have been facing these kind of decisions in their life, we've been putting our money where our mouth is. A lot of these ministries are funded by donors, local donors. It's not like they're rolling in state money or in federal money. And so it's something that I think that a lot of us have been proud and privileged to do. And so of course we want to give a shout out to every single man and woman who's been working in these pregnancy resource centers and pregnancy medical centers, because they are heroes. They are true heroes. And the other thing I think that's missing in all of this is we really have to return to a civil dialogue with those that disagree. I mean, right now, the churches who provide all these great services and ministries, we have to be fearful now of being under attack by people who don't agree with us. And I think that that's a very sad state of affairs to be in.
That is so very true, Eva. So true. I mean, we hear about these horror stories of pregnancy centers being firebombed and things like that all across the country, when really they're just the ones providing the care for moms and babies. And it just speaks to the violence that the abortion lobby is known for promoting. And it's very scary, very sad. But I am proud to stand with you, Eva, on the side of life and on the side of supporting moms and their babies. Let me ask you this from Hawaii. Tell us, Eva, what are some things that we can do in the pro-life movement to get involved now? Whether you're in a state like, oh, I've got a dog barking, sorry. Whether you're in a state
agreeing with you.
I think so. I think he is. Whether you're in a state like Hawaii that does not have very many protections for life and has a lot of work to do that you are already working so hard on the ground for, Eva, or whether you're in a strongly pro-life state, what are some really good things that we can do now after Roe to protect lives and engage in the pro-life movement?
Well, I think the first thing, which everybody can do, you don't have to have all of these great expertise and skills to do, is that you really need to start praying for women that are having these kind of thoughts and facing these unplanned pregnancies, because I think that they're under attack. You know, they're under attack not only by the devil, they're also under attack by the messaging that's out there. So I think we really need to pray a coverage, and I think everybody can do that. The second thing that I really encourage people to do is find out exactly what pregnancy resource centers and pregnancy medical centers are in your area. It's very interesting that a lot of people may know about one, but they don't know about another one. And I think that you need to know who's in your area, and then you need to walk alongside them. If that means volunteering for them, if it means providing, I think that there's always a way that we can partner with them. And churches definitely should be partnering with the pregnancy resource centers and medical centers that are in their area. I think that that is a way to show unity and to move forward in a positive way.
That's so well said. Even your colleague from the state of Florida, John Stemberger, he was saying something similar earlier, that every church should have a pregnancy resource center within its missions budget and be doing outreach and volunteering with them. I think that's very, very well said. Well, folks, if you're just joining, this is Eva Andrade from Hawaii, a dear friend from the Hawaii Family Forum. If you are from Hawaii, or even if you're not, if you want to visit Hawaii, please check out Hawaii Family Forum. Eva, do you want to give your website and any last parting thoughts?
Sure. Make sure that anybody who visits the state of Hawaii, make sure that you send me an email at eva@hawaiifamilyforum.org. I love to welcome people in the faith-based community that comes to visit. But if you just want to know who we are and what we do, go to www.hawaiifamilyforum.org. Here in the state of Hawaii since 1998, we're going to be celebrating 25 years next year. And every day we know that we're not just loving the woman that is facing the unplanned pregnancy, we're also loving the child that she's yet to bring in the world, because there's a blessing yet to be.
So well said. Thank you, Eva. Thank you for your fight for life on the ground in Hawaii. We are honored to partner with you. God bless you. God bless Hawaii Family Forum, and enjoy going to bed this evening in a nation without Roe versus Wade.
Amen. Aloha, everybody.
Aloha. Well, folks, that was Eva, our friend from Hawaii Family Forum, joining us. We're actually going to shift back to the mainland now, to the great large state of Texas. I'll be introducing Jonathan Saenz, who's the president of Texas Values, our ally on the ground, doing wonderful work. They passed a strong heartbeat law this year, and now their state is doing even more. So Jonathan, tell us what Texas is up to in the wake of Roe versus Wade being overturned.
Well, Autumn, it's great to be with you. Look, I was born in 1973. Roe versus Wade is a Texas case. This is one of the most historic decisions ever by the U.S. Supreme Court. The decision today to overturn Roe versus Wade and send the power back to the people in the states to decide that life is a human right. And, you know, look, I mean, it's hard to put some of these things into words. I think it'll be a little time before it all sinks in. But for so many years, so many of us, and people outside of the state of Texas, too, that have been impacted, have been working to restore life. But I'll tell you, a lot of us in Texas feel, for many years have felt a burden, have felt a responsibility to do something about the Roe versus Wade decision because it came from Texas. And so to be a part of the effort that brought Roe versus Wade down today, the heartbeat law, the amicus brief that we were a part of with your team that was filed at the U.S. Supreme Court, asking the court to overturn Roe versus Wade in the Dobbs v. Jackson case. It is a very special time, and I'm just so glad that I've been able to be alive to reach this point where our, what could be considered our highest law and policy institution, the U.S. Supreme Court, has caught up with society to acknowledge that life is a human right.
So well said, Jonathan. I love that. 1973, you're born, and here you are, nearly 50 years later, to see Roe gone. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing, and it is an honor to work with you and to be standing with you in the pro-life movement at this moment. It's so historic. So tell us a little bit, Jonathan. I know you mentioned Roe. Roe is a Texas case. Happy to see that go away. Tell us a little bit about what Texas is doing now and next steps for your state.
Well, absolutely. And a lot of people know that Texas passed the heartbeat law. So I want to give that website, because we have a website set up, and it's not just about that law, but it's been used now as a way to connect people with the resources now that they can have the protection to follow their instinct and support their innocent human child. But TexasHeartbeatLaw.com, it's got a lot of great information on there so women can know, where do I go? There's close to 300 pregnancy resource centers across the state of Texas that are right now willing to stand and ready to stand with the baby and with the mother through this process and to support life. Texas also passed a budget last year approving a $100 million during a 2-year cycle through the Alternatives to Abortion program to make sure that women have the resources they need. But as far as the way the law stands, we know the Texas heartbeat law has been in effect for 9 months. Over 40,000 lives have been saved. But we also passed a law last year that makes it clear that when Roe versus Wade is overturned in the state of Texas, we immediately go back to abortion not being allowed at any stage. But we also know, and our Attorney General, Ken Paxton, put a statement out about this earlier today, backing this up, because the Roe versus Wade was a Texas case, that means it's been overturned. We go back to the laws that were in place before that, which means immediately abortion is outlawed throughout the state of Texas. And so we're already hearing announcements that abortion entities in the state of Texas have announced they're not doing any abortions. Praise God.
Wow, praise God indeed. The lives saved. And as I've been saying, may God have mercy on us for the lives lost before Roe, and certainly there will still be more after, but now they at least have a fighting chance, these little ones. Well, I'm just so excited what your state is doing. Thank you for leading the way, Jonathan, with Texas values. I wonder what you might say, Jonathan, to the states, the bluer states that would like to draw out women from Texas and encourage and entice them to come into their states to have abortions. We've been hearing a lot about that in the wake of, or in the anticipation of, an overturn of Roe versus Wade, that the blue states would start enticing women, even paying for them with taxpayer funding, to come over to their states to have abortions if states like yours enact strong pro-life protections for babies. What would you say to those states?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, those things concern me, as you might imagine. And look, I'm a father myself. I mean, I know how precious human life is. I know how incredible it can be for someone to experience being a parent, to be involved in that process, and how special and extraordinary it can be. But I know that Texas is very serious about making sure that we provide that comprehensive support to women. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure women in Texas know they're fully supported. As Kristen Hawkins has said, no woman stands alone after Roe versus Wade goes down, and the babies as well. And so I would just ask people in some of the blue states, if they do find that people come to their state looking for that abortion option, that it might create an opportunity for them to talk about what their options are. But for the people in the blue states, talk with those legislators. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue. You will find a lot of Democrats now saying, you know what, I've always felt this way. And to try to continue to have those conversations, find a way in their own state to provide that support and funding for those women, because I imagine if that does happen, women are going to get to that other state. And also that's going to create more time where they're going to think, I'm not sure that this is what I want to do, that this is the right decision. And I think that's what we've been trying to do in Texas, and all of us have been doing through the pro-life movement, is to create a culture and a setting where women know they don't have to make a choice that includes taking the life of their child, that we're here to support their natural instinct to have that child. And we know what a blessing it can be for people individually, but also for society, when you continue to have more people that come up are born in your state that can have a positive impact on that culture, on the economy, and just to have an enriching impact for people throughout their communities as well.
So well said, Jonathan. I love that. And I think that's what's been really beautiful about being part of this live stream all day. For those who are just joining us, we've been on since right after the decision. So it's been a wonderful event all day. But what's been great is to see the different perspectives from the states, whether it's a strongly pro-life state like Jonathan's in Texas, or maybe a state that needs to do a lot of work in order to protect life. But also that there's just this sense of unanimity around protecting babies and their mothers in the pro-life movement, that we can love them both, we can support them both. I think, Jonathan, if you would, just one of the last questions here, just talk a little bit about what Texas is doing to protect mothers and to come alongside them. I think that's really unique.
Well, and we've got this information on our website, texasheartbeatlaw.com. I mentioned it earlier, the $100 million that is in place, and that goes to funding for the Alternatives to Abortion program. And that meets a tremendous amount of the needs that the women and the babies in those families are going to have, not only when the baby's in the womb, but after that fact. Just think about after the fact, job training, making sure women have the resources when that baby comes home with them, and not just a few months after, but for quite some time, whether it's making sure the baby is safe and secure, whether it's making sure the baby and the mother have the right type of food and nutrition that they need. The pregnancy centers are wonderful. And Texas has a network called the Texas Pregnancy Care Network, where people can tap into that. Our friend Abby Johnson says that $200 can be the difference in whether or not women make this decision. And now that Roe versus Wade is down, they're still going to be thinking about these economic issues. And so Texas is not just throwing up their hands and saying it's not their problem. We have already stepped up. And I want to tell you, look, when I was in law school, I sued the university that I was going to law school at to support the pro-life group that I was a part of, because we were being treated differently. Many of us can talk about experiences that we've had. And I saw women coming and talking with us once our constitutional rights were restored. And I've prayed outside of abortion clinics. I know that sometimes there can be situations where women are in crisis or they feel in distress. And I know this might cause a lot of that today, women thinking about these things before, maybe as they've never thought before. But we're going to continue to pray for them. And we want them to know that Texas is a place where they can be supported, where they can feel welcome. And we hope that we'll see, people, look, you hear about this, the Jane's Revenge, the Night of Rage. We hear these threats going on. I'm already getting calls from people that are expressing some concerns, and I understand it. And so for those people that are scared, and also those people that are also looking to, take out their anger, I just ask them to pause for a minute and think about how precious every life is. And for us to continue, we're going to continue to pray for that. And I think once people calm down and things settle down, they'll realize that this is the way society is moving. And this is a way that everyone's life, mine, yours, everyone's, will feel like it's valued and respected in our states and throughout our country.
I love that, Jonathan. That's so beautiful. Let me just ask you one more question, sir, if you will allow it. For those just joining, this is Jonathan Saenz from Texas Values, a dear friend, longtime partner. Texas Values is our ally in the great state of Texas, so please check them out and plug in with them. You can visit afterroe.com/Texas. I think there's a little message from Jonathan on that page, as well as Texas abortion law and more information about next priorities in Texas. So Jonathan, my last question for you, and I want you to plug your website to tell people where to find you when you answer. What were you doing when the decision came out this morning?
So, look, I've been working from home today, and look, I mean, I'm a constitutional lawyer. I mean, I'm thinking about the decision this morning, and and honestly, and I have to confess, I don't do this every morning. I try to as often. I had just finished kneeling against my bed in prayer because I knew there was a lot going on today. I knew we were doing a lot of work. I knew the decision might be coming down today or later this week or next week. And, things were just heavy on my heart. And I had some questions, and I wasn't sure that I had some of the answers. And so I just sort of surrendered and took some time in prayer because, I needed that extra support from our Lord. And, it just was absolutely extraordinary that within a few moments after that, the decision came down, and, I knew that he was in control, and it's so great to take those moments too, and know that in order for these things to happen, it takes a force of power collectively too, much greater than our own selves. And I just want to acknowledge, Autumn, the great work that Family Policy Alliance has done. One of the first national organization to come alongside us with the Texas Heartbeat Law. You have come to our state capitol and testified. I've seen you there. We have soldiered through that together. And I just thank you so much for creating this opportunity today. As you can see it behind me, txvalues.org is the website for our organization. And we would love to continue to connect with your team and anybody in Texas. This is front and center, priority number one for us to continue to make sure that life flourishes and is valued in the state of Texas.
So great. Jonathan, as I recall, Texas likes to pull all-nighters. So I remember being at the state capitol from early in the evening till early in the morning. So I remember that well. Folks, this is Jonathan Saenz with Texas Values. You heard the man. It's txvalues.org, doing wonderful work, leading the way. Groundbreaking efforts on the Texas Heartbeat Law earlier this year, and now leading the way to protect all life in Texas from conception until natural death, and some groundbreaking work on coming alongside moms to support them and making sure that they feel welcome in the state. So please support Jonathan Saenz and the Texas Values team. Jonathan, thank you so much. I know it's been a very, very busy day, but we're honored to work with you, work alongside you, and God bless you. God bless Texas Values.
Thank you, Autumn. And tell Craig, we're so appreciative of y'all's support. Couldn't do it without you.
Thank you so much. Well, folks, I want to take this opportunity, and Meridian's joining me back on here, to plug our pro-life quiz. It will give you your personal pro-life profile on the afterroe.com website. So afterroe.com is our big pro-life project in anticipation of today's big court ruling. So please check it out. And on there, when you take the quiz, your results will give you, specific to your state, the next steps you need to take to protect life in your state, what the current status of your state's law is in the wake of the overturn of Roe versus Wade. It will give you your own pro-life personality profile. So you can check out and see what type of pro-life advocate you are and how you might best plug into the pro-life movement. It will even give you a graphic. You can pick, one of the questions lets you pick your favorite graphic that you could share on social media. We're encouraging everybody to spread the message of life today, since there's a lot of riots and protesting already happening from the abortion side. We want to spread the message of life and hope. So please do that with your quiz answer. And then the last thing, it will ask you what your priorities are in terms of protecting life. What do you think is the most important next steps now that this decision has come down? So please visit afterroe.com, take the quiz, find out your pro-life personality profile, share it with your friends. We would love to have you be a part of that. And thank you so much for all of you who have, some of you been on with us for hours today in the wake of the decision coming down, and others for just joining us. I'd like to now bring on our next guest. She's a very special guest. Her name is Chelsea. She's from the Human Coalition, doing some groundbreaking work, including from the state of Texas that we just heard from. So Chelsea, I would like to welcome you to the live stream. We've got folks who have been joining us all day, some who have just joined in. Tell us about the Human Coalition and the work that you do. Nope, Chelsea, can you hear me? I think we might, you look great, Chelsea. We can see you. I think we might be having some audio problems. So while she's getting squared away and set up, I'll take just a minute to, again, urge you to visit afterroe.com, find your state family policy council leader. Hopefully you have one. There's one in 40 states. If not, reach out to us at Family Policy Alliance to help us start one. And I'd also, while we're waiting for our next guest, I would love for all of you who are watching to just drop in the chat what the overturn of Roe versus Wade means to you today. Were you expecting it? Does it give you hope? Are you concerned? Does it raise questions for you? What was your reaction? We would really love to hear your heartfelt reaction and response. We've been asking guests on the live stream that all day, trying to find out what they were thinking, what they were doing the minute that the decision came down. And now we'd like to ask our viewers the same thing. What were you doing? What were you thinking? And what are your thoughts and feelings in the wake of Roe versus Wade being overturned?
Autumn, I think Chelsea is trying to fix her audio right now. But while she's doing this, I just wanted to highlight a few of the comments that have come in today. Like you're talking about, there's just been some real rejoicing. Debbie says, this makes my day. Eva says, joy at the decision, but sorrow at the anger and hostility being shown. Yes. God is so good. Yes.
Beautiful.
These are great. Praising God. Absolutely. These are great. It looks like Chelsea is ready to join us. Chelsea, can you hear us?
I can. How are you guys?
Great. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you as well.
Chelsea, thanks so much for joining us. I'm glad the audio got fixed. We've had a couple folks have different video or audio troubles today. That happens when you do things like this, but we're so glad to have you on. This is Chelsea. She's with the Human Coalition. Chelsea, I was asking you earlier when you couldn't hear me to tell us a little bit about Human Coalition and what it is that you do. Uh-oh, I think we might have lost audio on Chelsea again. I'm so sorry. I think we'll have to work to get that fixed. That's too bad. I know the Human Coalition is doing some really wonderful work coming alongside moms and babies in the state of Texas and others. In fact, Family Policy Alliance hosts a conference every year for our state Family Policy Council allies and state legislators, where we bring everyone together for fellowship. We talk about the current issues, which of course this year we'll be talking about the overturn of Roe versus Wade and the next steps in the fight for life. And Human Coalition will be there presenting on one of our panels. So we were very excited to hear from them at that conference, and hopefully we'll get Chelsea's audio back up, because as I mentioned, they're doing some really groundbreaking work that we would like to have her explain and share, and ways that they've been able to get around some of the state funding streams in order to direct that money towards moms and babies who really need it. For those of you who missed it, when we were talking with Eva Andrade from the state of Hawaii, talking about supporting that idea of supporting moms and babies and how important that is, it just really struck me of how amazing it would be if we could take all of the resources that have been wasted on ending lives through abortion, all of that gravy train that's gone to Planned Parenthood and the abortion lobby, and reroute it instead towards actually supporting moms and babies. Imagine the country that we would have and the difference that that would make. So now that the shadow of Roe versus Wade has been lifted, that is what we really can start to work towards and build towards when we aren't having to deal with a constitutional right to abortion.
Well, that's so right, Autumn. And this is actually reminding me of what I wanted to show earlier. So while we're waiting to see if Chelsea can get back on here, I want to share this with you all. This is a video that many of you actually saw. It's the promo video that we launched for Roe v. Wade being overturned, as it were, right when the Dobbs decision was first released. But now want to share that again. And it looks like Chelsea is back with us. So that's your teaser. That's your teaser for later. But Chelsea, can you hear us now?
I can. How are y'all today?
We're good.
Doing very well, Chelsea. I'm so glad the audio worked out. I was telling our viewers that I'm so excited to hear from you, that your organization would be at our conference this week, helping equip and train our allies and state leaders. So please we've been waiting to hear from you. Chelsea, please tell us about the Human Coalition and the work that you are doing.
Yes, well, we are obviously so excited for this moment in history and in our country and society, and we're prepared for it, frankly. A Human Coalition is a network of clinics nationwide serving pregnant women seeking abortion every single day. In fact, we've booked up our appointments all weekend, around the clock. We are serving pregnant women who need help, and we know that based on serving our clients, 75% of them say, if my circumstances were different, I would prefer to parent. And so that's what we do. We try to step in and empower them, stabilize those circumstances, and help them ultimately go on to have really incredible homes and families.
I love that, Chelsea. That's so beautiful. And it's perfect that we're having you on now at the end of the day, at the end of this monumental and historic day, because I wish you could have heard every single guest that we've had on. Almost all of them said something about, we need to support moms and babies. We need to do that. And so, Chelsea, the Human Coalition is doing exactly that. Is there something that you could share with us about any of the states that you're working in, any of the programs that you're doing specific to a state? Because we've had a lot of different state leaders on today.
Yes. So we, in Texas, we have a statewide virtual clinic. We realized we're in a virtual world, and the best way to reach women, many women who live in rural areas or maybe wouldn't have access to your big city resources or big city charitable organizations, they need help too. And so we reach them where we're at with a virtual clinic where women call in and they're automatically on the phone with a licensed professional who's able to now connect them with one of our 7,000 resources. We have a statewide virtual clinic in North Carolina. We have clinics in Tennessee, Knoxville, Nashville, Memphis. Chicago is a really huge area and a very abortion dense area. And so we have a clinic there. In Georgia, we have a brick and mortar clinic, as well as in Pennsylvania. So we've got 7 brick and mortar clinics. And then in many states, we're operating virtual clinics where we're able to meet women where they are.
That's so beautiful. I love that. So folks, if you're just signing in, or for those who have been watching, please support the Human Coalition. We've been talking about supporting moms and babies, and here they are on the ground doing that wonderful work. Chelsea, do you want to give the Human Coalition's website so that folks can plug in with you?
Yes, that would be great. Go to humancoalition.org, humancoalition.org. And we're also really excited to roll out a state-of-the-art app for your phone. In the next month, we're rolling out an app actually that is designed to connect your churches and your community with women. And so as a woman pops into our clinic and says, hey, I need affordable childcare or safe housing, whatever her need may be, we're going to be able to connect her with churches and her community around her to help meet those needs. It's really the church being the church. It's how society should operate. And we know that that's what real empowerment looks like, is helping women who are capable, who are intelligent, and saying, you are able, you can do this, let's come around you and build a support system.
I love that. And folks, we did just drop that in the chat, the link to Human Coalition's website. It's www.humancoalition.org. So you can find that in the chat. And what I love, Chelsea, about what you're saying is what a huge contrast that is to what we're seeing from the abortion lobby. Mm-hmm. Our team has been doing a lot of research on what the abortion lobby is doing and how they're targeting women, encouraging them to cross state lines, building literally bulletproof vans that can travel along state borders and entice women to come into that state, come into their van, which sounds really creepy, but that's what they're doing, to get an abortion. I mean, it's just terrible. And here you all are at Human Coalition, coming alongside them, providing that support and mentorship, and saying, you don't have to make this choice to end your child's life. There is a better way and a more hopeful solution. I love that.
You're so right. I mean, at the end of the day, our movement can really stand firm on its foundation, which is for decades, we have built an entire infrastructure designed to serve women. So don't believe the narratives you're hearing out there. There are almost 3,000 pregnancy resource centers. They outnumber Planned Parenthood's 4-to-1. And we can stand confident in that love and care for women that we do that. And if Planned Parenthood wanted to help women during this time, they could. They don't have to shut up their doors. Why don't they become OBs and help women who are pregnant, who need gynecological care during this phase. So we're here to provide holistic care. We know that they're about abortion, but we're about really seeing life change. And we know that abortion hurts women. And so we want to see women have better than abortion. We think they deserve better than abortion.
That's such a profound point that you just shared. I've not heard anybody say it that way, but that's exactly right. Instead of firebombing pregnancy resource centers or pro-life organizations, or like you said, shutting their doors in the wake of an overturn of Roe versus Wade in those strong pro-life states, they could actually instead support women. And it's so telling that the abortion lobby and the Planned Parenthoods of the world, they're not opting to do that. That is case in point right there. That's a great point.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we know that we're here to serve. We know that they're there to make money off of abortions. And we're really referring to this issue now as abortion trafficking. That's what we've started to call it at Human Coalition. They're trafficking unborn children across state lines to their deaths. Abortion always results in the death of a human being. And so we are looking towards that, legislative initiatives to address that. And we're also, frankly, have our eye on abortion pill issues. We know women in Texas is always going to be a great example of what we can expect in a post-Roe world. Women are thriving in Texas. They're doing well. We've now had the Heartbeat Act for 10 months. And women are doing great. They're seeking out services. They're choosing to parent. And then some go out of state, and then some illegally order the pill. And we'll have women call our clinics. They have 4 pills in front of them from a pharmacy in India. And they say, when do I take these pills and how? She's never had a sonogram. She doesn't know how far along she is. Abortion is dangerous for women. We know that. They know that. It's time to be honest about that.
That is exactly right. So true. It's just, it's horrible. Because like you said, with the chemical abortion pill, usually that ends up a woman alone at home taking this pill, not knowing what to expect, what to happen, severe bleeding, heavy risk of complications, especially if, as you well said, Chelsea, if she doesn't have the opportunity to be seen by a licensed physician, to get an ultrasound. And of course, the abortion lobby doesn't care about any of that, because when a woman takes a pill alone at home, it puts all of the risk and the burden of the abortion on her and removes the risks from the abortionist. So they get away scot-free with ending a life and causing probably physical harm to the mother in the process.
Exactly true. You know, one of the most sad things I heard from a woman who did have an abortion decades ago, she said, they told me I would be able to walk out of the abortion clinic and forget. And that wasn't the case. Women carry abortions with them the rest of their lives.
That's exactly right. Oh, goodness. Well, Chelsea, thank you so much for the work that you and Human Coalition are doing. As I said, it's such a beautiful capstone to all of the guests that have been on talking about supporting moms and babies, and then hearing about the work that you're doing. So folks, please support Human Coalition. It's the link to their website is up there in the chat, www.humancoalition.org. Chelsea, any parting thoughts in the wake of this monumental day for all of the viewers?
Well, I just think we're excited and hopeful for this moment. We're excited for all the children that are going to see their first birthdays, but we're also hopeful for their mothers. I think we as a society are ready for this. We've come a long way, and I think we can stand confidently in a time of perhaps turmoil on the other side, or the stress they're feeling on the other side, knowing that human vulnerable lives deserve to live and be protected. And we should be proud of our work in this movement. It's been decades of work culminating in this beautiful moment.
So beautifully said, Chelsea. I love it. Thank you so much. And we look forward to partnering with Human Coalition further as we head into our conferences and things this summer. Really, really excited about it.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. God bless.
You too.
Wow. Such beautiful, beautiful words from Human Coalition. She said it so well about supporting moms and their babies. But now I'd like to bring on a different type of guest. This is an elected leader from the wonderful state of Arizona, where we will be later this summer, where Family Policy Alliance will be. This is Representative Debbie Lesko from Arizona. She's joining us. Representative Lesko, it has been a big day. Can you share with us your reaction to the overturn of Roe versus Wade?
Yeah, woohoo! It's a great
That's a
day
good reaction.
Great day for life. People have been waiting for this for almost 50 years. And so the reason that I'm so excited is because it gives us the opportunity to save babies' lives, quite frankly. And that's, I mean, what can be more important than that?
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, I know that you, Representative Lesko, and your pro-life allies in Congress, and us at Family Policy Alliance and the state family policy councils, all of us are proud to be standing on the side of life. We believe that life is a God-given human right, and that we firmly believe that history will show that we were on the right side of life. So Representative Lesko, tell us what can we expect from Congress, from you and your pro-life allies? I know obviously we have a very pro-abortion House right now led by Speaker Pelosi, but what will you and your allies be doing to advance life after Roe is overturned now in Congress?
Well, I've already co-sponsored several bills, pro-life bills, that I think will be, Republicans will be putting forward whatever we can do to promote life that we have the votes for. So I have signed on to legislation that would prohibit abortions except for the life of the mother. I have signed on to the heartbeat bill, which would prohibit abortions after you can detect a baby's heart. And I have signed on to the after 15 weeks ban. So I've signed on to all of them. And it just depends on who gets elected in November, what kind of Republican majority we have, and if they're pro-life, and how many votes we can get, and how conservative we can go. I do think there is appetite. I certainly want to pass legislation at the congressional level, pro-life legislation. And, you know, we'll just have to see what we can pass, because even if we can pass it through the House, it needs the 60 votes over in the Senate.
That's exactly right, Representative Lesko. But I'm so grateful for you and your colleagues for signing on to these bills, for pushing forward legislation that protects lives, even despite having Speaker Pelosi with the Speaker's gavel. But you actually made a really good point that we need to remind the audience about, and that is about the upcoming election, because pro-life policies don't go into place unless pro-life elected leaders are there, and that's not to pat anybody on the back or to say anything untoward. It's that literally we can't have pro-life laws unless great leaders like you and your colleagues are sitting in the lawmaking seats, so that we can have these laws that protect lives. So Representative Lesko, is there anything you'd like to share with us about your home state, your district in Arizona, about life?
Well, I have the Phoenix metropolitan area, so parts of Phoenix and the northern and western suburbs of Phoenix, and we have a lot of pro-life constituents. I've always been very upfront before my elections and on my candidacy and in my website that I am pro-life. And obviously the majority of the voters have voted me in, and so I assume the majority of my constituents are pro-life. Now, there's different, people have different views, of course, on it. Some people want abortion to the very last moment of birth. There's other people that are okay with abortions in the first trimester, but not after that. There's people like me that do not support any abortions except for protecting the life of the mother. Certainly, I think we all need to pray about it. There's been a lot of prayers answered today that we now have the opportunity to give this decision back to the people through their elected representatives. So as you know, in the U.S. House of Representatives under Democrat control, they passed through the House legislation that would allow abortions up to the very last minute of birth on demand. I, of course, voted against that, but we have a Democrat-controlled House right now, and that's what they're going to continue to try to pass until it gets back to Republican majority. We also need to make sure that we elect pro-life state legislators, because now with the overturning of Roe versus Wade, it's going to go back to the state legislators to decide. So I'm afraid that hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be poured in to the states by Planned Parenthood and other pro-abortion groups to try to turn the state legislatures over to pro-abortion candidates. And it's very important that we keep a majority of pro-life state legislators, pro-life governors, pro-life attorney generals, and pro-life county attorneys. In Arizona, the two Democrats, the Democrat running for attorney general and the Democrat running for the county attorney's office, have both publicly said they will not enforce any pro-life laws. It's
Wow.
awful. They, you know, they publicly said it. And in Arizona, as like I said, prior to Roe versus Wade, our laws have said that it prohibits abortions except in the case of the life of the mother. And that's the law of the land in Arizona. Yet these Democrat candidates for law enforcement and prosecution say that they will not enforce the law, which is just terrible.
Wow, Representative Lesko, that's so terrible. I think that's actually a really good point, because if you can have all the pro-life laws on the books in the world, but if you don't have the people ready and willing to enforce them and to do their job to enforce them, that's a problem. And I think people on both sides of the aisle should be concerned about that. People refusing to do their job and to enforce laws that are already on the books. That is an extremely good point. I also think the point you made about abortion sort of crossing state lines, the infiltration of chemical abortion, and the continued push to reach into states that even have pro-life laws by the abortion lobby. All of those are very concerning things, and we look forward to working with you and your pro-life colleagues in Congress to do what we can to stop that and to ensure that the pro-life states can continue to move forward with their strong pro-life laws, and that the pro-life laws will be enforced for sure. Representative Lesko, let me ask you one last question, and then I'll let you go. I know it's been a very busy day. Tell us, we've been asking all of our guests, what were you doing when you heard that the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade came down?
Well, I had just got out of a briefing with the Energy and Commerce Committee, of which I serve, and heard from Kathy McMorris Rogers, who's our top Republican on the committee, that the decision was supposed to be coming out soon. I went back to my office. My staff had not heard that. And so I told them, you know, the decision is supposed to be coming out soon. And sure enough, I was just in my Washington, D.C. office talking to my staff when the decision came out. And then I joined a large group of Republicans for a press conference celebrating the Supreme Court decision and talking about how Republicans are pro-life. And it's very sad that the Democrats have tried to take out via election every single pro-life Democrat. The only one left that votes pro-life on some issues is Henry Cuellar from Texas. And the liberal radical Democrats here tried to take him out in a primary election, but he won. But he's the only Democrat in the U.S. House of Representatives that will vote for any pro-life legislation. And it's just sad. The Democrat Party has really changed very radically. Another thing I wanted to say to you is that I'm very concerned about the pro-life pregnancy centers in Arizona. I got a text from Choices Pregnancy Centers in Arizona, and they have information that a group wants to burn down their pregnancy centers. They have had to hire extra security for them. And it's very disconcerting and disturbing to me that President Biden and our U.S. Attorney General haven't spoken out more against this. They both need to publicly say that there is no reason for violence. And, unfortunately, we're living in very troubling times. And when, protesting and threatening even Supreme Court justices is not, my Democratic colleagues do not talk against it. It's very sad.
You are exactly right, Representative Lesko. We need, from the highest office in the land, from the president himself, from the Department of Justice, we need a swift and direct and strong condemnation of the violence against the pro-life pregnancy resource centers, against pro-life organizations like our own ally, Wisconsin Family Council. That is exactly right. This is concerning. I know Family Policy Alliance, and I believe you as well, Representative Lesko, signed on to a letter urging the Department of Justice to take action and to investigate to stop this, because, if this violence was going on, if pro-lifers were somehow attacking Planned Parenthoods or other facilities, they would be calling for a condemnation, and we of course would, because we don't believe in that kind of violence. But it's been crickets from the other side, while over 50 organizations now have faced violence in the wake of the leak of the Dobbs decision. So that is very, very well said, Representative Lesko. Actually, before you go, I'd like to bring on somebody her name is Kathy Harrod. She's the head of the Center for Arizona Policy in your state of Arizona. So Kathy, we can see you. I think we can hear you.
Kathy. I love Kathy Harrod. She is a powerhouse, that woman.
That she is. Kathy, how are you?
One of my favorite congresswomen, my favorite congressman.
That's wonderful. Well, Kathy, what's going on in Arizona?
Well, I just got word, Planned Parenthood in their press conference said that they were pausing abortion services until the legal landscape could be resolved, and that they had 30 women at one of their centers scheduled for an abortion today, and they were sent home. So we know that at least, it's going to get choked up here, that we know at least 30 women in Arizona today could not get an abortion. And, we just keep saying that. I think the Congresswoman mentioned choices. We have nearly 50 pregnancy centers in our state, and they are standing ready to help women. They certainly are having to pay for security. And I'm going to be saying over and over again, we in the pro-life movement, we need to be stepping up our donations, our giving. The pregnancy centers are on the front line. They're going to be taking care of these women, and we want to be there. So it's kind of an incredible day.
That is so well said. And Representative Lesko was talking about protecting the pregnancy resource centers too. And I think that's something, I know you all were very busy today, but that's something literally every guest on our live stream all day has said, that we need to surround and support moms and their babies, as well as fund and support the pregnancy resource centers. And I think with the shadow of Roe off of the nation, now we can actually have that conversation and talk about what that looks like and create a much more hopeful vision that surrounds and supports moms and their babies like we never have before, from the federal level all the way down to the state levels. Is there something that you could share about that from the congressional level, Representative Lesko, and from the state level, Kathy?
Well, from the congressional level, I know Republicans are very interested in increasing support for the pro-life pregnancy centers, and in increasing support for vulnerable mothers and their babies. Because if we say that we are for life, we need to support those vulnerable mothers, because they're often in a very difficult time of their life. They're making a very difficult decision. They may not have the financial means to care for a child, and that's why they're considering an abortion. Or they may be in a relationship that is violent, and they don't want that father to be involved in the child's. There's all kinds of different reasons that women seek abortions, and we need to be there. We need to be there to support those vulnerable women, whether that means funding, whether that means emotional help. And we need to then continue to support the babies when they're born. This is so important. And I know all Republicans here in the U.S. House of Representatives support that cause.
I love hearing that. That's so nice to hear that unanimity, even at the congressional level. Kathy, what about you at the state level? What are you seeing as far as casting that vision in Arizona?
Well, on the state level, our lawmakers have over the last couple of days have passed a new state budget, and in that state budget, they have provided $3 million for women who are seeking abortion alternatives, $500,000 for grants to places that are providing for homeless pregnant women and providing services to homeless pregnant women. We have a group of homes in the Phoenix area run by a group called Maggie's Place. So Maggie's Place has been getting some of that funding. They've done things like increase the reimbursement rate for doctors. So for a pregnant woman who's on the state Medicaid, basically the equivalent of the Medicaid or Medicare system, that the doctors will get greater reimbursement than they have been getting. So trying to do some of the little things they can within state law. And then I know that the pregnancy centers here have been sitting on ready, that they know that their work is just beginning. And I looking forward to working more closely with them. And there's a care portal that the Arizona Life Coalition has that is intended to connect pregnant women with local churches with whatever their needs might be. If a woman needs a crib, whatever she might need. So I think we'll see a lot of that being more in the news. In Arizona, we're one of those states that has a pre-Roe law that prohibited abortion, except to save the life of the mother. There are a lot of, Autumn, you and I know how this works. There are a lot of legal uncertainties today and how this is going to play out. But we believe that pre-Roe law is enforceable, and we will see kind of what happens. There are a number of different legal issues surrounding it, but I still expect that we will have the abortion industry running to the courts as quickly as they can get there to try to stop it. But this, for now, we're grateful that women in Arizona and their babies have a chance.
I love that. Now, Kathy, I'm going to pivot back to you again, because Representative Lesko and I were talking earlier about the great bills that she's sponsored, she and her pro-life colleagues at the congressional level, but knowing that while Nancy Pelosi holds the speaker's gavel, that there's a problem there, they're not going to be able to get those laws through. And so we're eyeing November in the hopes that we could change who holds the speaker's gavel. But for the state of Arizona, Kathy, what would you say are some of your top priorities?
Well, I think the top priority is going to be defending against any lawsuits challenging our pre-Roe law. So I think that when the abortion industry challenges the pre-Roe law, that's going to be a priority. Right now, Arizona, the ban on abortions because of a genetic condition of the unborn child is before the Ninth Circuit. It also was actually a legal process issue, was before the U.S. Supreme Court. So we're in the courts on that. The Arizona legislature this session passed a 15-week limit on abortion in our state. So there's some controversy today on, well, what goes into effect, the pre-Roe law or the 15-week limit? We believe that the pre-Roe law goes into effect. So as far as like the next steps, I think on the legislative side, there's not a lot that I think to do until we see how these the anticipated court cases resolve. So I think really supporting the work of the pregnancy centers, getting pro-life people to understand how very important it is to vote, to work for pro-life candidates. We know that Arizona is a purple state. We have a U.S. Senator, Mark Kelly, who certainly supports legalized abortion up until the moment of birth, with the government paying for it. And we need to make sure that we don't have him reelected in November as our state senator. So I think really what's next in our state is going to be the election season and just preparing for the future, working in the courts. And we did have a state ballot measure that was filed that would enshrine abortion rights in our state constitution. They only have until the first week of July to file well over 400,000 signatures. So we don't anticipate it will be on the ballot this year. But I think that we as a pro-life community will come together across the state, all ethnicities, all races, that we will come together, have a strong pro-life movement so we can fight off any measures at the ballot in 2024 and any legislative attempts next January to really have abortion rights prevail in our state.
Well said. So if you are from Arizona, we urge you to really get involved with Center for Arizona Policy. Kathy Herod is on with us. At least on my screen, she's on the bottom part of the screen, Kathy Herod. Kathy, do you want to give Center for Arizona Policy's website for everyone so that they can connect with you?
Sure. It's azpolicy.org, azpolicy.org. And the first week of July, we'll have our voter guide website up, and that is azvoterguide.com. But start at azpolicy.org, and we'll take care of you and get you where you need to be. And yes, it's a time to join together. And we appreciate our work with Family Policy Alliance. Congresswoman Lesko is certainly one of our heroes, has been a pro-life leader in our state for many years. And it's been a joy to be on with her today and to know that she's in DC fighting for babies and women.
So well said. Yes, Representative Lesko, thank you for your leadership at the federal level. Kathy, thank you for your leadership in Arizona. I'm going to just ask one last question while we're all on the screen. We've got 3 women on here. I admire both of you so much. I talked about this with Victoria Cobb from the state of Virginia, heading up the Virginia Family Council there. I would like to know both of your responses to that argument that we hear so often from the left of a woman can't succeed, a woman can't be successful unless she has access to abortions. It sounds so backwards now in 2022 that we have to kill off our children in order to be successful women or to be economically viable is one I heard recently. How would both of you respond to that? And Representative Lesko, I'll start with you first.
Well, it's absolutely false. And there are many, many successful children, including myself. I have 3 children and 5 grandchildren through time itself. And so the proof is in the pudding. There's all kinds of mothers that are very successful in the world that had children through difficult situations, and they love their children. And so, I mean, that's a ridiculous argument.
Well said. I've got 2 little ones too, Representative Lesko, I admire all you're doing in your leadership while being a mom, a successful one at that. Kathy, what about you?
Well, it's an interesting question. During my law school years, my college years, I was pro-choice on abortion, that I thought abortion should remain legal. I certainly have changed my position on that, obviously. And I think that women have been sold such a false bill of goods, both on that you can't do whatever you feel called to do, as well as have children, that abortion is just it's a glob of tissue for the unborn child. So I think the good news is that women have woken up that, yes, you can, that it is an unborn child's life within you, and that's a life worthy of protection, and that women do have so many options today on how they can facilitate. I mean, Autumn, you're certainly an example of a woman with young children. For me, my story was that my hours went up as my children got older, so I had the ability to be at home at times when I wanted to be at home, and then also to work, and especially with remote working even now. So women have the opportunities that they need to have, and that's such a positive development. And I certainly think younger women get this, they know how to do it, and that no woman today is held back from and will be held back simply because she can't get an abortion. I mean, it's another scare tactic, and it's fear mongering by the pro-abortion crew that we see all the time.
Well said, beautifully said. And you both are such a wonderful, beautiful example of that for me and for other women. So thank you so much, Representative Lesko. Kathy Herod with Center for Arizona Policy. Both of them need your support. Please support Representative Lesko and her pro-life colleagues come November. Please stand with Center for Arizona Policy. They are wonderful, our wonderful ally in the state of Arizona. And with that, I'd like to transition a little bit from the state of Arizona to the state of Tennessee. We have another ally, David Fowler, on from Family Action Council of Tennessee. David Fowler, I hope that you can see us and hear us. Can you let us know that you're there?
I am. And
wonderful.
Welcome. Thank you very much. And don't presume that I'm not a woman too. So I hope you'll ask me that same question,
Well, I suppose in 2022, we can decide whatever we want, can't we?
That's what President Biden thinks. So, don't offend me by excluding me from the conversation.
That's great. Yes, President Biden's had a few interesting things to say, including on the ruling today. Yeah. But David, what does it mean for the state of Tennessee? What's your state's current law, and what can we expect in the state of Tennessee with the overturn of Roe?
Well, actually, for me, I'm in a bit of a unique situation from other states because in 2000, when I was still in the state Senate, the Tennessee Supreme Court found a right to abortion in the state constitution. What Kathy Herod was just saying, we have to make sure our Attorney General doesn't let that happen here. And so consequently, in 2000, when the Supreme Court ruled that way, Roe versus Wade could have been reversed the next day and it wouldn't have mattered. All of our laws were held unconstitutional. And God put it on my heart to begin a constitutional amendment process in 2001. And I sponsored the first amendment to a state constitution declaring that there is no right to abortion or the funding of any abortion in a state constitution. And it took 10 years to get it on the ballot. It took another 2 years to get it passed and another 2 years for it to be upheld by the Sixth Circuit. But at that time, I was being told, and I want this to encourage whoever's listening to think, why are we doing these things? I don't see any dividends being paid. This is all pointless. We should move on to something else. And I ran into some of that. Why are you trying to fix the state constitution? Because we can't do anything about it anyway. Well, to me, it was just offensive that our state constitution said it. And someday, because I believe God ultimately will defend his own image, it was important that we be ready. And 21 years later, we're ready.
Wow.
We can't have a right to abortion found in our state constitution. And God's allowed me to help people in Kansas and Iowa and other states. And since then, I think West Virginia's passed that kind of amendment, and Alabama and Louisiana, and more will need to. And so in the state of Tennessee, the one thing that Kathy was saying, apart from maybe around the edges, we're going to have to wait and see what they do with our state constitution. We know. And so when our trigger law goes into effect, it will be unlawful for a physician to perform an abortion once a pregnancy exists. So it's essentially a fetal life bill. You may know it exists from a hormone test before there's ever a heartbeat. You may not find out till there's a heartbeat. You may not take any test till 3 months later. But whenever there's a pregnancy, a doctor cannot perform an abortion. And here's the good news for those in Tennessee that may be watching. The Attorney General, we have a case pending in front of the Sixth Circuit right now, and he's asking the Sixth Circuit to expedite rulings so that our trigger law can go into effect sooner than waiting for the Supreme Court's order to go down. Most of the trigger laws, as I understand it, and the one in Tennessee, require something to trigger it. And in our state, the Attorney General has to provide a notice to our Code Commission. That's the people that keep the books for us, so to speak. And he has to provide a notice that it's been changed. And technically, a Supreme Court order won't become final until 30 days after it's entered. But we're hopeful within at least 30 days, our trigger will be pulled, and no doctor can perform an abortion once a pregnancy is known to exist. So we're in a really great place. And today for me was the culmination of a vision 21 years earlier. Get ready. Someday we're going to be able to control this, and I don't want my state Supreme Court preventing us from doing it. So
well, I just have to say, David, you have been clearly fighting for this, fighting for life and on the front lines of this for years now. And I know today must mean so much to you. And I do have another question for you. But first, I think it's important to tell our viewers, and you'd be a great one to explain it. We've been going all day. We've talked about this, but for those who just joined, they may not have heard. Can you explain just briefly what a trigger law is for the viewers?
Sure. It's a law the legislature passes that says whatever it would be. So you could technically have a trigger law for anything, but most of the trigger laws were at least heartbeat bills, fetal life bills, or in Tennessee, pregnancy bills. And what they said is every bill has to have an effective date. When it's passed, everybody needs to know, well, when is this effective? And a lot of times the bills become effective at the beginning of the state's new fiscal year. So typically, most bills in Tennessee would become effective July 1. Sometimes bills become effective once passed, as long as they're not so controversial that people don't need to reorder their lives to get ready to comply with the law. But in the trigger law, they said, well, this won't become really effective, the substantive aspect of it, until something happens in the Supreme Court regarding Roe versus Wade. Most of them said Roe versus Wade, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, or a U.S. constitutional amendment is adopted, which we know that's not going to happen. But and then most of those states, I think National Right to Life was insisting that there be some mechanism by which the trigger gets pulled. Because, like I say, the Supreme Court issued an opinion today, but the order has not been entered. And the courts only speak through their orders, not their opinions. So the only judicial power rests in the order. Once that order goes down, as I understand it, the parties have 30 days to ask the court to reconsider. If that doesn't happen, then the order becomes final. So in all of those states, it should be triggered within 30 days of that order being entered by the court, or some sooner date, according to Attorney General opinion.
Very good. Thank you, David. I knew I'd ask a good attorney and you would give me a good answer. That's great. Let me ask you this, David, because we've asked almost every guest this today on this live stream. We've been going for hours ever since the decision came down, and we've gotten
good, Autumn. I tell you what, you're still looking good.
Thank you.
I hope somewhere you're getting a break to drink some coffee.
I don't like coffee, David. It doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Or Red Bull or something. But anyway, go ahead and ask.
All right. Yeah, let me ask you this. What were you doing when the decision came down, and what was your initial first reaction?
Well, I was actually driving to meet a legislative candidate who's running for the state Senate. There's a contested serious Republican primary in the state Senate, which is the body I served in. And I was on my way to speak with him this morning about his candidacy and the issues, when my wife sent me a text as I was pulling into his driveway and said, the Supreme Court ruled today. So that's where I was. And so I didn't get to read the opinion for like an hour later. And then the phone calls had started. So to be honest, I still hadn't even read the whole opinion. Like with you, it's been pretty busy. People texting, calling, wanting to know when the trigger kicks in Tennessee. Do we have to worry about the state Supreme Court messing things up? And so it's been a full day over here too. But that's where I was. I was, if you want to know, on Pate Road in Williamson County, Tennessee.
And what was just being in this movement, and as you described, your fight in the state legislature and beyond, what was your initial just emotional reaction, David?
You know, I think it was relief, because we kind of knew what was coming, you know, from the leaked Dobbs opinion that most likely that was going to be it. But it's sort of like having your wedding, you know, you're exciting. And then the wedding's over and it's like, oh, I can leave the reception and, I can be with my wife. And so for me, it was a little bit like that. It was exaltation. It was gladness, but at least for me in this state, because of the laws we already have in place, it's kind of like, now I can spend my time trying to help other states and help, you know, if Kathy or others want to find arguments to help defend their laws against state Supreme Courts. So my work, I hope, will shift actually to helping other states get done what we've already done here, and I look forward to helping that.
I love that. Folks, This is David Fowler, President of Family Action Council of Tennessee, joining us now. And David, before we let you go, I know it's been a busy, wonderful, and exhausting day all in one. Can you please give folks your website so that they can connect with you and support you both in Tennessee? And as you said, you're going to be working to support other states that don't have as strong a pro-life provisions as Tennessee does. So please give your website so folks can come alongside you and support you.
Yeah, thank you. It's very simple. FAC for Family Action Council. TN, abbreviation, postal abbreviation for Tennessee.org, FACTN.org. And
And I see that just dropped in the chat too, David.
Oh, well, I'm not very good with this. I can see you, and that's about all I can look at one time. So,
well, for all of you on the live stream, you can see it, factn.org. David Fowler from the great state of Tennessee, thank you for making time to be with us today on a very busy day. God bless you. God bless Family Action Council of Tennessee.
Thanks, Autumn. Good to talk to you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. With that, I'd like to introduce and bring on my colleague, John Paulton. He is the Vice President of State Alliances for Family Policy Alliance, been with us off and on all day. John, welcome to the live stream, and I will turn it over to you, sir.
Great, Autumn. Wonderful job you've been doing. And I'm excited to stay south. We've got another guest from the south. I believe Dave Wilson from South Carolina may be about ready to join us.
It is great to be with you guys this afternoon or evening, wherever we're at now. So, John, it's really
that's right. Yeah, Dave, what happened for you this morning? When did you hear the news? What was going on for you?
Well, yeah, ironically, I was on the phone with the folks who were needing to fix the well at my house, because when you have kids living at home and the water goes out, it's kind of one of those important things you get taken care of. But I'm a recovering journalist in the business of doing the news, and it was very interesting for me because it almost fell into this moment of being in the newsroom all over again, because as soon as the decision came down, it was, all right, we need to let people know, we need to help them understand what we've got. What does this mean? How does it play itself out? And it really became an important thing for us to ensure that everybody in South Carolina knew and understood, hey, this decision has come down, so that we could then start looking through and saying, what does this mean for people in South Carolina?
Right. Well, and that begs the next question. What does it mean? You're a pretty pro-life state, and I know it's a challenge in a lot of ways legislatively because of the ability that the minority has to block things. But where do things stand legally right now, and how will this impact?
So in February of last year, our governor signed into law the South Carolina Fetal Heartbeat Law, which basically said if you have a heartbeat in the state of South Carolina, it is the responsibility of the state to protect your life. And that I talked with the Attorney General. He called me this afternoon to say, hey, listen, want to let you know what's going on, what we've got planned. We had that law. It was enjoined almost immediately by the federal courts. And so the motion has been put before them now to remove that enjoyment and actually allow the law to go into place. Now, that then brings us into the position of it now going into the state court system. And as conservative as we are in South Carolina, we've got a few places in our court system that are, I would like to have the stack in the Supreme Court in Columbia, South Carolina, to be stacked the way it is in Washington, D.C., because there's some concern that we have right now, honestly, because we've got kind of a 3-2 split on our court right now. And we do believe that our very strong legislator, because we're a legislatively heavy state, our legislature will work very hard to ensure that. But we also have we just wrapped up the legislative session, so we're now within our sine die resolution, which basically tells us this. Here's what the legislature can and cannot do during the off season now. And so one of the items that they did add on there, John, was they added the ability for them to come back and address a new trigger law for South Carolina. So we've got members of our family caucus, which is 42 out of our 124 members of the state legislature. They're working right now off of a base piece of legislation. We know we've got some Democrats who are going to be coming to the table who are part of a new specially called committee of the House. They're going to start looking through, working on new language that could really bring an end to abortion completely in South Carolina, not if you can have a heartbeat or not, which the heartbeat can be detected in 6 to 8 week time period. But this would be an all-out reversal and end of abortion in South Carolina, with the exception of rape, incest, and danger to the mother's life.
Well, that's excellent. A lot of work ahead, but exciting prospects, it sounds like. And Dave, you're really new to Palmetto Family Council, a year or so, I believe.
Yeah, I've been here about a year and a half now. Yeah. So, honestly, John, we stepped back at the end of the year of this legislative session, which just wrapped up a few weeks ago. And we had laid out in our Palmetto Family Matters magazine 10 major items that we wanted to see accomplished this year that we were working for. And when we got towards the end of the session, I thought we'll have 3 or 4 of them done. And, in baseball, if you're batting 400, you're doing really good. And we were 10 for 10 this year. And that is because of the relationships that we have had. I've been involved in South Carolina politics now for 30 years. And so I'm bringing that and a journalism background into this whole conversation and really helping people to know and understand what the issues are, why they matter, what the Bible says about them, but most importantly, what they can do about them. And that level of engagement has been phenomenal, John, to see how it's playing itself out in the grassroots getting involved. And when we were in Washington, D.C. on December 1st, we were back there in January, people were like, Palmetto Family's here. And we're like, yes, we are. And we want you to always be reminded of the fact that we're not just back there in the background. We're playing right up there in the foreground of the conversations that are going on around cultural issues all across the state of South Carolina.
Yeah, that is outstanding. That's an incredible first year, Dave. That's going to be hard to top going forward. But
I know
that's amazing.
One of those really hard things to get. Okay, did we not get something right here? What are we choosing for next year? So,
right.
And the beauty of it, John, is this. The beauty of it is we've got relationships within the membership of the House and the Senate. I had senators calling me this afternoon. I had television and radio appearances that I had to do throughout the day because I've been doing political commentary for the last 5 years with the CBS affiliate here in South Carolina. And so it's not unusual to get phone calls. Plus, we here in the family council, in the family policy world, people want to know what it is that we're saying. They want to know our standpoints. And I'm really grateful. I heard Kathy and I heard David earlier, and I know that we've had a lot of our folks. John is coming on right after me, I believe. And it's our folks getting out there and presenting the simple truth that we bring from a biblical worldview to help people to understand, again, hear the issues, why they matter, what the Bible says about them, and how they can get involved and do something about that. And that is just that's a recipe for success, especially as we get further and further and we start seeing what can take place from here.
Well, I started to mention a little bit ago that you were pretty new to Palmetto Family Council, our allied group in South Carolina, but a further point that you're not new to South Carolina politics or communications, a long communications background there. So with that background, what's your perspective on the day? What's your feeling after this incredible historic day?
Historically, the immenseness of this in the span of history, it is equivalent. I thought about it today, John. I thought about it from the news business standpoint. This was equivalent to 9/11 in a positive way. It was akin to the JFK. It was akin to the shuttle disaster. But instead of them being negative things, it was positive things. This was a definitive moment of constitutional faith and trust in our government. I had never thought that I would see in my lifetime, because I've never experienced in my 50 years, I had never seen a Supreme Court that was constitutionally focused in bringing checks and balances to Washington, D.C. It typically has been the other way around, that we've had a strong conservative, either a strong conservative White House or strong conservative Congress, but the Supreme Court, you're just sitting there going, what are you guys doing? And today it was, no, this is a definitive statement. And we've seen it in the decisions that have been coming out, John, over the last several weeks, that we have a Supreme Court that is looking at everything constitutionally. Because I told a group of teach a class, a government class, and I told my students, I said, here's two things. One, if you find the constitutional separation of church and state you got an A+ and you never have to come to class ever again. But you got to read through it and tell me when you find it. It's the greatest excuse for getting your kids to read the Constitution. But I said the second part of it is this. Everything that we talk about the Constitution, the most important aspect of this for me when I look at it is the 10th Amendment, which says if it's not enumerated here within the Constitution, it goes to the states or to the people for the states or the people to then take care of the issues, whatever that might be. And abortion is not an enumerated element of our Constitution. It was a progressive legislative move made by a court that decided it was easier for them to make laws than it was to actually interpret laws. And that, if you read Roe versus Wade, it reads like a piece of legislation. It reads like a bill, you know, and various sections. And you sit there and you go, this isn't a decision. This is a piece of legislation that you can't get past across the street over there on Capitol Hill. And so the beauty of this day, and when we watch it and other things, is the Supreme Court said, guess what, states, you've got a job to do because this actually falls on you to now start making these decisions. And, you know, everybody wants to scream and cry. And we say about it in South Carolina, we are a pro-life safe haven. And no offense to our friend Jonathan Keller, but because I always pick on Jonathan when it comes to these issues, but we're not an abortion vacation destination like California is. You know, when you come to South Carolina, we are here as a safe haven for life issues from conception to natural death. And that's where we say this is a pro-life movement. It is not a pro-birth movement. And that's a lot of pushback that we got from Democrats, especially during our heartbeat bill discussion. Oh, you're not pro-life, you're just pro-birth. And it's like, no, we actually are. We're focused on the mother, the father, the child, the education, the economic opportunities that are there. What are we going to be able to do to engage the church in being able to provide that support? Which is why our governor asked us to actually chair his task force on adoption and foster care in South Carolina. And that is, we have had 2 major meetings with our governor, lieutenant governor, and some key members of the legislature and key adoption and foster care folks in South Carolina over this last year to actually start working on what can we do, knowing that this day was coming. What are we going to do as a state to start saying we're going to make adoption easier? We're going to provide pathways for children to get to permanence in South Carolina and find ways to get the church communities engaged and involved to support women, fathers, families with the support they need. Because we look at it like this. We're expecting anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 children to be born in South Carolina that would not have been born before today. And
Excellent.
that is a responsibility that we have to carry as a community, as a family, for our neighbors.
That's right. The responsibility is great. The opportunity to save lives is wonderful. Dave, thank you so much. Thanks for your incredible leadership in South Carolina and for joining us and sharing a great perspective today. We really appreciate it.
Well, I encourage folks, if you're in South Carolina, if you're watching, please connect with us at palmettafamily.org. We're actually going to be, John, breaking down. We have a regular podcast, the Palmetto Family Matters podcast, that you can catch on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you find your favorite. You can tell we've done it before. But one of the things that we're doing this Tuesday, John, on ours, and I encourage our colleagues across the country to do this, we're breaking it down so that our folks can be able to explain to friends and neighbors, what does this decision actually mean in our state? So in our communities, we're going to break it down and say, here's what it means. Here's what laws are in place so that you can actually have the conversation at the dinner table, across at the coffee shop, there at church, because the folks who are listening to us are the grass tops leaders that are there to influence our communities. And that is one of the most vitally important things that we know we do here in South Carolina.
That's excellent. Well, palmettofamily.org. Dave, thanks again. Great to have you with us today.
Thanks so much. It's great to see you, man. I look forward to seeing you in Arizona in a few weeks.
Amen. Sounds good. All right. And I think I'm going to hand it off back off to my colleague Autumn. And we've got another guest coming up as we begin to wind this down. We've got another 2 or 3 folks to come. And in Autumn, you're back with us after a much deserved break.
Thanks, John. Good to see you. And yes, I'm excited to bring on our next guest. He's with us, I think, live from a rally. I already hear the sound coming through. This is a good friend of mine and actually my former boss, the great John Helmberger from the state of Minnesota. He is the president and CEO of Minnesota Family Council at a celebration rally for the Dobbs and overturn of Roe decision today. John, tell us what's going on behind you.
Well, this is a rally for rejoicing and giving thanks over and in answer to many, many years, decades of prayer for God's mercy on our nation to lift the curse of Roe v. Wade and the culture of death that it has established in our country. And we are rejoicing and giving thanks with song and praise and speakers. There are some folks here who are not happy about this, and they're making themselves heard as well. It's an intentional irony that we are holding this rally outside the Warren Burger Federal Office Building, named after Chief Justice Warren Burger, who presided over the Roe v. Wade decision in 1973. And we are now celebrating the overturn of that misguided, erroneous, abominable decision from 49 years ago.
Wow, that is profound. I love that you all are out there rallying for life. I also know that Minnesota has a lot of work to do on the pro-life front. We've been sharing with folks about the state of every state's law around the country in the overturn of Roe versus Wade. Tell us what Minnesota faces.
Yes, indeed. You know well from having worked here with us that Minnesota has its own state version of Roe v. Wade, a 1995 ruling from our state Supreme Court called Doe v. Gomez that recognizes the right to abortion and even taxpayer funding of it in our state constitution. And we have been waiting for this moment because now the deck has been cleared and we are able to press forward with our assault on Doe v. Gomez to bring it down, just like we've seen Roe v. Wade come down today. Only we're hoping and praying for a much, much shorter timeline to bring that about. And the first step in that is our election this fall, electing a pro-life House and Senate in our state legislature. And we believe that the time is ripe for that to happen. We are very hopeful, even optimistic about achieving that objective, because then we can approve a life amendment for our ballot in our next general election after this year.
Wow, praise God. And I just want to pause for 1 second and say thank you to you, John, to you and the entire Minnesota Family Council team for leading this effort, for standing for life in Minnesota, and for fighting this terrible, terrible court decision. I would want to encourage everybody watching, and especially those from Minnesota, to connect with you at Minnesota Family Council. Their website is mfc.org. Hopefully we can just drop that in the chat so that folks can connect with you. But John, and I know you've got the rally scene, you've got the sirens behind you. Things are happening very quickly there in Minnesota. I would love to know, John, you are a good praying man. I want to hear what this day, this monumental day, means to you and your fight for life that has been going on for years, and what it's like to see an answer to prayer.
We are filled, absolutely filled and overcome with gratitude. Yes, there is joy and rejoicing, but even more than that is just gratitude that at last God has shown his mercy to us, and not just to us, but to our state and to our nation. Recognizing that the culture of death that has descended on us so deep, so broad, and so deeply established, only the Spirit of God could break its grip. And he has moved. He has granted that. He has answered our prayers. We know the battle isn't over. We need to keep on praying because there is a lot of work ahead of us, and it's going to take his help just as much to overcome those obstacles. But in his grace, we will. We can do all things through Christ who strengthens us.
Amen. I knew you'd have a good word for us, Mr. John. I love that. And I'll just say in response to that, I was thinking about that this morning, and my two little girls, I've got 2 under 2, and just that they won't have to grow up with the shadow of Roe versus Wade hanging over their country. That means so much. And we are all rejoicing and praising. And it is just such an honor to stand with you, Mr. Helmberger, in this moment in the pro-life movement together with the state family policy councils and to see this come to pass. I also want to ask you, we've been asking our guests, what were you doing when you heard that Roe versus Wade had been officially overturned?
I was following SCOTUS blog on my phone at home in my pajamas, waiting to find out how I should dress for the day.
I see you switched into the tie. You left the pajamas behind. That was a good decision.
Yeah.
It was a very big moment.
Yep, it's a hot one here today, so I was going to dress for warm weather.
Wow. Well, John, is there anything else you'd like to share about today or about what's going on in Minnesota before we let you get back to your big rally?
Oh, just that I am so thankful for Family Policy Alliance, for you, Autumn, and for your work with Family Policy Alliance, John Paulton, the whole team there, and all of the help that you are to us and the other family policy councils to give us input on policy, on strategy, on messaging, resources, tools that we can that help us to be productive. I thank God for you all and your partnership with us.
Thank you, John. That's so gracious. Everybody, please check out Minnesota Family Council at mfc.org. Also on Family Policy Alliance's big After Roe campaign, After Roe project, afterroe.com/Minnesota. You'll see a little video message there from John Helmberger himself. Be able to connect with them through that website as well and see the state of your state's law in Minnesota. So John, God bless you. God be with you as you and Minnesota Family Council work to overturn that terrible state court decision and continue the fight for life in Minnesota.
Thank you, Autumn, and thanks to you all. Bye now.
All right. Well, lots of dogs barking, rallies happening. Things are going on our live stream. But I'd like to next, hopefully, I think, Meridian, do we have our next guest with us and ready to go? No, maybe not. Okay. Oh, there she is. All right. I would like to introduce a dear friend of mine. Her name is Jamie Dangers. She is with Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America. I have to get used to your new name. But Susan B. Anthony, we have been in partnership with them all year long and even before, working on preparing for the overturn of Roe versus Wade and what would happen in the states and at the national level. And so grateful for the work that they are doing at all across the country. Jamie, can you tell us what was Susan B. Anthony's reaction today and how have you processed the big news?
Oh, goodness. Autumn, thanks for having me. This day, it's hard to even express how we feel today. I'm sure this is a moment I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. Several of our staff members had gathered together to watch the Supreme Court announcements, and I was not there. I was in my office because I was recording a podcast at the time. And so I had just logged off, and then I started hearing screaming coming, and I ran down the hall, and it was such a joyful moment as we saw the Lord answer years and years and years of prayer and hard work. It was it was something I will never forget.
I can so relate to that, Jamie. I think that's exactly right. I was watching the Supreme Court opinions come in as well, and I remember I was yelling to my husband, "They overturned Roe," and I instantly started crying. And then it was, it was so frantic, had to get back to work, and I don't think it's really fully sunk in, except for what you described, Jamie, that feeling of gratitude and seeing the Lord's hand move on something that's so near and dear to his heart, and something that so many of us believers and pro-life organizations have been praying for a long time. So it is a truly monumental moment. So in the wake of Roe v. Wade being overturned, this huge day, what's next for Susan B. Anthony, Pro-Life America? What will you all focus on now?
Well, we're not going to stop at the federal level. I'm on our federal affairs team, and it was so exciting to read in the opinion today. Justice Kavanaugh even specifically said that this case, the issue of abortion now goes back to the people at the state and federal level. So that was really exciting to see that in the decision. We are going to keep working right now. Obviously, we don't have a pro-life majority in Congress or in the White House. So our job it's a little bit of an uphill climb. We're trying to stop a lot of bad things coming through. We are watching to see what Secretary Becerra at Health and Human Services is going to be doing, what President Biden is going to try to do through executive action. But also, we're excited to see members of Congress get excited for when they are in the majority and what they will be pushing, what they are for. And we're also building out our state team because, as you know better than anyone, now we've gone from having one battlefront to 52, all 50 states, right. DC and Congress. So we've built out our state team, and we're excited to continue pushing on all fronts.
So well said. Jamie, we actually had a couple members of Congress on the live stream earlier. It was great to hear from them. They were talking about signing on to things like the Born Alive bill, protecting babies that have survived botched abortion attempts, which is so important. And that's the most basic thing we can do, is to protect those babies who are actually born alive. They were talking about the 15-week bill, protecting babies who can feel pain. They were talking about the heartbeat bill. There's just so many things and opportunities out there. What are you all advocating for that lawmakers at the federal level can do?
We are pushing for the most ambitious bills that we can find consensus for. So at this point, we're really pushing for Congress to enact gestational limits. We would love to see them pass the Heartbeat Act. If there is not the ability to get that through, of course, we would also support a 15-week pain-capable unborn child protection act. But we really think that there's a lot of momentum now, and so we should push for the best we can get.
So true, yes. And I think that's exactly right. Protecting those babies who have a beating heart. I hope that everyone will come around that and come to see that is so important. As we advance the cause of life in this new moment after Roe versus Wade. Jamie, I'm excited about what lies ahead for the pro-life movement, but I also know that we have, and you started to mention this a little bit, we have a lot that we are probably going to face from the administration, from this presidency, because they are very anti-life. We saw the president's comments today and things coming out of the Department of Justice. We've seen that they've tried to take away the important safety protocols and measures around the chemical abortion pill. Can you just speak to, for the viewers, especially those who are just joining in at the end of the day after work, can you just speak to what we have to be prepared for from the abortion lobby now that sort of their crown jewel, Roe versus Wade, is gone? I think they're going to push pretty hard. What can we expect from them?
Yeah, you're right. I think chemical abortion is one of the areas they're going to be pushing the hardest to make sure that that those drugs are as widely accessible as possible. And as we know, chemical abortion is very dangerous, not only for the unborn child, but also for the women and girls who take those drugs, often alone, without medical supervision. So Secretary Becerra from Health and Human Services said today that they're going to do whatever they can on the chemical abortion issue right now. We're even seeing the Secretary of Defense saying they're going to do whatever they can through military policy to make sure abortion is accessible. So I think we're going to see, they're going to try to be creative and sneaky to get abortion access into places that they have not been before. And so we just have to be really vigilant. The abortion lobby is asking for permission to use federal lands to provide abortions in pro-life states. Pro-abortion states are calling themselves abortion sanctuary states and asking for extra federal funding so that they can, quote unquote, serve women from pro-life states who can't access abortion in their own states anymore. So a lot of it is going to be making sure funding isn't going to those sources right now until we can do more proactive things, but also calling them out when they're being lawless and using executive action to do things that actually go against statute.
Well said, Jamie, and good words of warning and vigilance here that we have to be mindful, because as we were sharing with viewers earlier, the overturn of Roe versus Wade, of course, does not mean that abortion is legal nationwide. It's really the start of a new beginning and a lot of work that we have to do. So even though it's a huge moment, a moment to rejoice, a moment we'll remember, it's also the beginning of a lot of work that we are honored to roll up our sleeves with you at SBA Pro-Life America to do. And with the states across the country and with the pro-life allies in Congress as well. Jamie, I just wonder, is there any parting words that you'd like to leave with our viewers, any encouragement or recommendations that you have for them for how they can continue to be part of the pro-life work that has to continue going forward?
I would say take a moment to rejoice. Take a moment to thank the Lord for how far he has brought us and brought this movement, and then get back to work. We have a lot of work to do, and there are very violent and very angry people out there who are not happy with what happened today. And we have to overpower them with kindness and with wisdom and with strategy and with energy. I don't really have words, Autumn, for today. I feel so overwhelmed by what we have seen and what lies ahead. But goodness, I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for Family Policy Alliance. And if I could take a moment of personal privilege, I started my work in the pro-life movement interning under Autumn Stroop on the Hill. And so it's really just special for me today to get to talk with you and rejoice with you on this incredibly historic day.
I love that, JB. It is so fun to be here together in this pro-life movement at this time. And I just have to say, you were the best intern ever. And now to be collaborating with you, with our organizations, is just, it's a real joy. But I can also relate to what you were saying. I feel I've been a little bit hypocritical today because I keep asking all of our guests who come on, like yourself, I keep asking them, how do you feel? What's your reaction? And I feel like you do. I just don't have the words really to describe what it is. I think it'll take some time for it to settle in. But for now, just gratitude, grateful for the decision, grateful to the Lord for his mercy, and grateful to you, Jamie, and SBA and all of our other friends. So with that, Jamie, I know it's been a long day. I thank you you've been so busy. Thank you for taking some time at the end of this big day to talk to us and all our viewers. With that, folks, please support Susan B. Anthony, Pro-Life America. Connect with them. We'll drop their website in our chat so that you can connect with Susan B. Anthony. And Jamie, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you, Autumn.
God bless.
God bless you too.
All right, folks, we're nearing the end of our live stream. We've just got a couple more guests, and I like to bring my colleague, John Paulton, back on. He's going to introduce our next guest, and we'll be wrapping up fairly soon. So stick with us. You're going to want to hear from this next guy. John, I will turn it over to you.
All right, great job, Autumn. And yeah, we are near the end, but we've got a really important guest, really important state to talk about. The guest is Jonathan Keller. Jonathan heads up the California Family Council. And boy, California is in the thick of this, not in all the same ways that some of the other states are, but really, really important. And Jonathan, you're one of the most connected guys in our movement. In fact, we've been asking people throughout these interviews today, what were you doing when you heard? But I was on the same app as you with a bunch of us tracking, and you were one of the first to announce that Dobbs is out. So I know exactly what you were doing this morning.
Yes. It really is incredible, John. I just 2 days ago, I was up in Sacramento for the second annual California March for Life. And I was just kind of waiting. Both Tuesday morning, I was up there getting things set up, watching anxiously, seeing what the Supreme Court was going to do. And then yesterday, I was still in Sacramento in the aftermath of the march. And I was just kind of, waiting to see. So this morning, I was at home. I was on the Signal app, but I was at home, kind of hunkered down back here in our back room, kind of reading and furiously checking Twitter. And then I got the news, and my wife and my two little boys came back here, and we just kind of had a moment together to thank the Lord for this miracle. John, if I could take, I heard the last speaker say a point of personal privilege. I got involved first in the pro-life movement through the work of so many other great leaders, people like Dr. James Dobson and pregnancy care center leaders and Operation Rescue. I remember knowing a little bit about life as I was, pro-life issues when I was, a child, but the first steps that I really took were as a high school freshman at age 14. And I got involved passing out literature at pro-life events, going and talking and praying outside of abortion clinics or public high schools, debating abortion with students at UC Berkeley as part of activism tours. That was 25 years ago. So I'm just almost, it's almost hard for me to believe that it has been 25 years of my life that has led now to this career working in the pro-life movement. It's just almost surreal that after all this time, we're finally here. And I'm just grateful and kind of overwhelmed at the goodness of God bringing us to this point.
Boy, I hear you. I can relate with that very much. Your state, we all know, California is a tough state on this issue, and very, very pro-abortion, but they're trying to do even more. There, I believe, are a number of radical pieces of legislation, maybe still floating in Sacramento, and they're trying to turn California into a abortion tourism destination. Tell us about that battle right now.
Yeah, so we've essentially had this overwhelming effort from Governor Gavin Newsom and the radical pro-abortion forces. Look, I'm not a really bombastic, inflammatory guy. I try to be fairly measured and gracious, but really there's not a lot of wiggle room with how extreme the legislature in Sacramento is trying to be. We have, for example, right now a bill, SB 1142, that would, as you said, tourism is putting it mildly. I mean, this would make California an abortion destination. It is a recruitment effort for people to come here to the state of California and end the lives of their unborn children. We're not just talking about, well, if you can get to California, you could be eligible for abortion or even eligible for a free abortion. I mean, this bill would authorize taxpayer funding, the tax dollars of the 40 million good citizens here in the Golden State, to pay for airfare, to pay for lodging, to pay for, John, time off of work. If you work for a company that doesn't offer medical leave, this would literally pay your salary for the week that you come out here to have an abortion. And John, the most macabre, kind of morbid thing that I think I saw in the statutory language, this would even pay for childcare for your born children. If you come out to California and you have a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old, like I do, Planned Parenthood would pay to watch your children in one room while they're taking the life of their sibling right next door.
That's just amazing. It's just sickening. And the hypocrisy is just self-evident.
Well, and I think it's just a reminder for me. Again, I have to be cautious how I put this. I really do not want to demonize our opponents, because I believe, John, as I know you do, that this is a spiritual battle. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. And I do think that at the same time, though, we need to recognize that the foe that we face, again, not the people, but the spiritual foe that we face, is relentless. And he is not going to rest just because we have a 6-3 decision upholding the Mississippi law. We've already seen just a real increase in attacks and assaults. I know you guys have done such a good job of covering the threats and vandalism that have been experienced by people all across the country. So I think it's a reminder. I know the title of this event is officially After Roe Celebration, but I think it's so important for us to remember. I've shared with a few people. For me, this kind of feels like it's not the pro-life Appomattox. It's not the unconditional surrender of the people on the other side. But in a real way, I kind of feel like this is our pro-life D-Day. There's been a lot of effort. There's been a lot of planning. There's been just a huge mobilization just to get to this point, just to set foot on the beach there in Normandy. Took an enormous effort, an enormous cost. But now, finally, I feel like we're finally fighting on occupied territory. We finally have an opportunity now to take the fight to the enemy, spiritually speaking. And that's my hope and prayer, is that our brothers and sisters who have been in this work for so many decades, I mean, twice as long as I've been in, for sure. I know there's people that have been fighting since the day Roe v. Wade was decided. It's now an opportunity for us to really take that next step in seeing the day when every life is protected from conception to natural death.
Boy, good perspective, D-Day. We do have a beachhead and a lot of battles ahead of us, but a very encouraging day. CaliforniaFamily.org is your website. So if people want to get more information about all your battles in California, I urge them to go there, especially folks watching. If you live in California, please go there, engage with Jonathan's organization, support California Family Council. And then last thing, Jonathan, we've got a Twitter Spaces event tonight, right? I believe it's 10 Eastern, if I remember right.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern. I know that's kind of late, but hey, if you're out here on the West Coast, that's just barely after dinner time. So
that's right.
I hope that people will join in, because if you've never joined a Twitter space before, it's hard to explain. It's kind of like a combination between like talk radio and a podcast and a conference call. It's only audio, so you don't have to worry how you look, and you don't have to speak either. But I encourage everybody, come find that Twitter space, John. It's really a great opportunity to hear from different voices in the movement and to hear perspectives on what our next steps are moving forward.
Yeah, excellent. You're hosting along with Autumn Stroop from our team, and look forward to it. Jonathan, thank you very much. Great to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, John. And God bless you and the whole team at FPA. Again, I know that even being a 25-year veteran of this movement, I know there's so many people that have been in the trenches for decades longer. So thank you for your faithfulness and your commitment for all these many years.
I appreciate that. Very gracious. Thank you. All right. And I will turn it back over to my colleague, Meridian.
Well, thanks. This has been just a wonderful day. I don't know how long each of you who are still watching have been with us. Started this morning, not too long after the news broke, and have been going ever since. But I just want to thank you for joining us, and just take a moment to reflect on really the historicity of this day. I said earlier in the stream, but I'll say it again. A lot of times when you think about the days that you'll remember forever, you'll remember exactly where you were, exactly what you were doing. Those are bad days. Those are the days that, those are the 9/11s of the world. And those are tragedies that you remember where you are forever. But this is one of the rare moments where it's a celebration. It's an incredible victory that we've been working for 50 years. For those of us who love life, cherish life, and want Americans to cherish life, the country around. This is really a momentous day, but it's also just the beginning. It's not the end of the pro-life movement. It's easy to think Roe v. Wade is done. Now we're good. In fact, as every single one of our guests has reiterated today, it's the beginning of the pro-life movement, and there is so much more work yet to be done. So if you want to be involved in that, go to afterroe.com. We have it on the screen here in the chat. Go to afterroe.com. There you'll find a state map where you can click on your state and find out who you can be involved with, how you can get involved, how you can make a difference. So afterroe.com, an incredible resource. Be sure to tune into that Twitter space that's happening at 10 p.m. Eastern time. 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're talking on the Twitter space with family policy councils from around the nation about what's happening in your state. We'll be on there. If you're, like Jonathan said, if you're the West Coast, you're in luck. It's good timing. If you're on the East Coast, I'll be on there. I'm on the East Coast. You can feel free to join me in that. Also on afterroe.com, be sure to check out our brand new personalized pro-life profile. And on there, you'll get personalized information on how you can be involved in the pro-life movement. But before we close today, I just wanted to say a word of prayer. Lord, thank you so much for the gift of today and the gift of this moment. We thank you for the people who have been fighting for life for 50 years, and really even earlier with states that had already tried to move in a pro-abortion direction. You've been working through those people who've been advocating for the lives of the people that you created. So we thank you for every single one of those who prayed on sidewalk corners, who argued in court, who were in the legislature or talked to their legislators, who counseled women, for every single one of those people, for the people who are on this stream who maybe have shared pro-life content or talked with a friend, just worn a pro-life t-shirt. Lord, for every little step along the way that has led to this moment, we thank you. And we thank you for the people who are going to make a difference in the days to come, and the really hard work that lies ahead. I pray that each person who watches this video would be touched to do something to advance the pro-life movement in their area, whether they live in a strongly pro-life state and can really go further than ever before, or if they live in a state like California or New York or Nevada that has a long way to go on protecting life, that you would inspire them and give them the right tools that they need. Lord, we thank you for the justices who made this incredible decision today, for their courage. And Lord, we pray for their safety tonight and in the days and weeks to come. We know that's already been threatened. And so we pray for their safety, for the safety of other leaders and others, I think of reporters or people who are out counseling on the sidewalks, whose safety may be threatened, certainly in the near term. We just pray that you would put your hand of protection over them. And Lord, we thank you. We just thank you for this moment, that after Roe, there really can be life. And we thank you for the opportunity to be a part of that. In Jesus' name, amen. Friends, from all of us at Family Policy Alliance, welcome to the world after Roe. We'll see you soon.